as at the end of that Hanson's right-hand curve. So we are ready to race for the first race of the morning. It is the juniors for the qualifying one, and we're off and we're away. And it's a very good start on that inside from Harrison Foley. He's got the inside for the right-hander, starting to eke out a bit of a gap already. Tommy Brown started to close it up as well, as you can see just there. And at the background, you can see Teddy McPherson closing the door. So this is the first time we'll see this anti-clockwise circuit. That is where the Joker would be exiting for. Then first of all, you see Tommy Brown decides to take the Joker. It's the first time we see the Joker on the first lap. Tommy Brown getting it done, hoping to emerge onto the speedway straight into some clean air, and I'm pretty sure he has done just that. The lead car, Harrison Foley. There is Teddy McPherson, the championship protagonist, as they go through Toyos and around the left-hander coming up to Senna's just here. Then it's a tight left-hander here at Ollie's as they go back onto the loose. Once again, flipping it around onto the loose. The left-hander, very, very tight left-hander at Ollie's before they go onto the loose, onto this area where the Joker emerged yesterday. It's a long, sweeping right-hander at Hanson's. There's lots of rutted areas too. I did a little track walk earlier on, just had a look for myself as into the Joker goes Will Hans. Next thing at the top end as well, you see one of the cars as now Teddy McPherson jumps himself up the order. Teddy McPherson was in P3, but Will Hans and Harrison Foley have now jokered. So it is a Joker race. Remember, we're not getting any Joker updates on the screen at the moment. Hopefully that will change on the timing screen. We had a bit of an issue with our timing screen glitching yesterday. And is that a flat? No, I thought it was a puncture on that front right for Will Hans. It just looked like an angle of the car. But around they go a bit further. Up ahead, it is still McPherson, but he's got to get in and out the Joker, I'm pretty sure, as we keep our eye on Will Hans, who's way down the order. Behind him, Cheshire Abubu. Didn't see much of Abubu yesterday, but it's good to see Will Hans struggling. There's definitely seems to be a bit of a problem with the car. Not sure what the problem is. Can't see anything untoward. Maybe he was just getting a bit scruffy in and out of a few of the corners. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So no Jokers showing up on the timing screen, which is a bit of a frustration, but it will hopefully update and we'll be able to sort that through the course of the day. As through the inside, Tommy Brown makes light work of Harrison Foley, doesn't he? Brilliant overtake just there, lining up perfectly for the right-hander around Toyo. So around we go even further. It's only 4 lap races for these early qualifiers. And it is Brown who has the lead at this stage. Tommy Brown picking up where he sort of left off yesterday. He was showing great pace, but he's got McPherson breathing down his neck, hasn't he? You can see just how close they are. P1, Tommy Brown, P2, McPherson, P3, Harrison Foley, Caden Harris, well, way down the order for Caden Harris, down in P4 at the moment. As around they go, tight left-hander and the flag waves, and you can see Caden Harris was held at bay by Harrison Foley. Great performance. And then Jeshe Abubu going across the line ahead of Will Hans. Apologies for the slightly awkward commentary just there with no idea on the Jokers. If we don't see them go in, then they don't exist in our minds, unfortunately. And the timing screen not showing us at this stage who has been in and out of the Joker. Move on to the BTRDA next. BTRDA Juniors are already lined up. These are also in the Swifts, except for one, which is that San Micra on the back row. So pole position, that 999 is Hayden Harris, and it is Elliot Fuster. And that white and green Swift. Aston Brown on the outside, the black one, number 57. On the back row, you have number 42, Oscar Cooper. And on the outside of turn 1 will be Jimmy Jenkins in the Nissan Micra. So we are having slight issues with our timing screens again here, with no Jokers being shown on the screen, which is a mild frustration, but there you go. They're all off and away, they're all off and running. Let's keep our eye on the Joker lap. Remember, it's 4 laps, one little tour through the additional Joker as they'll head right, and it's a great start. What a move across the front just there from Aston Brown, from the outside across to the inside. Compromised the exit though, and that allows them back through to file through as they once were. brilliant start from the outside from Aston Brown. Door slammed close by Hayden Harris as he moved himself back across. Elliot Fuster still fighting hard. You see the three fighting it out, aren't they? And it looks to me like maybe with the right-hander coming up, Aston Brown may just force the issue. Or is that tight left-hander just there, but the right hand's coming up now. Can't get past Fuster, who has that optimal line as they start getting onto the loose around the Hansons area, where the Joker from yesterday was when we were running the clockwise circuit layout. And they go. Hayden Harris leads the way. Elliot Fuster in P2, Aston Brown in P3. A retirement to DNF for Jimmy Jenkins. Unfortunately, he's had to retire from this one very early in the race. 3 cars all filing through. Not processional, because you do suspect that anyone could drop this at any moment. Fuster is starting to gap now onto Aston Brown. About 0.8 of a second between them both. Or them all, the top 3. Into the Joker, little dummy there, and into the Joker, nicely done from our race leader. Just went one way, didn't they? Just trying to maybe confuse the others around, but Hayden Harris emerges from that Joker squeaky clean. Aston Brown, I think, followed suit as well. So it is Fuster up ahead. There is Hayden Harris, essentially the race leader at this stage, although there is a Joker to be completed by Elliot Fuster. We're looking at right at this moment in time. Is he going to dive into the Joker at this stage? He ran a little bit wide just there. It's a steep right-hander at Hanson's. Around he goes to the left and into the Joker. Elliot Fuster goes. Starts kicking up a lot of that dust. It is very tight around here. You want to avoid that tyre stack that's just on the exit of the Joker. Back onto the speedway straight, and he emerges, as you can see, behind Hayden Harris. Hayden Harris has still got a decent half a second up on him, hasn't he? So managed to put a decent lap in there, Hayden Harris, and keep way ahead of Elliot Fuster. Aston Brown trying to hunt him down, but there's nothing he can do as the gaps remain roughly the same, and they go across the line for the final time. Hayden Harris takes the win. Maybe a bit of body rub going on there on Aston Brown's car, but Harris, Fuster, Brown, Oscar Cooper finishing now in P4, and a DNF for Jimmy Jenkins. It's the cross cars, the RX150s next. Now I'll get you the grid. Looks like this. On the pole position is the number 8, James Constantine. No car in the middle at the moment. That should be Stephen Burke, but he's not there. Max Langmaid sits on the outside with the number 15 car. Liam McMullen in a decent position. Or should be in a decent position. There he is on the inside of the second row. Bradley Turner on the outside of that second row. And then Benjamin Bartlett taking up his position right now. So we are missing Stephen Burke from this one. It's the cross cars and the RX150s. And it's Max Weatherly who is leading the championship at the moment on 127 points after yesterday's victory. Second place is Ben Bartlett in the championship on 99 points, and Will Ovenden, who is in the next race as well, is in P3 in the championship. So of the championship protagonists is Benjamin Bartlett. Ben Bartlett, who starts at the very back of the grid here, just out of your shot, who is second in the championship. Liam McMullen got a really strong third place yesterday. He starts this one on that second row, number 29 on the inside of the right-hander. Just waiting for a bit of clearing up on the track. As you can see, that recovery vehicle collecting, looks to me like it's collecting that Nissan Micra. So waiting for a little pause. In fact, as that happens, into position arrives Stephen Burke. Has made it on time, so he takes up his position. There's the Micra of Jimmy Jenkins just being pulled out of place, taken back to the paddock. Hopefully they can fix the issue with that. So championship points, it is all going to become apparent how it all turns out this weekend. But if you're in this cross car championship, and you're Max Weatherly, you're a very, very happy man at the moment. But the others are trying to close him down, obviously. It's a long way to go in the championship. And Liam McMullen got a great result yesterday. But Ben Bartlett is the one to watch in the championship. Him and Will Ovenden very, very close. Brad Turner looked decent out here over this weekend. Struggled with results yesterday, mainly because of his cross kart letting him down a fair few points. But we have got the grid. We are ready to go. Constantine in that pole position. Burke in the centre. Max Langmaid on the outside in the 15 kart, right hand side of your picture. Second row, Liam McMullen and Bradley Turner. Bradley Turner in that white, blue and red kart, and Benjamin Bartlett at the back. Well, here come the revs. We are ready to race. And we are off and we are running, and glancing out the window is a dead heat start as they go into that right-hander. It's a long right-hander, switching the surface just there. It's a bit bumpy around that right-hander just there. I was watching earlier on, it's just running wide. It is that number 32, Stephen Burke. Arrived late to the grid and arrived late into the corner, really keeping the power down. And off dancing into the Joker at the very last second go three of the cross carts, led at the head of the pile by Bradley Turner, exiting the Joker as well. You see Stephen Burke and another one as well. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but we can do it by a process of elimination. James Constantine leads at this stage. Max Langmaid down in P3, but a wide line, a very wide line. Gets a huge acceleration around the outside. What a great move there by Liam McMullen. But has he compromised his exit? Let's have a look for P2. Is he emerging in P2? Has he fallen back to P3? Well, there's the answer. Fell back to P3. So a really nice aggressive stance from him going into that long sweeping left-hander at Ollie's, but planting it and running a little bit wide, as disappearing off into the Joker is the man who went very, very wide a few moments ago. These two at the front two. James Constantine, and behind him is Max Langmaid. We know there's two bunches of three at the moment really fighting it out. And the fight is certainly on between these two. It is qualifier one, remember. 3 qualifiers for these before they go on to semi-finals and finals respectively for some of the classes and championships. Not all of them have got semi-finals, but I'll give you more of a detailed update as we go through the course of today. Into the Joker goes Max Langmaid. Apologies for the slightly jerky shot there. We are having a slight issue with some of the signal around Pembrey at the moment as people park their camper vans in the way and then muck up the signal as it comes back to the truck. In P2, Bradley Turner looks like he's taken that position, snatched that position away from Ben Bartlett, who's worked his way all the way from that back of the grid and up to the top end. My word, has he needed a result this weekend. Brad Turner could do with a result as well. All about intermediate points at this stage. Remember to set the grids for a little bit later on. You get points for your position in time over the heat. So for example, in this one it's qualifying one, race 1. There is race 2 to go. Once race 2 is complete, all the times get put onto a board and points allocated. So you could in fact finish second in your race and be down in P4 or P5 when it comes to the points if the second race is a lot quicker, if you get my drift. There is Brad Turner leading the way. Ben Bartlett is in P2 as they cross that line. In P3, it's the number 8, James Constantine. Great result for him. Then it's Max Langmaid, followed by 29, Liam McMullen. In the back was Stephen Burke. Now we have the second race in here. So look at that time. Brad Turner with a 2:46. So that will be the one that determines where Bradley Turner will finish. So he got a 2:46, so he won his particular race. That's not guaranteeing him full points though, because if this second race is faster than the first, that'll push him down the order. But the grid looks like this. Car number 7, Max Weatherly, starts in the pole position on the inside of turn number 1. That is Gareth Jones on the outside. Kevin Sharkey was supposed to start in the front row, but that big incident yesterday where he flipped his cross car, not sure they can get that recovered ready for today. Second row, car number 5, Will Ovenden starts on the inside with Stephen Jones in the only RX150 out there. Back of the grid is Dave Kane. Good to see him back out, and we are ready to race. And a race we go, and darting across the track, very aggressive line from Gareth Jones, trying to move his way across in front of Max Weatherly, who's sort of pushed out wide, manages to recover, avoiding that huge tyre stack, but in doing so, he forces out wide Will Ovenden, who has to recover with Steve Jones breathing down his neck. And into the Joker goes Ovenden and Steve Jones, but up ahead it is Gareth Jones. Leads the way, but a different line, a more aggressive line from Max Weatherly, tucking it wide. He'll have the inside. No, he tucks it inside again, darting left, darting right. And in the back, you see David Kane just waiting for his moment, isn't he? As Max Weatherly continues to force the issue and try to push Gareth Jones into a mistake. And maybe he's done so because Gareth Jones has run extremely wide. Yes, he has, very wide. And that allows Dave Kane to go through. As they hook it round that right-hander at Hanson's, it's long, it's sweeping, it keeps going, then the surface keeps changing and moving underneath them as they flip round to the left-hand side around Carter's hairpin and onto the speedway. Straight they go. Then it's the big hairpin at the left-hander at Brooklands, and then a quick flick right-left at Toyo's. Here they go. That's David Kane in second place at the moment. There's the right-left flick at Toyo's. It's a little flick to the left just there before they head round Senna's, which is that left flick. That's the start-finish area just there, or the finish line, in fact, just there, as they continue round to Ollie's, and there you'll see the surface suddenly change. It's extremely bumpy and a few areas to avoid if you're in one of these cross cars. Up ahead, Max Weatherly, second place, David Kane, P3. It is still, as it was before, Gareth Jones in his Mugale XC04. Back of the pack at the moment is Steve Jones. Still no Joker lap showing on the timing screen, so hopefully that will be updated. I'll try and speak to the team in a bit and get that resolved so we get a full understanding of where everybody is. If we don't see them going out the Joker, we don't know they've Jokered. It's all down by the gaps as David Kane, with an extremely wide line. And over the line, still chasing him down, still trying to get closer, is Gareth Jones. Weatherly, Kane, Jones, Ovenden and Steve Jones in the RX150, making up 5. How quick is this one though? It seems quicker, doesn't it? Around the Joker, camera just holding up a little bit, as you can see, a bit of stuttery there due to the signal, but we're working on it to improve that signal for you. There is Max Weatherly, he's way out ahead now, almost 2 seconds up the road from David Kane. Behind him, that was Will Ovenden. Has Will Ovenden moved up into P3? He has indeed. There goes Max Weatherly, and there's Dave Kane. He goes across the line, followed by Ovenden. Then it was Gareth Jones. Stephen Jones bringing it home in 4th place. And look at the time, 2:41, significantly quicker. That might put down Bradley Turner to about P4 or P5. So next up, we have got the retros and the classics. The grid looks very much like this. Let's see if we actually have the right screen up. Not getting the correct grid coming up here, which is a bit of a strange one. Liam Duran is there, as you can see. Tapscott also there. So it's Tapscott, Duran and Morgan on the front row. Grant and Crockett on the second row. French and Bristow on that back row just there. The Super Retros head off down, making some noise for the first time. No Joker laps for the Super Retros. BTRDA Classics as well. Pat Duran leads the way. Tapscott just there in P3 as Ray Morgan moved his way up into P2. That's Charlie French up there. Charlie French has absolutely scorched his way up the order, hasn't he? Finding his way in between Morgan and Crockett. Real fight between these. Vince Bristow has a lot of time, had a lot of time out on track as well yesterday, taking part in the Classic and also in this category. We are in the Super Retro and the BTRDA Classics. He's in a bit of both. Pat Duran leads the way then. These are 4 laps, no jokers. Pat Duran has got the bit between his teeth. There he is, looking assured, isn't he, Pat? In that Ford Escort Mark II, he's chased down by Ray Morgan in the Mark III Escort, and over his shoulder Charlie French there, also in a Mark II Escort, very wide, and you can see the car sitting down on the rear tyres there. Suspension having to work extremely high as he cocks a wheel up into the air, loses a bit of time, a bit of traction, Ray Morgan, and that allows Charles French to take the leap on him. Alan Crockett is in P4, trying to do everything he can in that Opel Kadett GTE to get past. Then it's Bristow in that BMW 318i chasing down Alan Tapscott, number 91. Very back of the pile is Andy Grants in the Escorts, number 45. As we keep our eyes on this battle. This is the battle for P3. Charlie French just up ahead. Pat Duran has eked out around an 8/10 of a second lead, but just losing a huge amount of traction. As Charlie French leaps ahead of Pat Duran, and forcing him wide. There you go, great bit of driving from Alan Crockett and Ray Morgan with one wheel up in the air. Stiff suspension maybe, I'm not sure, but the car rolling so much it lifts one wheel up into the air. Nothing he can do on the drive, and that forces him to run very wide as Pat Duran has dropped back into P2 with Charles French taking the lead. Charles French is trying to force the issue in the championship as Pat gets a little bit squiffy on the exit, doesn't he? There's our race leader now, Charles French. Around he goes for the final time through Toyos and up towards Senna. That is our third place battle, or second place battle, with Pat Duran coming through. And just on the inside, wow, how about that? Alan Crockett just snatching it on the exit. So Charles French, Crockett and Duran, I believe he got the overtake done. Let's just have a quick look here at the screen. It's still showing us Pat Duran in P2 on my timing, so Pat Duran did in fact get there just ahead. The finishing line is actually ahead of the flag, so it can be a bit hard to see from the angle we're at. Next race then, coming up in the Retros and the Classics. Messi Evans starts on the pole position on the inside just there. Next to him, John Cross in the Stratos, Stephen Gaunt on the outside. Second row is David Ewan on the inside, with Steve Cousins in the Renault on the outside, and then it's Stuart Emery on the inside in that Volvo 242. And alongside him is Mark Jones. Mark Jones looked really, really strong yesterday. So, Super Retro and the BTRDA Classic. Qualifying run 1, race 2. It's a good start by the Stratos through the middle, lighting up the tyres. There's a lot of smoke coming off the back of that Stratos, clearing the way now, but everybody driving through it. And Stuart Emery trying to force his way through. Did he take a big chunk of a tyre stack? No, got through nice and cleanly, Emery, but worked his way up the order from the very second row, or way back in that second row. I think he's moved his way up to P3. Yes, he has. There he is. As looking around once again, no jokers, as Cousins looks up ahead to see how far he can push on. There is the number 17, David Ewan. David Ewan is in that Fiesta Mark III. It's David and Goliath, isn't it? The Fiesta Mark III with that huge Volvo behind, and up ahead the Stratos with a huge amount of body roll. If you look, the Fiesta rolls a fair bit, and those high arches on the front make it look like it's lifting up into the air quite a bit, but it's not. In fact, it's just the stance of the car. The Stratos, though, does lean a fair bit, as you see it going around the corner here, and I'm not sure where he's gone. I think he decides Cross that he would take the old Joker route. In fact, just sitting there, the Stratos. Does he got a breakage, or did he just go straight on for the old route? Seems a bit confused about where he's going. In fact, seems to get that car started. That's the old Joker route from yesterday, where the Joker merge would have been. Mark Jones starts to work his way through the order. Up ahead, though, it is David Ewan, who inherited the lead after John Cross took a detour, and the Volvo behind Stuart Emery just pushing and pushing. Let's just see, is the Stratos still there? As Emery goes past, it should be parked up on the right hand side unless he's got going again. Yeah, no John Cross there, so John Cross has got his car back up and running. Stuart Emery still chases him down in P3. It's Stephen Gaughan in that Corsa. In the Classics. Front two are Super Retro. Steve Cousins is a Super Retro in that Renault 5 Turbo 2, appearing just there. Flash of yellow in the background. Currently on lap 3 of 4, so they'll go around for the final time, but Emery's positioned that Volvo perfectly on the inside there of Ollie's, flicking it round onto the right hand, the long right hander at Hanson's. Bit of change of surface as well as Emery keeps it all nice and neat. Then they flick it left at the Carter's hairpin, and a couple of areas to watch out for on the Carter's hairpin. It's just a bit bumpy around there. They go down the long speedway straight, getting through the gears as they go up that left hander at Brooklands hairpin. Here it is. It's like a double apex left-hander. There's a second apex right now, flicking it right at Toyo's. And around Stuart Emery will go for the final time, crossing the line at Senna's to take the victory, with Stuart Emery going first, coming home second. David Ewan, great performance from him in that Fiesta Mark III. Then it's Steve Gaughan, and the battle for P4 is done with Steve Cousins taking it. And Mark Jones coming through as well. That's Messi Evans. So the finish line just a little bit ahead of that. So you think sometimes the car takes a late dive at the end. It's actually gone through the line already at that point. Timetable-wise, now we move on to the Retro and the Classics. So we separated these from yesterday. Retros and the Classics were running with the Super Retros. There's Ian Halfhide on the inside line. Dan Swayland in the centre, and on the outside is Joe Luke Eastwoods. And the Retros, Dan Swayland won yesterday, Joe Luke Eastwood came second, and Ian Halfhide third. So Ian Halfhide in that prime position, the pole position on the inside of turn 1, nearest to us. Then Dan Swayland in the centre, Joe Luke Eastwood on the outside of turn 1. It is a right-hander on this anti-clockwise layouts. Second row of the grid is Tony Lynch on the inside and Helen Crooks on the right hand side of your screen with a 422 and that Mini. See the doors open right now, just waiting for a bit of a clear up. I'm not sure if the Stratos got stranded or is stranded out on track, but a little bit of moment here on the track. Still no jokers unfortunately showing up on my timing screen, so we'll try to get to grips with the reason as we get through the course of the day. No jokers though in the Retros or the Classics or the Super Retros. So you're wondering why there are 2 Classics. It's because of the engine size, by the way. These are the Retros and the Classics, which are up to 1600cc. The other one was above 1600cc, so 1601cc's and beyond in the Super Retros and the BTRDA Classics. That's why they ran together. But the Retro and the Classics now running together today, separating the engine sizes essentially in the power, keeping it all together and a bit more fair. We have Supercars coming up after this, followed by the Swifts and the BTRDA Minis. Then it's the Super Mods, BTRDA Super Mods, then the production, followed by the Juniors, Cross Cars for their second qualifier, Juniors and the Cross Cars second qualifier, and the Super Retros and BTRDA again out for their second qualifier before a little bit more track repair being done. One person's disappeared off, maybe they need a quick visit to the little boys' room, not sure. They certainly have disappeared away. That was Joe Luke Eastwood, who's moved himself away. He's gone back to the pre-grid. Just checking something, I think. Just having a look out the window. There's still a bit of time for Joe Luke Eastwood to return to the grid. I wonder if he's going to do that. The door is open, and there is one of his teams crouching down by Joe Luke Eastwood at the moment. The door is closing, and Joe Luke Eastwood is returning back to the grid. It was on that pre-grid. We are still running slightly ahead of time, so that little hold there was totally within the realms of possibility. In that MG Metro, Joe Luke Eastwood. Classic Mini of Helen Crooks, the Peugeot 205 GTI of Tony Lynch. The Escort Mark 1. Dan Swayland. Dan looking very, very impressive yesterday, taking the victory. Just having a look at the moment at the championship position, because Dan Swayland is really the one to beat. 2 victories and a 2nd place so far this season for Dan. Just waiting still for the water bowser to be removed. They've put some water down on that loose section around Hanson's and through the Joker. It's very rutted around certain areas of this track, and a lot of different surfaces moving from tarmac to concrete, where it's all been a bit rutted and rough, particularly around Toyos. That area just there, it moves onto a real concrete surface, and a lot of joins. You know, if you're driving on the motorway and you hear your car making that ka-dunk noise as you drive over the concrete joins, it certainly feels a bit like that. It's very, very rough, very abrasive surface around there. Start Marshall just looking at the truck ahead of him, which is when they get the signal to start this race. Four laps, no Joker. Dan Swayland just trying to get a bit more cool air inside the car. As I said to you before, it is cool out there. It's not raining or anything like that, but it is very, very light breeze, good temperature. Certainly a good temperature if you're in a race suit or a Marshall's boiler suit. Looks like the start marshal is moving across into position to signal to all the drivers. Getting a quick look round at the moment. Just off your picture, there he is. 4 laps, no Joker. BTRDA Classics up to 1600s, Heat 1, and the only race in that class. Ian Halfhide on the inside, Dan Swayland, Joe Luke Eastwood making up the front row, Tony Lynch and Helen Cross make up the 2nd row, and we are ready to race, and we are off and running. It's a great start on the inside by Ian Halfhide, but the power there from Dan Swayland forcing the issue in that Escort Mark 1, flicking it right around that tyre stack just there as Ian Halfhide goes from first to last in about 60 metres. Not great for him. Straight away on the left-hand side, you can see a change of surfaces there. It is concrete, but it's very rough and very loose on the outside, so keeping that car tucked in onto the speedway straight as Helen Crooks decides to gather up a tyre stack and spin the Mini. Can she get going? Can't see out of the window if she's got going or not, but there is the race leader, Dan Swayland, ahead of Joe Luke Eastwood. He's been hunted down, just overtaken, perfectly overtaken there. What a great move there from Tony Lynch on the inside. He's got the inside here at Ollie's. He's running very wide. Joe Luke Eastwood goes off the track and has to gather it all back up again. Very tricky to gather that back up as the Peugeot is still making heavy work. As up ahead, Dan Swayland is moving further and further ahead. 1.345 is the gap between P1 and P2 at the moment, but that gap is growing as Tony Lynch has moved his way from P3 up to P2, just overtaking Joe Luke Eastwood on Ollie's, the left-hander. There's our race leader turning left at the Brooklands hairpin, flicking it right at Toyo's just here. That's the change of surface I was talking about. Very rough there. It's a short area, only about 30 metres or so, 20-30 metres, but very, very rough and hard to get any traction or hard to get any grip anyway as you move between the tarmac surface, that concrete surface, back onto the tarmac and then swing it round here at Ollie's onto the very loose surface where the other Joker is for the clockwise layout. But they go around this right-hander, flicking it left at the Carter's hairpin. Very loose around there too. You see offline, you've got that very loose area, which is where the Joker is on the anti-clockwise layout. That's the Joker merge, which takes you on to the speedway straight up here to the Brooklands hairpin. It's only around about 1 kilometre this lap, just under 1 kilometre. Our P2 driver Tony Lynch can't seem to close up the gap on this man. Dan Swayland way up ahead as he hooks it round one more time. It keeps on going as he starts his final lap. Dan Swayland. You see Tony Lynch, it's not huge distance behind, but it is around 2 seconds. So it's going to take a big mistake from Swayland now for Tony Lynch to close up the gap, isn't it? Joe Luke Eastwood down in P3, Ian Halfhide P4, Helen Cross still out on track. So she did get going again in that little classic 1600 Mini. Here's our race leader then, Dan Swaylen, flicking it left at the Brooklands hairpin. Got to take it right and then ease it left around centres to take it to victory. And victory is assured. Dan Swaylen takes the victory. Tony Lynch in P2. Joe Luke Eastwood P3. There is Ian Halfhide taking a completely different loop around. As we turn our attention next to supercars, there is Helen Crooks. She did get back up and running, which is great to see. And there is Ian Halfhide completing his final tour around the track, with Helen Crooks just behind. So even with that little detour there, Helen Crooks couldn't close it up to P5, but she'll still be through with a P4. In Halfhide crossing now. Here comes Helen Crooks. So the Super Retros and the Retros up to 1600s are done for their first race of the day, and we turn our attention to the Supercars, their first heat, or first races of their heats as well. Supercars go through Q1, Q2, and then Q3 a little bit later. No semi-finals in supercars that go straight through to the final, but the grid does look like this. 4 cars lined up side by side. Godfrey on the inside, Gary Donoghue next to him, Derek Tohill in that 3rd position, and Colin Anson nearest to us in the white Mitsubishi. Derek Tohill, well, came 2nd yesterday in yesterday's race, so has fallen slightly behind Patrick O'Donovan now in the point standings. It is only slightly behind Patrick O'Donovan, but it's very, very close in the championship. Patrick O'Donovan securing 3 victories so far this season. Derek Tohill has taken 2 victories. He needs to get some points on the board here. Keep your eyes on the yellow car. Is that a jump start? Just there it was indeed. A jump start, a bit of a false start there. Frustration, I'm sure, inside the car. Gary Donoghue was the offender. So Gary Donoghue in that little Ford Fiesta, he's just going to move his car into position. There you go, and will be shown the joker board. There you go, the extra joker for Gary Donoghue. That's going to add a good couple of seconds to his overall race time. And when it comes down to the intermediate classification, remember, it is all done on time, so you put the 2 times together. And the joker here is a good 4.5 seconds longer, so he's going to add more than that. 4.5 seconds on, we are ready to race. And away they go, and what a start from Derek Tohill in a different race it seems. Derek Tohill way up ahead, Julian Godfrey in P2, and there is Gary Donoghue. Will he go straight into the joker and get one of them done? It'll add around 4 seconds, as we say, 4.5 seconds to his time. He stays out, no, he dives in, Donoghue, taking the first of his 2 now jokers. Keeping it wide. You have to keep it wide on the exit of the joker there, because it is very bumpy, very rutted with the big curbs. You want to kind of avoid those, as Derek Tohill is trying to stretch a lead away from Godfrey, but that's easier said than done. Julian Godfrey, former champion, it's pretty handy around the wheel of a supercar, isn't he? Colin Aston up to P3 now after Gary Donoghue drops backwards after taking the first of his 2 now mandatory jokers after that jump start. Derek Tohill starting to eke out a bit of a gap around about 7/10 of a second now as he goes left onto that speedway straight. And Godfrey follows suit. Not sure if Donoghue took another tour through the joker, but wouldn't be surprised if he did. Gets them done. And he'll get some clean air ahead of him, won't he? And just knuckle down and make up some of those few seconds that he's lost. But Tohill just drifting the car beautifully around, so does Julian Godfrey. Absolutely beautiful lines there, just there, flicking that car in. It's a tight left-hander at Ollie's from that direction. It's tight the other way, obviously, but it's the entrance, the way you enter from Senna's into Ollie's. It's a slightly different line. Clearly a slightly different line because you're going the other way round. And into the joker goes Julian Godfrey. Keeping it wide, getting the hammer down now, trying to straighten up as quickly as he can. Up ahead, Derek Tohill still has to joker. Julian Godfrey's got his done. Donoghue, I believe, has done his 2 tours around the joker as he's emerged ahead of Colin Anson. So P3 for Donoghue at the moment, but of course it all comes down to the overall times after these 2 races in Q1. Then we'll dish out the intermediate classification points from those times. The Times all lined up one on top of the other. You'd suspect this would be the slower of the two races. In and out of the Joker goes Derek Tohill. He might be the exception to the rule, really, Derek Tohill, as he emerges ahead of Julian Godfrey out into that speedway straight. Julian Godfrey closing up the gap, as you'd expect. 4 laps with that mandatory tour of the Joker. Round he goes and takes the victory. Derek Tohill ahead of Julian Godfrey. Is it Donoghue? Is it Anson? Let's have a look, shall we? It is Donoghue emerging there. So even with that additional Joker, Donoghue coming through at the time of 2:51.391. So that will harm him, that 2:51. Derek Tohill 2:41. Keep that number in mind, because the second race is about to start, and this race is going to involve yesterday's winner, Patrick O'Donovan, in the blue and orange car. So Ollie O'Donovan pole position, McCluskey, O'Donovan, Patrick O'Donovan in P3, and Tristan Ovenden starting on the outside on the familiar red and yellow Citroen DS3. Ollie O'Donovan starting in that prime position on the inside. He said to me yesterday that he's getting to grips with the Proton Iris once again. He hasn't raced it since the back end of last year. He's enjoying his time though, very much enjoying his time. The more svelte, slender looking Ollie O'Donovan. Great to see him looking fit as a fiddle. And it was an all-Irish affair yesterday when it came down to the podium in Supercars with Patrick O'Donovan, Derek Tohill and Ollie O'Donovan. And with the Teams Championship, it was Team RX Racing, Ollie and Patrick securing the lead points in the Teams Championship, new for this year in the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy. No semi-finals in Supercars here at Pembrey, so it goes straight from Q1, Q2, Q3. Intermediate classification will set the grid for the final this afternoon. Patrick O'Donovan, as I said at the top, just eking his way out into the lead in the championship, but it's been a bit flip-floppy, hasn't it, this season between him and Derek Tohill. Derek putting the time of 2:41.285 in his race. That will have an impact on the intermediate classification. Patrick knows that's the time to beat, and I'm sure Dave Mansfield, his spotter, will be keeping him on it. Had a bit of a conversation yesterday, Patrick O'Donovan and Dave Mansfield, trying to find just a few more seconds, a bit more improved performance out on track. Patrick looking a bit frustrated, even though he did take the victory from Derek Tohill. This is going to be a fight that goes down to the last round at Linden Hill in November, isn't it, you suspect, in the Supercars between Patrick O'Donovan and Derek Tohill. But don't write off Julian Godfrey or even Tristan Ovenden either. I'm sure all the drivers will be saying that they should be included in that one, but the fight is the way it is in the championship. We are ready to race, then the start marshal clears the grid. The 4 drivers look up to the lights. Ollie O'Donovan, John McCluskey, Patrick O'Donovan, Tristan Ovenden from left to right. Prime position for Ollie O'Donovan, and away they go. And it's a great start from Ollie O'Donovan moving across, but Patrick closing the door on both of them. Ollie will have prime position going onto the right-hander. Little nudge just there, pushing. That was John McCluskey just saying hello to the back end of Patrick O'Donovan's car, but Patrick leads the way in the Peugeot 208 WRX, headed back from Hungary just the weekend before for the World Rallycross round, where Patrick finished in his P7 and having a bit of a torrid time in the World Rallycross Championship at the moment. Patrick only made 1 final so far, but he is a determined character, isn't he? The reigning European champion and the reigning British champion, Patrick O'Donovan. So it is Patrick O'Donovan ahead of his dad, Ollie O'Donovan, in the Proton Iris. P3 is John McCluskey in that Ford Fiesta, and the back of the pack at the moment is Tristan Ovenden in the Citroen DS3. I wonder if Tristan will go into the Joker right now. I think he'll do the opposite to John McCluskey. Let's keep our eye on this. Is it going to be Ovenden going into the Joker, or will it be McCluskey? McCluskey hooks it left, and in the background, no, he decides to go right. So at the very last second, McCluskey dives into the Joker. So Tristan Ovenden stays onto that speedway line, the main line of the track. Ovenden using the strategy of whatever McCluskey does, you do the opposite to try and emerge in clean air, and that is where Tristan Ovenden has come. And now it's the case for him to get that hammer down. bodywork there on Ollie O'Donovan's front right, leaning on that front tyre as he goes around the right-hander. Real pitch, a bit of roll on the body, just rubbing that front tyre. You see it happening just again there. So maybe something for the team to look at. Maybe it's something to do with a ride height issue. Maybe they'll be happy with it. Not too much of an issue with the body roll, but you don't want that tyre to be catching any of the bodywork and maybe causing a puncture. But it is Patrick O'Donovan way out ahead, 2.8 seconds up on his dad, Ollie O'Donovan, just there as he goes round to the left-hand side, and Ovenden closing up the gap lap by lap by lap. 4 laps, including 1 tour around that additional area, the mandatory joker. Patrick O'Donovan keeping that car planted. Ollie O'Donovan once again scrubbing off a bit more time as Ovenden now right in the back of his car now, right closing up as best as he can. Patrick O'Donovan surely going to take the joker now. He'll have to take the joker now. So here he comes, Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan into the joker. Let's see where they go. Diving off to the right. There they go. Both the O'Donovans into the joker. Ovenden following as well. So P1, P2, P3 all in the shot as well. Ovenden got very, very close to the tyre stack, didn't he, on the exit of the joker. McCluskey appears into P4. We'd hope to see himself a bit further up the line, but here comes Patrick O'Donovan. It's been a nice clean race of Patrick, putting a best lap of a 35.791, crossing with a time of 2:37. Derek Tohill 2:41.285. He will slot in second in the intermediate classification. There is confirmation for you of Derek Tohill's time from that first race, puts him into P2 in the classification, with Ollie O'Donovan just off slightly with a 2:41.968. So good start to the day for both Patrick O'Donovan and Derek Tohill. Supercars done. We move on to the Swifts and the BTRDA Minis. A lot of action coming here today from Pembrey. Ryan Cooper starts in the pole position on the inside in the Mini. Then we have Warren Salter. No Lynn Llewellyn, unfortunately, but Wesley Wickens starts on that second row. Wickens, Cooper and Salter in that order when it came down to the race yesterday. Pole position for the Swifts, well, it's Phil Seath on the inside of row 1, then Neftali Ayeko and Matt Cake on the outside of row 1 with Gary Harvey starting the second row. We are ready to race. It was Cake, Ayeko and Seath yesterday, P1, P2, P3, but we have a false start just now. Not sure who the false start was. The door is opening at the back, and that is Gary Harvey, who's got his door open. Let's just see where the marshal goes. A lot of looking around at the moment. I think it was one of the Swifts, maybe. Yeah, it was one of the Swifts they're going to. 4 laps, including a joker for the Swifts and the Minis. After this, we're on to the Super Mods. After that, it's the Productions, then the Juniors, when we move on to qualifying Heat 2. And it was Ayeko, the offender. So Neftali Ayeko moves back into position. You see the board times two with the joker on it. The start marshal, they'll be showing that to Neftali in just a few moments' time. There you go. Neftali twice around the joker. That's a huge amount of additional time in this slightly longer joker on the anti-clockwise loop here in Pembrey. Cooper, Salter, Wickens, Seath, Ayeko, Cake and Harvey for the Swifts, and we're off and we are running, and it's a brilliant start from Ryan Cooper, but bogging down there was Ayeko, and twice around the joker, and Ayeko already falling way back as Wickens jumps ahead. There's a clear gap though, isn't there, emerging between the 3 Minis, and it is Matt Cake who decides to drift his way all the way up from that outside of row 1 across to the lead very early on, and into the joker Ayeko goes, getting it done. And not getting it done. Getting it done, then not getting it done. So tries to do the joker and decided to do a full 360. It's Matt Cake that leads the way in the Swifts. 1.6 litre Swifts up ahead though. Ryan Cooper leads from Warren Salter. Ryan Cooper leads from Wesley Wickens, sorry, and Warren Salter down in P3. really strong performance from Matt Cake. The Minis against the Swifts, different championship. It's the Five Nations British Rallycross Swifts against the BTRDA Minis, BMW Minis. They shouldn't be fighting each other out on track really, but you can see just how quick Matt Cake is. I wonder what Matt Cake will be like in a supercar. Lock up there from Ryan Cooper on that left-hander. That's at the Brooklands hairpin going around Toyo and then into Senna's. The gap is very, very close between race leader Ryan Cooper and Wesley Wickens. Wesley Wickens taking the victory yesterday ahead of Ryan Cooper. So it is very tight between these two. They bounce across a rough area just there. This tight left-hander keeping it tucked in. No, Wickens decides to dive off into the Joker. We saw that catch out by Echo a few moments ago, but no problems there for Wickens. In the background we saw another Joker. I'm not sure who that was. I think it was Warren Salter actually, but can't tell you from our timing screens. Up ahead though, there is Matt Cake going round with a Wickens behind him. Matt Cake will still need to Joker, obviously so far ahead of the others. He's around about 7 seconds ahead of Phil Seath. Get in and out of the Joker without any trouble at all with that sort of margin. In fact, the gap has grown to around 8 seconds now. Race leader, Matt Cake in the Swifts. Race leader is Ryan Cooper in the Minis. Wickens is keeping the pressure on. Ryan Cooper has fallen away a little bit actually. There is Matt Cake. In fact, Ryan Cooper's just put in his best lap. His last lap was the Joker for Ryan Cooper. It is around about 4.5 seconds when you go through the Joker. Now Wickens goes, and Wickens is going to take the victory. Ryan Cooper in second place there, and in third place is Warren Salter. There is our race winner in the Swifts coming through. It is Matt Cake. Great performance from Matt, as always. Super Modifieds coming up next. 4 laps for those. As we see the rest filing through. Super Mods lining up. 2 races for these. On the front row, on the inside, is David Crockett, Andrew Hawkes in the centre, and Sam Boville on the outside. It was Sam Boville who took the victory yesterday. David Bell came home second, and Andrew Hawkes in P3 over the course of the day. That's how it finished anyway, the podium. Crockett, Hawkes, Boville, row 1. Curran and Caldwell, so Kieran Curran on the outside of the second row, nearest to us, and David Caldwell on the inside, furthest from us. And that second row, David Bell starts on the back row of the grid. Came home second yesterday. David Bell's got his work cut out here today. Ready to race. Here they come. It's a fantastic launch on the 119. Sam Boville. Brilliant launch from the outside, tucking the car across to the inside of that turn 1. We're still calling pole position on the outside, by the way, but it should really be on the inside for turn 1, because you have that prime position where you can close the door. But on our grid sheets here, pole is labelled on the outside, where it would be if it was on the left-hander course, or the clockwise course, the left-hander at Ollie's. But around we go. Up ahead, well, Andrew Hawkes and David Bell still trying to fight it out, but it was Sam Boville with a brilliant start. There is Hawkes fighting it through there with Kieran Curran, who worked his way up the order very nicely. Curran started on row 2, but forced the issue, made his way up a little bit further, but Hawkes now seems to be holding in the bay. There's Hawkes. And that BMW Mini Countryman. Up ahead though, Sam Boville, no real problems. 1.2 seconds now the lead from Boville over Crockett.
majestic race leader Sam Bovell in that Fiesta Mark 6, and behind him, not far behind actually, David Crockett now around about a second or so in the Vauxhall Corsa C. Sam Bovell keeping it neat onto that speedway straight. These super modifieds look absolutely fantastic, don't they? Great noise through that rough section at Toyo, and Bovell is just starting to increase the lead now as he starts his final lap. Around they go. It's very close, P1, P2, P3. And it looks to me like Hawks has dropped down behind David Bell. Yes, he has indeed. So David Bell has somewhere taken that P3 position off of Andrew Hawks. David Bell finishing second yesterday, with Andrew Hawks finishing in third on the podium. Sam Bovell is always getting closed up, isn't he? Sam Bovell is really now finding, looking in his mirror, that David Crockett has closed up that gap, and maybe one more lap to go, and so David Crockett would have had a bit more joy, but around Sam Bovell goes for the final time in this race. Sam Bovell takes the victory, David Crockett in P2, David Bell comes home in third, and Andrew Hawks in fourth. Here's the second race lineup then. So Stephen Ratu starts in that pole position nearest to us. In the centre it is Ricky McAlonan and George Gray on the outside in the compact. Second row is Richard Moore starting on the outside in the SLK, and Dale Ford alongside him. And looking further back, just off the shot there, there is the 234 car, Philip McLaughlin. McLaughlin in the Vauxhall Nova. That's 1600, you can see at the back of the shot with the big rear wing. We are ready to race then for race number 2. In qualifying 1 for the super modified, the BTRDA, and we're off and we are away, and it's a very good start from the outside. Decent start from Stephen Ratu as well. But here's the 77 Ricky McAlonan, who's dived into the lead in the compact BMW of George Gray, who dives his way through up into P2 as well. Keeping it nice and neat, the SLK. So the SLK yesterday, a fair bit, looks pretty cool out there. 4 laps in this qualifier. And there is our race leader. Slightly different way of getting the power down for these cars, with the SLK being a bit of a menace on the back now of Stephen Ratu. And there's the compact of George Gray. A bit of a nudge maybe, just showing him he's there. Gray keeps hold of it, tidies it all up. And that BMW Mini Compact just keeping ahead, just managing to, but on the exit, great drive off the exit just there for Stephen Ratu, and it is the SLK still chasing them down at the moment as the door, I thought the door started to open on the BMW Mini Compact, but no. The overtake is done. Ratu has worked his way up from George Gray, who now looks in his mirror and sees Richard Moore in that bright red Mercedes SLK V8. It's Gray just right into the back once again of Ratu. McAlonan way up ahead. 4.4 seconds up the road. In fact, Ricky McAlonan in that Vauxhall Nova S1600. Into the Joker goes George Gray. Let's see where he emerges then. Round he goes in that BMW Compact. Will he emerge ahead of Dale Ford? Yes, indeed, he does. Slots in ahead of Dale Ford. Let's keep our eyes on this one then. Now is our fight for P2. Stephen Ratu ahead of Richard Moore. Richard Moore in the Mercedes, and Stephen Ratu in that MG ZR Turbo. Love the headlight cluster on that. It's always been quite a cool front end, isn't it? Where Ratu go? Keeps it out, tucks it into the Joker. Anyone who hasn't jokered so far will have to do it on this lap. So he goes through. The Mercedes has jokered. And will he arrive ahead of Dale Ford, who's just been quietly going about his business? I think he has indeed. So McAlonan is about to go through and take the victory. Ricky McAlonan in the Vauxhall Nova. Congratulations to him as he crosses the line. It's the time we're looking at, though. A time of 2:56.290. Then it's the SLK. 2:59. The battle still going on between these behind. Stephen Ratu ahead of Dale Ford. And George Gray, followed by Philip McLaughlin there in the MG Metro. I think I said that McLaughlin was in a Nova a few months ago. He certainly isn't. So we turn our attention from this to the next lineup. And we're going on to production now, from modified to production. Trying to find the grid for you, which is taking me a bit of a moment. It's a bit clunky at the moment. BTRDA production cars out on track, all ready to go. And it is Andy Harris in that 998 in pole position. And it's Neil Brooks. It should be Neil Brooks, and Alex Fletcher is there too. No Neil Brooks at the moment. Second row on the inside is Nathan Jones in the 225, the 187 of Will Noon, with Edmund Shepherd and Finn Vore on the outside of the third row. We are ready to race. No Neil Brooks in this one then. Keep your eyes on Harris, keep your eyes on Fletcher. No messing around today. Will Noon took the victory yesterday. Shepherd came home second, and Alex Fletcher took P3 in the podium in yesterday's part one of this double header, and it is Fletcher who goes into turn one into the lead. So from the outside of the front row, tucking the car beautifully across the front of that 187 Will Noon car. The Renault Clio, here's Harris going in and out of the Joker. Andy Harris in that Suzuki Swift. In the production class, the BTRDA production Heat 1. There's Fletcher, our race leader. Around he goes. 4 laps, including a Joker. Before I turn our attention next to the juniors, who are on their second qualifier. Brilliant start, wasn't it, from Alex Fletcher, moving the car across, but an almighty start really from Will Noon to move up from the second row. The inside, I suppose, of the second row to give everybody else some credit, but Alex Fletcher looks pretty solid out there in the lead. Will Noon P2, Nathan Jones in P3 in the Honda Civic Type R just there. Then we see the 45, that's Edmund Shepherd. Edmund Shepherd second yesterday overall. Cocking a rear wheel up in the air, goes 187 Will Noon. And again, that rear left decides to lift up. Such a rigid chassis. It's very, very loose, very tricky rutted section around there. It looks smooth from the cameras, but when you go out onto it, you can just see the number of holes that have been dug into that part of the track. Alex Fletcher goes around the Joker section and emerges way ahead. There's Edmund Shepherd going through now. Edmund Shepherd was down in P4 and emerges from the Joker. Where is the question? Well, there is Finn Vore. And Finn Vore slots in, I believe, into P4, I think, ahead of Shepherd. But let's keep our eyes here, kicking the back end out of the car. There is Alex Fletcher. So these two should be going in and out of the Joker right now. Here is Will Noon and flicks the car right. There you go, into the Joker goes Will Noon. Oh, and he's got a bit of a tank slapper on just there, and that has allowed
Well, that'll be very frustrating inside the car as Nathan Jones tucks his car on the inside as Will Noon ran so wide on the Joker, and Alex Fletcher is just dancing off into the distance, isn't he? Alex Fletcher with the lead at the moment. There is our second place driver, Nathan Jones. Will Noon down now in P. Number 3 is around. We go. Alex Fletcher taking the victory, an assured victory for him, followed by Nathan Jones, then Will Noon, home and hosed in P3. There is a results classification for you on the screen now. We're into our second visit to the juniors. And we're starting with the Five Nations juniors. Or maybe we're not.
Well, to get the merge, but yeah, when you get the Joker merge, if there's other cars behind, but I can't see them. Obviously, if you're on a close shot, I can't see.
Just waiting for a second. We actually start with the BTRDA juniors now, so they have changed the schedule for us, which is good of them. I wasn't told of that, but that does not matter. We've got the result for the previous one up on the screen, or I've got it up on my screen so I can tell you what happened in the previous race, and it was Hayden Harris. Got maximum points so far. Elliot Fuster and Aston Brown, Oscar Cooper and Jimmy Jenkins had a DNF last time. So here's how the grid looks. Here's Hayden Harris starting in that pole position on the right-hand side, left-hand side of your screen. Elliot Fuster in the centre, and on the right-hand side of your screen, starting in P3, is Aston Brown. On the next row, P4, Oscar Cooper and Jimmy Jenkins in the Nissan Micra. So this is the BTRDA Juniors. We were expecting the Five Nations Juniors to be out. That was the running order, but somewhere along the lines, I think the memo was misplaced. So it's Q2. For the juniors, they'll have Q3, and it'll go straight through to the final after Q3 for the juniors. So 2 more attempts to get decent points for the intermediate classification, which will set the grid for the final. The more points you gain in that intermediate classification, the further up the grid you start. When it comes down to the final, the start marshal is ready to go. Harris, Fuster, Brown, front row. Cooper, Jenkins on that second row, and we're off and we are going, and it's a brilliant start through the centre from Elliot Fuster, and he dives across now to close the door. Elliot Fuster took the victory yesterday with Hayden Harris coming home second and Jenkins in P3. But Harris is not letting go, is he? That's Aston Brown having a bit of a fight. Aston Brown came 4th yesterday overall, so we want to climb the order as into the Joker goes Hayden Harris, hoping to emerge into some clean air. You've got to get through that Joker as neatly as you can, obviously. You don't want to lose very much time, and then get off down the road as quickly as you can and make use of the fact that there's no one in front of you. There's that Micra, the only non-Swift out there in the juniors, the 1.3 litre Swifts that we're looking at right now. Elliot Fuster leads the way. Aston Brown second, the gap around 0.8 of a second. You can see the gap is not very much, but it is around 0.8. And that's a couple of blinks to you and I. Jimmy Jenkins in P3, but Hayden Harris is somewhere down the order, but already Joker. Into the Joker goes Aston Brown. It was a bit wobbly on the entrance there, running very wide. Oh, that'll be annoying him in the car. It will feel like an age. Lost about 0.8 of a second there, and that allows Hayden Harris to come out ahead of Aston Brown. And I suspect that that moment was lost in the Joker for Aston Brown. It was just a little bit slow, wasn't he, on the exit? Decent lead at the moment. This is probably the net lead of the race. Aston Brown has jumped ahead of Hayden Harris. That was very nicely done, and undoing the bad work he did almost in that Joker. I say bad work, poor performance, something like that. It was actually not too bad at all, but it did compromise his exit, didn't it? So Aston Brown gets a leap on Hayden Harris as they go through that very rough, rugged area. In the background, you just saw the Nissan Micra of Jenkins. As around we go. Elliot Fuster way up ahead. I think Elliot Fuster still has to joker. I think Fuster still has to go into the joker. Let's keep our eyes on the other car as we jump across it. So that's Aston Brown. He's in P2, but I've got a feeling that Elliot Fuster still needed to joker. Let's see what happens as they emerge right now. Well, there is Fuster, leads the way. Clearly been in and out of the joker because he would have gone for a tour through it. If not, Fuster leads the way. Aston Brown P2, Hayden Harris is in P3. The gap's pretty big between all three now. See, good 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so. Here comes Fuster. No issues for him at all. Crossing the line in P1, Aston Brown P2. There comes Hayden Harris. Jimmy Jenkins just behind him, and Oscar Cooper rounding those out. Next up we have the juniors for the British Rallycross. And the grid looks like this. Tommy Brown on the inside, Teddy McPherson in the centre, on the outside Harrison Foley. The second row on the inside is Caden Harris. Sheshe Abubu alongside, and the back row is Will Hands. It was Tommy Brown that took the maximum points earlier on. Teddy McPherson came home P2. Harrison Foley, Caden Harris in 4th, so he's on 40 points. And that is significant because Teddy McPherson and Caden Harris are in a fight for the championship. And yesterday it was Teddy McPherson that took the victory, so leads the way currently in the championship. So it's all to play for, and it's only 6 cars in this championship, so they do race each other every single time for intermediate classification points and then beyond. We are ready to race. And we are green to go, and it is a decent start from the outside, trying to close the door. Tommy Brown has looked very assured out here today, but Harrison Foley darts across. Is he ahead, though, of Teddy McPherson? Well, Teddy McPherson stuck out on the outside there. Tommy Brown forcing the issue, pushing the car around, and they've come together, and that's going to slow Teddy McPherson down as Tommy Brown's now facing the wrong way. Teddy McPherson couldn't do anything but lift, I suppose, as Tommy Brown cut across him, and Teddy McPherson showing clean set of heels as he gets up the way on the speedway straight. I'd imagine that Brown will go through the joker and get that done, as we still wait to see where he has emerged. Harrison Foley, though, is looking pretty strong. 119 is Teddy McPherson. As our picture freezes for a moment, there's Harrison Foley, though, up ahead. And in the background, you just saw Teddy McPherson flashing through. 2.5 seconds the gap. He was really held up, wasn't he, in that moment with Tommy Brown. Caden Harris down in P4 at the moment behind Sheshe Abubu. Our race leader, Harrison Foley, decides to dart into the joker. Teddy McPherson, will he follow suit? I imagine Teddy McPherson will stay out on track, emerging into the clean air. Yet in the background, we just saw Sheshe Abubu go through. And there is Caden Harris. And Will Hands comes out. Is he coming out ahead of Abubu? He does indeed. Bit of bodywork damage there to the front end of Will Hands' car. No damage to McPherson, got away with that, just pushing, wasn't he, into the side of Tommy Brown as he got sideways across the front of McPherson. I suspect that McPherson had nowhere to go. The argument would be you could lift, but of course it's not really his prerogative, doesn't need to lift, does he, if Brown decides to close the door like that, but it did end up flipping Brown round and compromised his race. Harrison Foley has dropped down to P2. Teddy McPherson does need to go in and out the joker. There's a 7-second gap, though, between Harrison Foley and Teddy McPherson in P1. I suspect Teddy would have gone into the joker right now. Let's see, as Tommy Brown now goes into the joker. So Tommy Brown didn't joker earlier on. I thought he would have done that just to get it clear after he was flipped round there, but deciding that what he wanted to do was get back onto the race, or into the race, as quickly as he could. Up ahead, though, Teddy McPherson still needs to joker, does he, as he goes around here? Let's keep our eyes on this. Flicking it round to the right-hand side. Will have to joker, Teddy McPherson. I'm sure he's still got a joker. He's around 8 seconds ahead of Harrison Foley, so should be able to dart into the joker and out without any real issue. There he goes into the joker right now. Keep it neat, Teddy. Keep it neat. He won yesterday. He launches his way onto the speedway straight, and the gap between him and P2 looks pretty comfortable. Where is Harrison Foley? Harrison Foley and Caden Harris, they're now in a bit of a battle, aren't they? We just saw those. In the distance there, you'll see McPherson, then you'll see Caden Harris. Harrison Foley, well, I can't see where Harrison Foley is. Has he disappeared? There's McPherson, there's Harris, and there's Foley. So they did change the order over. So Caden Harris moved his way up to P2. That was important for Caden Harris to move up into P2 on that one, and you suspect he'll be pretty happy with the fact he managed to close up the gap a little bit. Juniors are done then for their second race of 3 in the qualifiers before they head to the finals. We now turn our attention to the cross cars. Just getting the grids for you. Q2, Heat 2, Race 1. So it's Ben Bartlett starts. On the... Well, he should be starting on the inside, but there's no Ben Bartlett just there. In the middle, it's James Constantine. On the outside is Max Langmaid. I'm just trying to see if Ben Bartlett is on his way, but can't see him right now. That would be an absolute disaster for him. Second row is Liam McMullen on the inside and Stephen Burke on the outside. There you see the start marshal just waving down the car to get him into position. Kevin Sharkey should be out on there, but we know that Kevin will not be making his way onto the grid today after that big crash yesterday in the cross cars, where the wheel came off a cart ahead of him and he collided with that wheel, chucked his cart up into the air and flipped him over a number of times. If you're enjoying the coverage, please do like and subscribe so you stay up to date with everything Five Nations and BTRDA, with all the coverage we bring to you through the course of the season. Lovely to have your company here this weekend in Pembrey. We're off and running in the cross cars, qualifying Heat 2, race number 1, as you say, up and away. And those all diving into that right-hander neck and neck, and it is Bartlett who runs a little bit wide, and that allows Constantine just to sneak back through, but Bartlett will have the inside on this left-hander, and I think that means that Constantine's probably likely to dive into the joker just there, forced slightly out wide. 4 laps, including a joker on these, as Bartlett, I think, has dived into the joker to get that done. May as well get it done if you're going to be forced out wide at that stage. 44 though, Benjamin Bartlett, well, he's good, isn't he, Bartlett? We know that. It was Max Weatherly who won yesterday. It was Ovenden who came home second. That's Will Ovenden. Liam McMullen finished on the podium in P3, and Ben Bartlett came home 4th yesterday. Championship points, I'll give you that a little bit later on as we go into the third race of the qualifiers for the intermediate classification. But Ben Bartlett has the lead, and he's lapping very fast indeed. Max Langmaid is in P2. Liam McMullen, there he goes, in and out of the joker, will emerge behind Stephen Burke, but ahead of James Constantine, who got flipped round, didn't he, on the early corners of this race. There's Ben Bartlett, though, way ahead. 2 seconds or so up the head of Max Langmaid. There's Langmaid in the background. Love to hear your comments as well on the coverage. Do let us know what you like and what you think we can improve. We are here to try to improve the coverage for you. Hopefully you're enjoying the fact we are bringing you some coverage from the BTRDA and the Five Nations trophy for British Rallycross. In and out of the joker. There goes Stephen Burke, and he emerges just ahead of James Constantine. So Bartlett is ahead, Max Langmaid P2, Stephen Burke is in P3, Liam McMullen P4. And Bartlett's got a few corners to go, and his job will be done. That's Liam McMullen now, has moved his way up into P2, is that right? Well, apparently so. Max Langmaid still showing on my timing screens as P2, but there is always a bit of confusion with the timing screens at the moment with this particular layout. It's almost like they've not managed to reconfigure the timing screens to the reverse layout. Now, Liam McMullen has now shown up as P2 now. Max Langmaid dropping down to P3. Stephen Burke is in P4. No, Stephen Burke is now up into P3. There's nothing between them. Bartlett leads the way. No real drama for Ben Bartlett. It was a bit risky off the start as he got into a bit of a tussle with James Constantine, who nicked his way back through. Great victory there for Ben Bartlett. Liam McMullen in P2. Stephen Burke came through in P3 in the end. James Constantine P4. And Max Langmaid, well, he'll be frustrated with that, Max Langmaid. Coming home in P5. Go confirmation for you. As I look out the window, I can see the second grid is already ready. Max Weatherly, the reigning champ, will be taken to the grid on this one. And he'll start in pole position. Max Weatherly, David Kane alongside. Will Ovenden on the outside of the front row in that yellow and red cross car. Behind Stephen Jones on the inside in the RX150. Brad Turner in the white and blue. At the back of the pack should be Gareth Jones. But glancing out of the window here, I can't see Gareth Jones. Is he trying to make his way through the pre-grid? There are a lot of cars out in pre-grid, but can't see Gareth Jones among them. Oh, there he is now, just emerging, number 10. You just saw him emerge at the back of the shot. There's Gareth Jones. He'll be lining up. After cross cars, you could just see there the Super Retros and the BTRDA Classic. 4 laps for them. It's 4 laps for these as well, including the Joker. No Joker for our next class in the background. So once again, the grid, Max Weatherly starts in pole position, left-hand side of the shot. In the centre, David Kane. On the outside, Will Ovenden. Second row, Stephen Jones. On the inside, Bradley Turner. On the outside, Gareth Jones. On the third row, here comes the noise. We're ready to race. Brilliant start right through the centre from David Kane. He's looked absolutely brilliant out here this weekend, David Kane. But a bit unlucky also has to be said. Ovenden running a little bit wide. So David Kane's looked really good at times, but also fairly unlucky as in and out of the Joker is going to go. Will Ovenden getting it done early doors. Struggled there off the line, didn't he? Decided the best thing to do is to bail into the Joker and get that done, emerging with all that clear track up ahead. Seeing the run of 4-5 cross cars ahead of you. Knowing you've got to get past each and every one. David Kane in the lead. There he goes, sliding that kart round. In the back behind him, wow, very, very close is Max Weatherly. He'll try and get the leap, won't he, on David Kane. Keeping it all neat and tidy. Joker's being done. Yesterday's racing was fast and furious, frantic, and all the F words that you're allowed to use. Max Weatherly took the victory, Will Ovenden second, Liam McMullen in third overall. David Kane, well, he finished down in 9th after a couple of DNFs, but out on track he looked really good when he wasn't DNFing anyway. And out there he looks very, very assured today. In the lead in that speed car wonder, David Kane. That's flashing behind him. 61, Bradley Turner goes into the Joker. Let's avoid that tyre stack. It's not just the tyre stack you're avoiding on the inside of the Joker just there. I went and had a look and it's the curbs, very bumpy curbs around there. You want to avoid those bumpy curbs as best you can and get as much traction as you can getting off of that speedway straight. So you often see him taking that a little bit wider than you'd expect. And there is 581, David Kane leading the way. Still going to have to Joker though. He's only got a 5-second lead. I say only got a 5-second lead. That's plenty. But is it plenty to get in and out of the Joker? We shall soon find out, because here he goes, David Kane, diving into the Joker. Keeping it wide on the exit. Always very wide on the exit. Very, very wide on the exit. Gets the hammer down now into that speedway straight up ahead. You just saw a couple of cars flashing through. And that's Bradley Turner. Max Weatherly ahead of him. I think Max may have taken the lead. No, David Kane has emerged in the lead. There you go, just ahead. He missed the merge just there, but David Kane has come out just ahead of Max Weatherly, just ahead of him, with Bradley Turner down in P3. And around they go, and he takes the victory. David Kane, Max Weatherly, Bradley Turner, well, neck and neck at the line. What a great finish. It was all in that Joker merge. David Kane didn't have the best Joker. Didn't have the best Joker at all. It got a little bit sideways and couldn't get the power down for what felt like an age, but just emerged ahead of Max Weatherly, who he himself was way ahead of Bradley Turner, allowing them to slot in that order. Will Ovenden, P6 from the race itself. It's the Retros, the Five Nations Retros, and the BTRDAs as well. The Classics. Andy Grant starting on the outside of the front row, Stephen Gaunt in the centre, and David Ewan gets that prime position, pole position for this qualifying Heat 2 race 1. Second row of the grid. On the outside is Mark Jones. And next to him, Steve Cousins in the Renault 5. And you can just see the nose of a Stratos in the background as well. That's John Cross on the outside of the third row. And then it is Messi Evans alongside. We are on the Super Retros and the BTRDA Classics. So Andy Grant on the outside, Stephen Gaunt in the centre. And that Corsa. And then the inside in the Fiesta is David Ewan. Great result for David earlier on. A bit of a wait here for a clear up. Earlier on it was Charles French, Pat Duran, Alan Crockett, Alan Tapscott getting the majority of the points, working down the order. Stuart Emery, Ray Morgan, Vince Bristow. David Ewan, who starts in pole in this one, was the 8th fastest overall, securing 36 intermediate points. Remember, it is the points that will set the grids. Although, with the Super Retros, they do have a semi-final. The Classics don't, but the Super Retros do. No joker, 4 laps.
No, I can't make you know which view I'm looking at the window. I can't see ladder or anything, so I don't know what's there.
So waiting for the all clear, and we have the start marshal waving their arm in the air, so we are ready to go then for the Super Retros and the BTRDA Classic. Qualifying Heat 2, race number 1. Ewan, Gaunt, Grant, Cousins, Jones, Evans and Cross. Here we go. And it's a brilliant start there on the outside. What a great leap from Andy Grant as he dives into this right-hander. He's got a huge lead, hasn't he, straight ahead of David Ewan. David Ewan starting on pole position, 8th quickest, remember, from the races earlier on. So it all comes down to time to set the points, or to score the points in the intermediate classification. And that's what has a bearing on the rest of the proceedings throughout the course of the day. So almost forget the race result. It's the time you need to look at to set that grid for the very next race. But it is Andy Grant who has the lead. Andy Grant in that Ford Escort, ahead of David Ewan in the Fiesta. It does look like it's leaning back so much, doesn't it? And it sort of is leaning back. You can see the weight on it, just there, how high that front end is. But it's not helped by the huge cutouts on the arches that just make it look like it's leaning back even further. And there is Mark Jones up into P3. Mark Jones in the Toyota MR2 Turbo. Mark Jones, well, yesterday was doing all he could out on track, wasn't he? And it was a decent result for him. Mark Jones had a decent time, but then was disqualified and so couldn't quite score the points. But he was looking very good out on track when he was competing. And there is Mark Jones going past right now. Mark Jones working his way up the order. Like I say, he was looking very good out here yesterday, and then had the disqualification. Ending his day. There's the Stratos. The Stratos has looked really good out on track, but has struggled to have clean races through yesterday and even this morning as well. Went off onto the old Joker, the clockwise Joker area. They don't use the Jokers in these, of course. 4 laps with no Jokers, as I was saying earlier on. But Andy Grant has the lead. Mark Jones second. David Ewan in P3. Steve Gaunt's down in P4. Just, you see the gap, there's nothing in fact between the two, P3 and P4. Currently the fight for third is separated by just about 0.4 of a second, not even that now. Look how close they are as they go around the left-hander here. It's a tight left-hander. Carter's hairpin, which takes them onto the speedway straight, the far side from where I'm currently situated. And at the end you go around the Brooklands hairpin, that's where our race leader currently is. and then around Toyos, a change of surface around Toyos before you head left at Senna's where the start-finish line is. Here comes Grant. Grant takes the victory. Grant takes the victory with a 2:48. David Ewan came home in P2, and Mark Jones fell back actually. Where is Mark Jones? They came in second. I didn't see his card. It flashed apart, flashed ahead of me. But Mark Jones in the Classic, right off the back of Andy Grant. So different classification, different races they'll have later on for their finals, but they're racing together at these stages. Charles French starts in pole position. Pat Duran in the centre of your screen, just there in the escorts, and on the outside is Alan Crockett. I say in the escorts, so many escorts, aren't there? Should keep it a bit more clear than that. Pat Duran in the red and white Escort Mark II. Charles French in the blue and white Escort Mark II. Alan Crockett on the outside is in that Opel Kadett GTE. Second row, 91. Alan Tapscott in the Mark II Escorts. Alongside him is Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. And the back row you see on the outside is Vince Bristow, nearest to us on the right hand side, far right hand side, just the nose of that BMW sitting through, the BMW 318i. He's alongside Ray Morgan in that Mark III Escorts. All super retros in this one. And away they go. It's a good start from Pat Duran, a very good start though from French on the inside. So Pat Duran has got the lead, but French will close that up under braking, locking up a couple of times just there, getting that car rotated and back underway. Pat Duran just leaving enough room for Charlie French to squeeze through. 4-lap race once again, no time through the Joker. Up into P3 is Morgan. Or is it Tapscott? Looks like I think it's Tapscott actually still in P3. Glancing at the top of the picture to see, no, it is still the Cadet, isn't it? There you go. It is the Cadet of Crockett. But out ahead, Charlie French starting to pull a bit of a lead. That car leaning so heavily, isn't it? You see Duran in the Escort and Tapscott there in that Cadet, still fighting it out between the two. Crockett's in the Cadet, sorry, that is the Escort, isn't it? So it's Crockett fighting with Duran. There's Tapscott. Red Escort Mark II. P1, P2, P3 then as it started out on track with Charles French, Pat Duran and Alan Crockett. Tapscott's dropping below Ray Morgan, who's moved up from the back row into P4. 2 seconds gap now between Pat Duran and Charles French, but very little between Pat Duran and Alan Crockett. That Opel Cadet just there. There's Morgan, there's Tapscott, there's Vince Bristow in the BMW 318i. They go down the Speedway straight. 2 laps completed. They're on lap 3 of 4. And Pat Duran has now got that menace Crockett in his mirrors the whole time. Crockett making that Opel Cadet GTE look as big as he possibly can in the mirrors of Pat Duran, who I suspect is not using the mirrors right now, but just focused fully on what is ahead of him. Driving defensively, can't really get the hammer down and try and close the gap up to Charles French, but I'm not sure he could anyway because French is up and away. Charles French won yesterday. It was Alan Crockett that finished second overall, and Alan Tapscott came home third, with Ray Morgan finishing fourth in the retro class. In the classics, it was Bristow who won ahead of Gaunt's David Ewan. So the last corners they go for our race leader. Here he comes, here's the checkered flag, and there is Charles French taking the victory. No drama for him. And Duran comes home second, holding off Alan Crockett. Ray Morgan snatching back that 4th position from Alan Tapscott. Then Bristow came through, and Stuart Emery somewhere hasn't crossed the line just yet. Did Stuart Emery maybe not finish? I can't see Stuart Emery out there. Completed 3 laps, so he should still be out on track somewhere, but there you go. Super Retros in the Classics done for their Q2. We have a bit of a time delay now, a bit of repairs done to the track. We should be back after a few minutes. You see the track repairs going down, the Bowser out there, a bit of water going down. When we return, it'll be the retros and the classics up to the 1600s. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes' time for the retro and the classic up to 1600s. Welcome back to Pembrey. We are going for the next races thick and fast. This is qualifying 2 still. So it's qualifying heat 2, race 1. There's only one race in this one. Dan Swayland, Tony Lynch, Joe Luke Eastwood make up the front row. Dan Swayland in that pole position nearest to us. Then it is Ian Halfhide nearest to us on the left-hand side in the Peugeot, and alongside Helen Crooks. We are good to go. And we're off and we're running. It's a brilliant start on the outside, but absolutely static through the centre there for Tony Lynch. Disaster for him off the start, but Dan Swayland launches into an early lead. 4 laps, no joker here in the qualifying heat 2 for these 5 Nations British Rallycross and the BTRDA Classic 1600. So up to 1600cc engines. There's the little Metro, the MG Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood. Joe Luke Eastwood finished 3rd in their first race earlier on today, getting 42 points. The intermediate classification points will set the grid later on for the final, second final this weekend. It's a double header here in Pembrey, bringing you all the coverage on this live stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed it and you are enjoying it. Do please give us your feedback. You put your comments in as Dan Swayland takes that tight left-hander onto the handsome right. Yeah, keep your comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you. We'll take a look at all of them and go through them after the event. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe as well, so you can stay up to date with all of the coverage we bring you and get notifications too of when the next rounds are going to be shown. All live here from Pembrey. There's the MG Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood going through, currently in P2 with Ian Halfhide up in P3. It was a terrible start for Tony Lynch, allowing Helen Crooks to jump through as well, but here is the race leader, Dan Swayland, and Dan, well, he seems to win, doesn't he, a lot, Dan Swayland. He's leading the championship and he's leading this race once again. Joe Luke Eastwood, who finished yesterday 2nd overall, taking a 2nd step on the podium. Ian Halfhide finishing 3rd, but he's gone very, very wide there. Joe Luke Eastwood, yesterday they were running the clockwise way around the track, which is a shorter start line really, a much shorter start line off to the left-hander at Ollie's. Whereas today they're going anti-clockwise, which is a much longer start line, around 50 metres longer in fact, before they hook a right onto the Hanson's curve. There's Ian Halfhide there, keeping it nice and neat, tiptoeing round. In fact, they've chucked a bit more water down between the last time you saw us and now. A little 5 or 10 minutes downtime as they did a bit of track prep, which meant chucking water down onto the loose. Dan Swayland on his 3rd lap, around he goes. He starts his final lap of this 2nd qualifier. You see the change of surface. You can see how much water is chucked down as well as he went onto the loose. It was very, very wet there at Ollie's, that left-hander at Ollie's, before swinging it right at Hanson. He'll go left now. This is around the Carter's hairpin onto the speedway straight, keeping that back end nice and neat and tidy as Luke Eastwood takes a slightly different line. Quick correction there too. Bit of understeer, quick correction, and off he went. Ian Halfhide then following suit, nice and neat in the Peugeot 205. Tony Lynch is retired from this one now. It's showing as retired anyway. Haven't seen him as Dan Swayland goes over and takes the victory. There's Joe Luke Eastwood. You see the difference in the gap, can't you? Between where the flag is and where the actual finishing line is. There's the finish line just there. So you can see the finish line way before the top of that very tight left-hander, and then you see the flag being waved here, completely away from each other. So we're on to supercars now. Q2 in the supercars. Very important that you keep getting the points in the bag. Patrick O'Donovan started his day on the maximum position with 50 points. Derek Tohill 45, Ollie O'Donovan on 42, Julian Godfrey on 40, intermediate classification. After heat 1, we are on heat 2 now. Qualifier 2, anyway. Just waiting for the cars to arrive. They've been a bit late to appear. Just looking at the back, I can only see a couple of cars in the distance, so maybe there'll be a couple of minutes of nothingness. I'll stop talking for a few moments so you can enjoy your own inner voice, and we'll be back in just a few moments and bring you all the action from supercars. Here we go then. We are ready for qualifying Heat 2, race number 1 in the Supercar class, and it's Tristan Overton starts on the inside, pole position. John McCluskey alongside Gary Donoghue starting in P3. Gary Donoghue in that Ford Fiesta alongside the Fiesta of John McCluskey. And on the outside it is Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage. These were the 4 slowest overall from the first qualifiers. Important you get a decent time on the board here. The track has been prepped, as we know. It's had some water put down from the Bowser, so it may be a bit slower than the group that come next. And it's a decent start through the middle there from John McCluskey. He dives through. Can he keep it tight, though? I think he can. Oh, Overton there. Thought he was going to snap back, but no. McCluskey has the lead. Overton stays out as well. Will Eddie go into the Joker? No. Yes, Colin Anson decides to dive into the Joker and get his job done. So 4 laps, including 1 tour around this Joker. There is Anson emerging now onto that lovely speedway straight, getting the hammer down, but it is McCluskey that leads the way. Overton second. Donoghue, well, getting all out of shape, isn't he? Through Toyo as they emerge onto Senna, crossing the line for the first time. Our leader as John McCluskey. He leads by half a second, just over half a second from Tristan Overton, who's closed the gap in the Hansen curve just here. Will he dive into the Joker though, Overton? Will he stay out? Let's have a look at his angle, his line. Oh, he's got very, very sideways, and he dives into the Joker at the very last second. I think he dived into the Joker because he got all out of shape there, didn't he? On the exit of Hansen's onto that left-hander at Carter's hairpin, and Hansen's decided to take a complete spin around there. He's completed the Joker once already, got on the loose, couldn't keep it together. McCluskey leads. Gary Donoghue is in second place. Overton is in P3, but Overton has jokered, remember, so the gap is all important now. McCluskey needs to open up as much of a gap as he can over Gary Donoghue, and Gary Donoghue needs to keep the gap over Tristan Overton. They've both got clean air to drive in, so there's no excuses really for them. They've got to get out there and get themselves keeping it nice and tight. Oh, and there was a bit sideways too there from McCluskey, out of shape as well, heading into the Joker. That's drifting it wide, getting the power down onto the speedway straight, and he emerges ahead of a scruffy Will Overton. Tristan Overton, sorry. It's always an Overton, never know which one. But out ahead it is Donoghue. McCluskey has been in and out of the Joker. Tristan Overton has been in and out of the Joker. So it's going to be all down to this man now. Can Donoghue open up the gap? He's going to have to Joker. He's going to have to Joker soon. But will he do it on this moment? Let's have a look at Donoghue. He's got a gap. He's got a margin. He goes into the Joker. That's the neatest entry into the Joker we've seen so far from the Supercars. Getting it sideways, getting that power down. A huge drift, going to feel like an age for him as he emerges with the power. And he emerges ahead of Overton. Does he? Yes, he does. Slots in ahead of Tristan Overton. But it is McCluskey back ahead. So McCluskey now leads. It is Donoghue in second and Tristan Overton in third. A brilliant Joker there from Donoghue, but couldn't quite get ahead of the race winner. McCluskey won, Donoghue second, Overton third. And that graphic is definitely not right, as it's now changing as we see on the screen. Ovenden came home third, I'm sure of that, as I was watching it a moment ago. Pretty sure that changed. There you go. It's changing a bit in front of our very eyes. But there you have it. That was drama, wasn't it? Great racing in the supercar class, and we've got more on its way with race number 2. Qualifying heat number 2 in supercars. Patrick O'Donovan starting in the prime position on the inside just here. In the Peugeot 208 WRX. The orange and blue. Alongside him is his arch rival, his nemesis in the championship, Derek Tohill. Then it is Ollie O'Donovan, his dad, in the Proton Iris. And on the outside, the right-hand side of your picture, which is currently frozen, hopefully it will update in just a few moments' time. Not sure why the picture is frozen there, but it has, and it's moving again now. But on the outside, it is Julian Godfrey. So everyone just standing around waiting for track to be cleared at the top end. I think it was Colin Anson still out on track at the moment. I think he stopped out on track. Quickest lap was a 36.811. That was John McCluskey. And a finishing race time from John McCluskey, 2:43.943. 2:43.943 is the time to beat for maximum points on the intermediate classification. Earlier on, well, Patrick O'Donovan was absolutely flying, wasn't he? Patrick O'Donovan won with a 2:37.286 ahead of Derek Tohill and a 2:41.285. Then Ollie O'Donovan, he finished his race in a 2:41.968. So Derek Tohill was in a different race from those earlier on. The gap at the time was some 4 seconds. We get to see them side by side now, and it comes down to that classification, the fact that Patrick won yesterday. Derek Tohill needs to climb the pecking order, so he has prime position come the final a little bit later on. No semi-finals in supercars today, goes straight from Q1, Q2, Q3. That sets the intermediate classification points, which will set the grid for the final. And the final on supercars, just FYI, is scheduled to be at 4:15 this afternoon. Subject to change, but 4:15, so it's scheduled to be on, might be a bit later than that as we go through the day. Timetable wise, after supercars in their Q2, we go on to the Swifts and the BMW Minis, so the BTRDA. Then we have the BTRDA Super Modified, and then production class before we have a lunch break on track. So we have the truck leaving, and away from the marshal to say they are ready. So Patrick O'Donovan lining up in pole position. Derek Tohill alongside. Ollie O'Donovan in the middle on the right, and the right hand side of your screen is Julian Godfrey. We're ready to race. And we are racing, and it's a great launch from Patrick O'Donovan. Brilliant from Derek Tohill, but he's going to get stuck between the two O'Donovans at the moment. In fact, he has. It's an O'Donovan sandwich for Tohill, but round the outside goes Godfrey. He gets sideways, and he jumps ahead somehow of Ollie O'Donovan. So it's Patrick O'Donovan who leads. It is then Derek Tohill as Ollie O'Donovan decides to bail early. Sam calling that one his spotter, bailing early into the Joker lap and onto that speedway straight, emerging with a lot of clean air ahead of him now. So no excuses to get that hammer down. Bit of damage, bit of body rub there for Derek Tohill. Hopefully that's not going to cause him too many issues, but you can see it is puffing away. Is that going to cause a puncture? Well, it will if it carries on leaning. You see the bodywork there rubbing on that rear right tyre. That could be a huge problem for Tohill if it develops into a puncture, but at the moment it's Patrick O'Donovan who leads the way. Tohill second, trying to force the issue, trying to get in the mirrors of Patrick O'Donovan, but he's wily, isn't he, the reigning champion. Multiple British Rallycross champion, 5 Nations trophy, as in goes Derek Tohill into the Joker. A late call there, and he went late decision, but he goes through. Will he emerge ahead of Ollie O'Donovan? He does indeed, using the power he's got to emerge ahead of Ollie O'Donovan, who tucks in behind him just there, but the body was still rubbing on that rear tyre. It's going to continue to do so, and it's really exacerbated on those tight left-hand corners that you see right now around centres. It really is chucking up a lot of rubber spray, a lot of smoke off the back of that one there, just forcing the tyre to lose some of its mass. He's locking up as well on that rear, just trying to rotate the car. Patrick O'Donovan has the lead. And he goes around the Joker. It's a wide exit on the Joker. as we see our race leader now. Godfrey goes into the race lead, but Patrick O'Donnell is now chasing him down. So Tohill has got that bodywork rubbing on that rear tyre. It's just going to keep scraping away at that tyre, hopefully not gouging a hole into it and causing a puncture, but Godfrey has the lead. Patrick O'Donovan has closed that gap up quite remarkably now since emerging from the Joker. Godfrey's still got to go into the Joker. The other three have done it, remember, so the other three have gone in and out of the Joker. It's just this man, Godfrey, who has not. He'll Joker now on this particular lap we're watching. Here comes Godfrey darting into the Joker. So Patrick O'Donovan will take the lead once again from Godfrey as he exits another wide exit. But where's Godfrey going to emerge? He emerges in last place. So he emerges behind Ollie O'Donovan. Patrick O'Donovan leads, big margin between him and Derek Tohill. Then it'll be Ollie O'Donovan, and as Patrick goes round to take the victory, there you go, takes the victory. Derek Tohill breathed a massive sigh of relief, I'm sure, with that bodywork rubbing. That was concerning for him just there, but across he goes. And you can see Patrick Tohill, Ollie, John McCluskey, then Julian Godfrey, Gary Donoghue, Tristan Ovenden and Colin Anson in the classification for the times, the all-important times. Next up, it's the Swifts and the Minis as they move on to their qualifier number 2. Just one race. It's a mixed grid between the Five Nations BRX Swifts and the BTRDA BMW Minis. This is Q2 for these, midpoint of our session we're currently on before we go for a lunch stop after the Supermods and the production classes. So, Five Nations British Rallycross Swifts. The grid for that one I'll give you in just a few moments' time. We'll start with the cars you're looking at now, the BTRDA BMW Minis, and it is Wesley Wickens starting in that prime position, the pole position, the car 51. It's Ryan Cooper alongside and Warren Salter on the outside. No Lynn Llewellyn, but a starting grid for the Swifts is Matt Cake, Phil Seath, and Gary Harvey. Is Gary Harvey arriving? I think he is. Yes, Gary Harvey just emerging into your picture right now. And the back of the grid, row 2 for the Swifts, is Naftali Ayeko. All the cars now lined up, 3 in the Minis, 4 in the Swifts. It's the 1.6 litre Swifts, these. Matt Cake, champion. Won yesterday, and a great season so far for Matt Cake. We are ready to race, the revs are building. And away we go. It's a fantastic launch there from Wesley Wickens. And a brilliant launch there as well for Matt Cake, who's now up alongside the number 11 Mini. That is Ryan Cooper, who's had a dreadful start, hasn't he? Right the way back now, he's got to force his way past these Swifts. 4 laps in this race, including a mandatory visit to the Joker lap, that little extra patch they have to drive through that Ayeko is going through right now. This will add 4.5 to 5 seconds to the race time, to the lap time. You then have to make it up, but of course every other driver has to take that mandatory additional tour. Wesley Wickens leads the way. Huge gap, isn't it, between Wickens and Salter. Then it's Matt Cake who's mixing it with the Minis. Behind Matt Cake, Phil Seath. Started alongside each other on that front row. Matt Cake in that pole position on the inside. Wickens dives through on the left and a spin from Salter, and he gets right in the way of Matt Cake, who has to thread the needle, and he's right in the middle of the track. And where's the Swift going to go? Well, I'm surprised they didn't go into the Joker, because you might as well get that done if there's a car in the way. That is the car of Gary Harvey. Maybe he's already Jokered. We don't have that on our timing screens, and I can't see the Joker lap from my position, so I can only do it by time. And currently no time showing up on the screen as Wickens goes through. Here comes Matt Cake. So Matt Cake in P2 overall after that Warren Salter spin. Matt Cake P2 overall, but P1 in the Swifts. These two all stay together throughout the course of the day. The Swifts and the Minis will have their final together as well a little bit later on. Modifieds coming next. But there is Wesley Wickens, got a huge margin, hasn't he? 5 seconds or so over Matt Cake, who leads himself by about 8 seconds over Jerry Harvey, sorry. So Wickens, no drama for him. Gap has come down a bit to him and Matt Cake. Echo closes the gap up a little bit. It's a trio of cars in a row. Swift Mini, and it's Salter at the back of it. Rubbing Salter into his wounds really as he spun round, didn't he? And fell all the way to the back of the pack. Ryan Cooper, a DNF. Lynn Llewellyn, DNS. No start for Lynn. Ryan Cooper, a DNF. Poor start for Ryan Cooper. Couldn't get away. Clearly with an issue. Salter's issues, well, all of his own doing. 3 laps completed. Wickens has crossed the line. Wickens has taken the victory. Matt Cake goes through now, and Matt Cake has come home in 2nd place as the rest go through now. And a flip and a roll. Oh, a big flip and a big roll there for Warren Salter as the others thread their way through. The race had finished for the rest of them. Wesley Wickens takes the victory. Matt Cake takes P2. Didn't get them crossing the finish line, so we're keeping an eye on the other battle. But Harvey, P3, Echo 4. Seath in 5, and a big flip there for Warren Salter. This will take some work out on track, so I'm pretty sure we'll have a bit of downtime, and we'll be back as soon as we can for the next round of races, which is going to come to the Super Modifieds, and we finish off with production before the lunch break. So we'll be back in a few minutes with Super Modified. Slight pause on track after that incident that we just captured at the last moment from the race with Salter flipping his Mini. Hopefully he's okay, but the track is now clear and we're ready to go for the Super Modifieds. 2 races in Heat 2. Race 1, Dale Ford not out on track. Kieran Curran starting in the centre, and on the outside of turn 1 will be George Gray. Back row, David Caldwell and Philip McLaughlin, and then Richard Moore in that SLK on the very back of the grid. As Ollie O'Donovan is now making a trip to the stewards with Dave Mansfield and a laptop. He'd been called in for something or other, not sure what it was, but we'll try and get to grips with that one a little bit later on. That's in the supercar class as the Mini of Warren Salter is delivered. You might just capture it in the back of your shot in just a few moments' time. Not sure if we can capture it in the shot there. There it is. There's the front end anyway of the Mini, Warren Salter's Mini. But now that car is clear, we shall get underway. 2 races in the Super Modifieds before we go to the production, and then we have an hour or so break on track. Dale Ford not out on the grid, as we can see. So Kieran Curran and George Gray start on the front row. Kieran Curran are technically the lead car then, nearest to the pole position. David Caldwell and Phil McLaughlin. Caldwell on the inside of turn 1. And then Richard Moore, you could see that Mercedes on the left-hand side, the red SLK. On the third row, but on the inside. So not a clear air for him to run straight into, but you'd imagine that David Caldwell there in the Peugeot will, sorry, in the Citroen, Peugeot, hello, in the Citroen Saxo, will close up the gap. Don't know where the word Peugeot came from. There's no Peugeots out in this race, but still waiting. Still waiting for something out on track, maybe a bit of a sweep up required. That's the reason for our delay. Just got to get those tyres and put them back into position just there. Rolling 1 tyre is fairly easy. Rolling 12 tyres all strapped together, not quite so. Been done. And the start marshal just waiting for the signal to get things back underway here at Pembrey. Still very overcast and cloudy. It's not cold, it's not hot, it's just about right. Don't forget to like and subscribe and get your notifications switched on to the coverage here on YouTube. And do leave your comments as well, so we can see what you think of the coverage here this weekend. Still waiting for the go-ahead for this one here, so just holding it for a few moments' time. See the spectators looking on from the cafe. And some nourishment at Pembrey Circuit. Photographers waiting as well for their moment. It's a holding pattern here in Pembrey, so we wait to get underway for the first of two super modified BTRDA races for heat number 2. With the juniors after lunch, straight after lunch for their Q3. We'll begin with the Q3s. Juniors, the cross cars, the BTRDA Classic with the 5 Nations Rallycross Super Retros. Then we go on to the Retros and Classics, the 1600s. On to Supercars Q3, all the way through back to production Q3, and then it goes on to semi-finals. And then we'll have a break after semi-finals to track repairs and water. We kick things off straight away with Supercars this afternoon around about 4:15. A little bit of a delay on the hold up here. I think we're waiting for the rescue vehicle to get put into position, ready to be there should it be needed. So here we are, just twiddling our thumbs and waiting for the big green light to go. Marshall won't start anything off here until the rescue vehicles are fully into position, but they are moving back across the track now with some purpose, which means we are about ready to go. So no Dale Ford, but Curran and Gray on the front row, Caldwell, McLaughlin second row, Richard Moore on the third row, and we're off and away, and he looks to occupy that space, and it's a great launch there from Moore ahead of Caldwell, diving through, or trying to get ahead of Caldwell anyway, but slotting in, I think, into P3. Will he go? Yes, he does indeed. Great drive off the line there from Richard Moore, but he's just getting caught up again by Gray, who's got the inside here around the Carter's hairpin. And off and away he goes into the Joker, getting his Joker done. And we've got onto the Speedway straight just now our race leader. There is our race leader right now, and then we have the 3 cars going through with David Caldwell trying to get ahead, but a real battle between these two, Richard Moore in that SLK and George Gray in that BMW Compact. He's not that V8 power in that SLK, but it is up ahead. Kieran Curran, who has the lead. Kieran Curran started that prime position with no car on pole. Essentially, Curran was the pole sitter in the centre of the front row. Richard Moore starting on the back row, on the inside of the back row, launching it through, getting up himself to around P3. It was Gray who held him off at that point. Off that rough surface around Toyo. For the left hook for Philip McLaughlin. And there is the MG Metro 6R4 of McLaughlin, who leads the way. He's only about a second up from David Caldwell, who himself is about 3.5 seconds up from Kieran Curran. They go through this left onto the right. Hansen's just there. In and out of the Joker with our race leader. Great Joker merge shot just there, as you see the launch off that Joker from McLaughlin. Fantastic, taking him ahead of Moore. As we go across the stripe again, finish line, as they go over here, we'll see a re-emergence of the race order, and it's David Caldwell who leads the way in the Saxo, ahead of Kieran Curran, then McLaughlin and Richard Moore. George Gray in P5 and Dale Ford in P6. So there's McLaughlin. David Caldwell, I believe, will be going in and out of the Joker now, with Kieran Curran following suit. But where will they emerge is the question. In goes David Caldwell. Where are they going to emerge though? That's the big question as he comes around this corner here. And they've emerged well as they were, haven't they? McLaughlin down in P3, Curran just there in P2, and Caldwell up ahead ever so slightly. Maybe it's gone the other way round now. Is it the Corsa that leads the way? We're looking at P3 at the moment as they go across the line, and we have our race winner crossing the line just there, and it was a performance of some merit for David Caldwell in that Citroen Saxo, finishing just behind Kieran Curran, Philip McLaughlin in P3. The second race is about to start once these cars clear, and that grid looks like this with Sam Boville in the 119 car, pole position. David Crockett in the centre. On the left-hand side, right-hand side of your screen, but left-hand side of the start grid is David Bell. Ricky McAlonan, number 77, starts on the second row, the inside of the second row. And Vauxhall Nova. Andrew Hawks in the Mini, the Countryman. Unmistakably a Mini Countryman red with the checkered flag livery. At the back of the grid is Steve Ratu in the MG ZR Turbo. Well, they're ready to race. And away they go, and it's a brilliant launch on the inside from Sam Boville. We've seen him do that a fair few times this weekend. Second place, keeping as it was, it is Crockett and Bell. McAlonan, Hawks and Ratu as they were. Who's going to dive into the Joker early? Well, there you go. The answer is upon us. Ricky McAlonan in that Vauxhall Nova. Around he goes, up ahead, a change of position. They fight their way through, not quite a change of position, but almost there, as David Crockett fighting out with David Bell. Andrew Hawks in the background trying to close up the gap. Up ahead it is Sam Boville leading the way in the Fiesta Mark 6, the green Fiesta Mark 6. He's going to flash it from time to time. He's leading by almost 2 seconds from David Crockett. There he is, our race leader. Race leader and our race winner yesterday. Boville, Bell and Hawks was the order yesterday. P1, P2, P3 from the first of our double header here at Pembrey. In and out of the Joker goes Bell. He emerges ahead of McAlonan. Sam Boville still has a lead. It's David Crockett in that P2 position. There is our race leader. There is our P2. It's quite close between these two now, 1.3 seconds. It has closed up a little bit. Their lap 3 of 4. Sam Boville trying to keep it nice and neat in that Fiesta. Being chased down by a Corsa. In and out the Joker he goes. Crockett. Well, he emerged. Sam Boville's going to go in and out the Joker on his final lap, but Crockett has gone through, Hawks has gone through the Joker in the background. There's Bell. I think Bell's going to emerge in P3. Because I think that Crockett may have emerged just ahead of him. Here is the number 77. This is Ricky McAlonan fighting through with Andrew Hawks. Let's have a look at the head of the field though. There's Hawks at the moment. Sam Boville still has the lead, but still has the Joker, although he's 7.5 seconds up the road from David Crockett, who's in P2. So this is the battle for P4 at the moment. Here's the battle for second. Well, he occupies second anyway, Crockett. Can he fight for first? I'm not sure he can. There is our race leader, Sam Boville, coming through, flashing through the shots. In and out the Joker on his final lap, Sam Boville. And surely he's going to secure the victory. Sam Boville comes through and takes the victory with David Crockett in second and Bell in third. Andrew Hawks coming through P4. Ricky McAlonan in P5. There's the classification for you after all the times are totted up. And now looking at the timetable, we move on to the BTRDA BTRDA production class before we stop for a little break here on track. Lunch break for the marshals. I'm sure they've earned it. It's one race, and at the head of the field is that man, Alex Fletcher. So lunch break coming up straight after this. Alex Fletcher occupying that lovely prime position, as he did yesterday in the production class. BTRDA production. Alex Fletcher came home third yesterday. He was doing so well, threw it away pretty much in the end of the race. Will Noon took the victory and Edmund Shepherd second. So it is going to be retribution maybe for Alex Fletcher, starting on the inside, the pole position in this heat number 2. Nathan Jones alongside and Will Noon on the outside. Finn Vore on row 2 on the inside with Edmund Shepherd second yesterday. Starting on the inside of row 2, the back row, Andy Harris. Supposedly there, can't quite see him. Yes I can, he's just out my window. Neil Brooks and Martin Peters, well those two haven't joined the party, so at the moment it's a 6-car field, but 3 rows. With the back row just having that solitary Andy Harris car. And the Suzuki Swift. So Clio, Saxo, Civic Type R, Civic Type R, Clio, Saxo, C2 and a Swift. Finn Vore in the Saxo VTS, version Type Sporty. That's what VTS stands for. Just standing around for a few moments. Let's have a look at the timetable to see where we're at. So we should have finished here at 12:57, so around half an hour behind schedule. May have to shorten the lunch break to make up the time this afternoon. Made up a fair bit of time yesterday with the gaps, but there have been quite a few big gaps. We have another big gap at the moment, and I can't even tell you why. So DNS for Neil Brooks and for Martin Peters in the Clio and the Saxo respectively for this one. Start marshal just waiting for the signal to get these proceedings underway, and his mind, I'm sure, turning to his lunch menu and his lovely cucumber sandwiches. Just waiting here. For this BTRDA production race. Like I say, it's heat 2, only one race in this one. It's the back of the shot, one of the cross cars moves into position. So this will be the end of all the Q2s. When we come back after lunch, it goes on to the Q3, qualifying 3 for the intermediate classifications. We'll have 2 classes with the semi-finals later, so 4 semi-finals later with the cross car and the RX150s. They're 2 races, and the Super Retro. That'll be the end of proceedings before we have a bit more track repair and we get ready for the finals. But here we are, ready to go then for qualifier number 2 in production. And it's a decent start off the line for Finn Vore in that Saxo. But on the outside, brilliantly done. Great start from Will Noon, tucking that car into second. Essentially starting in second, really, with Nathan Jones and sort of the cork in the bottle. But up ahead it's Alex Fletcher, pole position. It's Harris at the back. May look to joker early on. Alex Fletcher leads the way. A big lock up from Will Noon. As they head around for the very first time onto Senna's. That's the start until the finish line just there. And it is Fletcher that leads from Will Noon. Quick start this one. Finn Vore is in third place. Edmund Shepherd P4. Nathan Jones down in P5. Alex Fletcher's got the measure of this one. He looked very good yesterday. He threw the race away, really, it seemed at the end. Maybe that's a bit unfair, but he was leading the way. And into the joker goes Edmund Shepherd. He wants to get out into something nice and clear ahead of him. Came second yesterday, Edmund Shepherd. Behind Will Noon. And he's now behind Andy Harris. That will frustrate him. Oh dear, collecting a big tyre stack. That's Nathan Jones, and you don't need to be a mechanic to understand that's not going to make the car work properly out there. He's going to hope to shake it free, but I'm not sure it's going to. It looks well until he trapped under the car, and you can see it's actually lifting that rear left up into the air, so losing traction. That front wheel drive with the Honda Civic Type R. And into the joker goes Alex Fletcher. Had a 1.8 second gap over Will Noon, who's followed suit with Finn Vore behind. I'm a bit surprised actually that they stayed together, or that Finn Vore didn't do the opposite. An opportunity there for Finn Vore to do something totally different to Will Noon and then get away from him hopefully and go into the joker on his own. But what he's done there, essentially he stayed in the same position because there was no way he was going to get past him through the joker. So Fletcher has the lead. He's got one more lap to go, Fletcher. Will Noon in second, Finn Vore in third. Andy Harris in fourth, all up to fifth, down to fifth, sorry, is Andy Harris. Up to fourth is Edmund Shepherd. And DNF for Nathan Jones pulling off to the side there with a tyre stuck underneath his car. So Alex Fletcher leads the way. 2 seconds up the road from Will Noon, who himself is 1.5 seconds up the road from Finn Vore, who I think probably should have stayed out and not joked at the same time. That was a bit of a mistake just there for him. But the race leader comes round onto this change of surface. There is our race leader Alex Fletcher. He goes across the line, or does about to go over the line, not now, but now. Here he goes. Alex Fletcher taking the victory. There's no checkered flag waving there. He's just remembered. There's the checkered flag there. There we go. That's the end of the race. Alex Fletcher, Will Noon, Finn Vore. If anybody needs a signal that it's lunchtime, I think it might be the Finnish marshal person signalling that it's the end of the race. I think they'd already broken for the lunch break a couple of minutes too early. Chatting away, forgetting to wave the checkered flag, but there you have it. There is the result. Fletcher, Noon, Vore, Shepherd, Harris, Nathan Jones, Neil Brooks and Martin Peters with DNFs and DNSs respectively. That's it for our little break here before we go, before we come back. We're going to be away for probably half hour or so. It's scheduled for a 1 hour lunch stop, but we are running about half hour behind. We are due to return at 1:57 local time, so make sure you come back at around about 25 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
they're nervous about cable here when the turn down. Because the other side of the mountain. But there's pressure.
The problem with putting it here is it then compromise waters.
You don't at all. When mine's on, mine sticks up above that. I'm higher anyway.
You're higher than the green van.
Yeah.
So it's whether they get here and that. But where is Rob? Vehicle wise,
There.
he's the red at the end, isn't he?
No,
The gap between the cars is, I think he's roughly over there.
he's parked himself up in front of someone's car because they've moved into his spot.
As to Rob, us trio are looking at you now. We're trying to figure out where you're parked because there's a few red cars. Just give us a bit of a reference, vehicle wise, where you're near or what you're by. Barry to Rob, can you hear me? Anyway, mate. Just trying to think of how to improve at this end for your signal. I know you're in a red car, but I'm looking at quite a few red cars. Give us a reference roughly where you're parked next to. Well, it might be worth changing your spot. I don't know. I'm trying to optimise what I can give you, and I think maybe moving you a fraction, but mainly moving where this receiver is, because this Manitou that owns the lights plus a green van is sort of direct line of sight between you and us. Oh yeah, okay, that would do. Can you park there? Right, okay. So that's you with blue shorts on? Okay, between the cars.
Oh yeah.
So if I could get the ladder here. Right. Alright mate, well you stay there. I'm going to try and move the receiver so that you can actually, it works better for you. Oh mate, thank you.
Well.
What? That's just to power that, isn't it? But I can power that off my AC 170. that can sit there. We reckon we can get to about here, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so extend that to there. That's him sorted. Get his bum plugged back in again.
Yeah.
So that's not working. That one there can go to there.
Yeah.
So we now need power back, as in electrical power. So that should work there. That should work there, and then just electrical power to that one.
Which is that? Yeah, pull it under.
To there. And then maybe bodge that in somewhere. Cable tie it. Hang on, I've got a cable tie thing.
I've got a cable tie.
Hang on, I've got one with me. It's not a long one though, he said.
Oh, it's so little.
Oh, look at you. That's the one. So in theory, that is now on, is it? Is that? So that's Jeremy's.
Yeah. Oh, that's Jeremy's.
Oh no, hang on, yours is the straight one, isn't it? Sorry, yours
That's
is
mine.
So that's okay,
The
isn't
only
it?
thing I'm going to say is let's slightly reposition that one.
Which one? This one?
No, this one. So let's move this one because they're in line right now.
Yeah,
Move the
yeah.
ladder. Move the ladder.
Well no, because the priority's getting that, isn't it? Well, not priority,
Yeah.
but
But this will mean that there is nothing in the way. No, well, in theory, no interference. Because we've got it on to them. I'd like to start with blue wire there. And yes, we are. Very easy to fix. I'm not going to comment on that.
no, it's a bit of mathematics, right?
back to Pembrey for more racing from the Five Nations Trophy, the British Rallycross Champion and the BTRDA. It's a double-header weekend and we're supposed to be getting back underway very, very soon with the Classics, but we're not going Classics. We're going slightly different, as you can see on the lineup right now as I grapple around and try and find the right grid sheet. It's the Juniors, and they're up next at the moment, so there's a change to running order. Let me get the right Juniors up on my screen so I can tell you. So straight after lunch, and they throw us a curveball straight out on the grid, and here is our grid formed out, and I can tell you who it is. It is the Five Nations British Rallycross Juniors up first of all. So a change to our running order that we have here. The marshals very much keeping us on our toes, the swines. So here is the order. Teddy McPherson is where he's going. I'm going to give you a quick idea of what we're looking at as well and to why we're looking at this. It is the Juniors, as you can see, and I'm guessing it's Q3 for the Juniors. Juniors up first, and then it's going to be the cross cars and then the super retro. So I'll keep you across that as we go, and then we move on to the rest of the classes straight after. So we're going on to Q3, and we are kicking off with the Juniors, as I say. And it's Teddy McPherson in that prime position on the inside pole position. Caden Harris alongside. Harrison Foley is also there. Harrison Foley doing a great job. Will Hands and Cheshire Abubu alongside Tommy Brown, and it's green. The lights go out. It's a great start from Caden Harris. He needed a great start. He certainly wasn't sluggish after lunch, but it is Caden Harris who leads the way into that first turn, and Teddy McPherson has dropped back as a great start from Harrison Foley. He has pulled his way through, but just loses it on the exit of that opening turn, that tight right-hander. You can see it's quite greasy out there now. It is dry conditions. It's a bit cloudy and overcast as three cars file through, and it is Tommy Brown wedged between them. In and out of the Joker they go, and on the exit Tommy Brown needs to get the hammer down, doesn't he? He needs to move ahead. He's falling backwards when it comes down to the intermediate classification in the points, and he needs to worm his way further up that order, and this is his last bite of the cherry to do so, and he's already jokered, so he's now going to have to get all the work done out on track. A big lock up there from Brown as he's behind, in fact that was McPherson, was it behind Caden Harris? It was. Big lock up from McPherson behind Caden Harris in the P1, P2 position. And one goes into the Joker, and it's McPherson. A good call there to McPherson. Can he get in and can he get out ahead of Harrison Foley? A bit loose on the exit, but through goes two Foley as well. So it looks like the 2 and 3 positions have gone in and out of the Joker. Cheshire Abubu decides to collect the tyre stack just there. Will he be able to get going, or is he going to park himself on the corner? We can see where Foley is. Behind him it's Will Hands, and behind him it's Tommy Brown. Can't get past Hands, can he? He's stuck. He's stuck sitting on his own hands at the moment. Can't get through, and a bit loose, and Harris goes all over the place, or is that Brown even? All over the place, and Tommy Brown, well, I'll tell you what, he probably learnt that the colour of adrenaline is in fact brown as well, didn't he, just there, as Tommy Brown got all sideways and out of shape. There is Harrison Foley in P3. Teddy McPherson up ahead. He's some 7 seconds behind Caden Harris, who's got to go in and out of the Joker still. Harrison Foley did that earlier on, didn't he? Went in and out. Will Hands is just behind him, quite fine at the moment. Tommy Brown, well, got going after that little wobble, but he was a bit nervous inside that car. P2, P3, Harrison Foley and Will Hands. P2 is Teddy McPherson. He's about 4 seconds up the way, so he won't be in the shot right now. You might get a flash of him in a moment. There is our P1 and P2, and they have swapped positions, so it is Teddy McPherson leading Caden Harris. That happened away from the cameras, but a great overtake, I'm sure, from McPherson as Caden Harris gets a bit wobbly. On that right turn just there, that entrance to Hanson's, there's a huge curb, a real sort of angled curb, and if you hit it, it just unsettles the car. You can see them taking that line a bit wider at times, a huge camber on it. It's built up on the inside of the Hanson's corner, the inside of the Hanson's corner on the right-hand side, because it's been the anti-clockwise direction. It's 4 laps, remember, including the Joker, so it goes to its conclusion in just a few moments as over the line goes Teddy McPherson, and he takes the victory ahead of Caden Harris. Harrison Foley comes through in P3. There he is. Will Hans will come through in 4, or will he? No! Over the line, Tommy Brown pips him at the post, so all the way to the very end, and a tyre stack or something gets forced across the track as well. So there will be a slight moment out on track where things get recovered and restored and put into the right place. That was the Five Nations Rallycross Juniors. We're moving on now to the BTRDA Juniors. They are next up. And we've seen some great fighting between these guys as well. Elliot Fuster, Aston Brown, Hayden Harris, who's on the outside of the front row. Jimmy Jeekins, Oscar Cooper on the back row. Oscar Cooper nearest in that purple, should we say purple, lilac, whatever colour you want to call it, but he is out there. So there will be a few moments just as the track gets put back into position, and I stand corrected with the timing. I was looking at the wrong line, so that's why we're in the wrong place. The cross cars are coming up after this one. We've got the 2 cross car races for Q3, and then we go to Super Retro BTRDA Classics, 2 races there, no jokers for those, and then we go on to the Retro. So Q3 is the whole way through until we move on to semi-finals. There'll be 4 semi-finals, for 2 classes a little bit later, before we have a slight break on track with some more repairs or some water put down before the finals. And it's the supercars that kick off the proceedings here in Pembrey, with the finals coming your way from around about 4:15 this afternoon. Slightly behind schedule, not too far behind schedule today. The marshal's done a great job of picking up the schedule, and I've been told by a very nice bit of charades just here in the comms box that it is raining out on track, and in fact it's the purest Welsh rain, isn't it? You can see it dancing all over the place. A lot of rain down on track. Windscreen wipers going 10 to the dozen. These are hardy folk out here. They'll take their tops off and sunbathe in the rain, won't they?
Can you show me, Jamie? Oh, I'll come to you.
I have a Welsh name, so I can say things like that about the rain in Wales. I used to live in Wales for a short period of time. Lived in Monmouth, right on the border, for a very short period of time when I was about 17 or 18, something like that, which is way too long ago when the world was black and white. But there you have it. The recovery seems to be done. They've put those tyre stacks back where they need to. A bit more fettling needed to be done, I'm sure. But then we'll be back up and running straight after our lunch break. Chaos ensued as one of the cars decided to take out a tyre stack all of their own accord. So here is the grid then for the BTRDA Juniors Heat 3. It's Elliot Fuster on the inside, pole position in the white and green and blue flecked Swift, alongside Aston Brown in the black, then the blue with the yellow checks, Hayden Harris 999, and on the back row the micro of Jimmy Jenkins and Oscar Cooper making up that grid. With the juniors yesterday, it was Jenkins who finished 3rd, Hayden Harris 2nd, and Elliot Fuster taking the win in yesterday's first of 2 rounds, it being a double header, and off they go, as you can see, and it's a great start through the middle, but Fuster does have that perfect line. Keep your eyes on the right hand side. You will see just a moment, you'll see just how steep that banking is, just around about, oh, we've gone past it in fact on the shot, but just around that area there on the right hand side. We saw a car clout it earlier on, just chuck the car up into the air. At the back of the pack though is Oscar Cooper. Up ahead though, with a 707 on the car, that is Elliot Fuster. Great performance from Elliot so far out here today. It is qualifying 3, remember, when it comes down to the intermediate classifications, all important. To get the points, Fuster leads the way on 95. Hayden Harris is on 92 points, so could do with a victory for Hayden Harris, and hoping that Fuster finishes way down the order. I'm not sure that's going to happen though. 4 laps, including the visit to the Joker. Jimmy Jenkins in 2nd place. Hayden Harris, oh, a bit of a nudge up the back just there as Aston Brown goes into the Joker. He was nudged, wasn't he, by Hayden Harris, who tucks it a bit more neatly onto that exit of the Joker, but Aston Brown will force the issue by keeping the car parked right in the middle of the track, and Hayden Harris has got to try and worm his way around that car now because, well, they jokered at the same time, and that could be a bit disastrous. Not quite sure why he decided to joker at the same time. surely if Aston Brown goes into the Joker, you stay out and you try and get past him on the undercut, but it didn't happen just there, as Elliot Fuster, sorry, mixing two driver names up there. I knew something was wrong. Elliot Fuster dances around the left-hander. Nice controls through that left-hand, steep left-hand, and into the Joker goes Jimmy Jeekins, and keeps it nice and neat, does he? Oh, almost stops the car, couldn't quite get it rotated, could he, Jeekins? He's off and away. Where's he going to emerge? He emerges ahead of Hayden Harris, so Jenkins got away with that one, didn't he? But 57, that is Aston Brown, has managed to slot in ahead of him, so Jenkins loses a position in that Joker, and you suspect it was caused by that almost stopping on the exit of the Joker itself. So Jenkins P3. Up ahead, it is Aston Brown. Ahead of him, Elliot Fuster, as he is on his last lap. Fuster, they're all going round for the final time. That is Aston Brown in P2 now, and he is about 10 seconds off of Elliot Fuster, who must have gone in and out of the Joker by now, as off the track, well, not off the track, but certainly onto the loose stuff, goes Aston Brown, but keeps it together. Does he now? Very wide, gathers the car back up. Oh, got away with it again, Aston Brown. Bit scruffy, feeling the pressure behind, I'm sure. As up ahead, there is Elliot Fuster in and out of the Joker and secures the race win by a country mile. You have to say, going across the loose surface just there. It isn't loose, it's a concrete surface, but it's got lots of loose areas to it. And over the line he goes, Elliot Fuster taking the victory in the BTRDA Juniors. And in the short victory, Aston Brown got away with that second place, but got away with it a couple of times, didn't he? Impressive. Oscar Cooper comes through to round out the top 5. We're going to the cross cars next. Third and final qualifier. 2 races for the cross cars. And so all important to get those points. David Kane leads the way on 95 equal points with Max Weatherly, the reigning champion. At the bottom, Kevin Sharkey, well, he hasn't appeared out there, and Max Langmaid on 69 points. He does need to score some, so Max Langmaid will be looking at this one. So Stephen Burke starts in the pole position slot nearest to us. Next to him, Gareth Jones in the all-black cross car. On the outside, it's James Constantine on the second row, Max Langmaid on the inside, and Will Ovenden in the Ovenden coloured red and yellow. Kevin Sharkey unfortunately not able to make it after he flipped his cross car yesterday after it collected a car tyre that had come off one of the other cross cars. So Max Langmaid needs to overhaul his deficits, doesn't he? Right at the very bottom on 69 points, needs to work his way up the order, because this is going to determine who will get through into the finals a little bit later on. There are semi-finals in the cross cars, so there's still one more chance after this, but you want to work your way up in the order, don't you? You don't want to be starting too far back when it comes down to the semi-finals. Top 4 go through in the semi-finals into the final. Bit of work to be done. Just out on track. Not sure what the discussion is right now. I caught a fish and it was this big, maybe? I'm not quite sure. Second race has got David Kane spearheading it with Max Weatherly, the reigning champion, alongside, and Ben Bartlett, who has also looked very, very solid this weekend. Same as Bradley Turner, in fact, and Liam McMullen, Stephen Jones are all there in the second race. So you suspect for Max Langmaid, good opportunity for him. James Constantine as well is somewhere down the order. He's in 9th overall on 71 points. So that's the reason for the delay just there, just collecting the tyre stack and returning it to where it should be. Seems to have travelled a very long way from where it should have started, so I suspect they're bringing out a fresh tyre stack for this one. So I think it was a small hit on a tyre stack just around the corner here. This is on Senna's, so the start of the Senna corner, that's the start, or the finish line I should say, just there, as 3 people look on, looking mighty impressed with what's going on in the background. It's the fire rescue truck has smashed into the tyre stack, or is that an optical illusion? It is indeed an optical illusion, as they replace that tyre stack with a fresh one, or they put in 2 down. Looks like they've done 2 now to try and stop that corner cutting. Let's just have a look here. Is he going to rotate that one and plop it back down? Oh yeah, it's come apart, isn't it? I thought we saw a single solitary tyre taking a little wander across the track earlier on. And we did indeed. So that is a replacement. Get out the red paint and start painting some more tyres. Nicely done there. God, he'll get some points at the fairground, won't he? Wonder what he gets. A big teddy bear. Got 4 tyres. That's a big teddy bear, isn't it? 4 tyres. You only get a small teddy bear for 2 tyres. So well done. He's going to go back, take his tyres in and swap it over for his prize. Here we go then. Enough of that waffle. Let's go to cross car on the RX150. Starting grid for qualifying heat number 3. Front row, Stephen Burke on the inside, left-hand side of your shot. Then it is Gareth Jones and James Constantine on the right-hand side of your picture. And the back row, the left-hand side of your shot is Max Langmaid. The right-hand right of your shot is Will Ovenden in the red and yellow cross car. And that tyre needs to be removed from the area. So does the truck, which is just coming. There's a little off ramp just up here so they can make a quick getaway and disappear out of shot and out the way and scamper to safety. Just waiting for the marshal to wander across. You always tell by his body language when things get exciting, because the marshal just hops, skips and jumps across the way. In fact, there it is again. How many times are we going to see that little tyre stack going? It's well and truly out of the way now. The start marshal's in position. We are ready to race. Burke, Jones, Constantine front row, Will Ovenden and Langmaid on the back row just there, with Ovenden on the right hand side in that red and yellow. Keep your eyes on the ball. James Constantine needs a decent result, and it was a full start. It's a jump start. It was either Will Ovenden or it was James Constantine. It was the right hand side of the picture, I'm pretty sure. Just glanced it with the corner of my eye, where my eyelashes live. Let's see where the marshal is going. Heading across. I think that, I don't know who knows it actually. I'm just looking at the back row and there seems to be a bit of discussion going on between Max and Will. Max Langmaid and Will Ovenden. It was Will Ovenden who was the naughty boy. Moves himself back into position and the sign comes up with a thumbs up from Will Ovenden. So that means 2 trips around the Joker for Will Ovenden. That's going to add 4.5 to 5 seconds to his time. Start marshal is getting himself ready and waving to them all. Signals to the lights. We are ready to race once again. And we're away nice and cleanly at the second time of asking. It's a brilliant start on the inside from Stephen Burke. Takes it inside line, and it looks to me like slotting beautifully in is Gareth Jones. Maybe snotting in there too, as out wide goes Stephen Burke. Carried the pace, didn't he? Couldn't quite get the kart stopped, and around he goes. Is kicking out the back end, and into the Joker goes Max Langmaid. And also goes Ovenden for the first time of 2, and onto the inside, tucking that kart in, all coming almost into contact with each other. That is Gareth Jones alongside the race leader. Race leader is James Constantine. He needs a decent result, he needs a decent time. Forget the result, it's all about the time, remember, because you stack up all the times from the 2 races, put them into order of quickest times, and that's how the intermediate classification points are dished out. And a complete 360 spin just there from James Constantine. He was leading the way, and it can go wrong that quickly in the cross karts, can't it? Will Constantine dive into the Joker now, or will he stay out? I think he's going to stay out because he's got those 2 cars breathing down his neck. Well, Ovenden goes into the Joker. He needs to complete 2 Joker passes. That's the first one done, and here comes the second one done, fighting with the cross car, isn't he? Ovenden in that Mygale XC04. Up ahead, you can see that's Max Langmaid. He is ahead of Stephen Burke now into P3. Gareth Jones leads James Constantine, well, somehow in second, but I think he may fall back as they go over the stripe. Let's see where they're at. Race leader James Constantine is up ahead with the 39, so a real recovery from James Constantine. He had that complete 360 spin, didn't he? James Constantine looking pretty solid out there after that spin, managing to recover to some degree. In and out the Joker he is going to go. I believe these 2 have already jokered, so in and out the Joker goes Gareth Jones, and he exits the Joker into P2 behind the 15 Max Langmaid. So it's Langmaid, then it is Jones, and then Stephen Burke, with Constantine down in P4 and Ovenden way back in P5 after taking those 2 tours around the Joker section of the lap. Final time of asking then, Max Langmaid looks like he's got this one done. This is Heat 3, remember qualifying Heat 3 is a 4-lap affair with that 1 tour around the Joker. He's just going to complete this area here. Onto the exit he goes. Final time of asking, up to the speedway straight they go. Another hairpin, there are 2 long hairpins, the Carter's hairpin and this one the Brooklands hairpin. In and out of Toyo's, which is a right-hander, and it's on that horrible surface just there, that broken concrete sections. On to Senna's and completes the victory there for Max Langmaid. 2nd place, Gareth Jones. 3rd place is Stephen Burke. Great performance there. And the time, critically, 2:52.621. As they clear, there's the classification times for you. We'll reorder that once we get the next race done. And the next race lines up on the grid, ready to go. And David Kane takes the pole position on the inside, the left-hand side of your shot in the white kart. So Max Weatherly, the reigning champion, in the centre. Ben Bartlett on the outside. P4 is 29. Liam is the number 61, Bradley Turner. Then Liam McMullen in the red and black. Crosscar is Steve Jones in the RX150 at the very back of the grid. Max Weatherly won yesterday, Will Ovenden 2nd, and Liam McMullen came home 3rd. It's the quickest of the bunch, these 6. Ready to race. Brilliant start on the insides from David Kane. Trying to move across, darting to the inside. Cheeky little dart to the inside there was Bartlett, but he loses a position, slots himself down to P4, but he's got the inside line. Now it's the outside line for this tight left hander, this hairpin, as Bradley Turner moves his way up but runs a bit wide and so decides to exit and go into the Joker. I think that was a snap decision from Bradley Turner. Got it all wrong, didn't he, onto the entrance. Oh, and he stopped. That allows Liam McMullen to go through. I wonder if Bradley Turner's going to be able to get his kart started. Looking in the background, it seems like he did. Just got way too much angle. Stopped the cross kart, couldn't get going again. Snatched a gear. I think he snatched the wrong gear in all that moment and forced himself way back down the order. So what was going so well for Bradley Turner, he bailed on the exit of Hanson's, didn't he? Because of the slightly crossover he got. Bailed into the Joker, and then maybe that was a flash of emotion that he couldn't quite control. He made the mistake. So in the lead, David Kane. 2nd place, Max Weatherly. 3rd place, number 44. We're looking at right now Benjamin Bartlett. Ben Bartlett doing a fantastic job. But he's got to try and work his way up the order. It is Heat 3, Race 2. 4 laps on this one. After the cross cars comes Super Retro and the Classics. They're on their way next. Still keeping it nicely together is the reigning champion Max Weatherly. It takes a lot to make him make a mistake. 2nd place for him at the moment, but it's David Kane who leads. David Kane's pulled out an advantage of 1.4 seconds into the Joker. He goes back to all 3 go into the Joker. No opportunity to gain on each other. In and out the Joker they go. Are they happy to settle with P1, P2, P3? Well, I'll tell you what, they may not have that opportunity, because there is Liam McMullen, and he has managed to force his way ahead of Bartlett. So brilliant drive there from McMullen, keeping it clean all the way around that lap, and in and out the Joker went Benjamin Bartlett, but because of that, couldn't quite keep the power down. Finds himself in P4. David Kane leads the way with a 2:03.170. 2:52 that Max Langmaid won in the first race, remember, so you're looking for something quicker than a 2:52 to get the full 50 points on the intermediate classification. These are still fighting it out between them for P3. This is where the battle's at. Liam McMullen. Here is the race leader, David Kane, on the inside. Is he going to lose the position? McMullen, no, manages to hold it. Oh, behind, bit sideways Bartlett. Real close racing, fair racing, but Kane takes the victory. 2nd goes to Max Weatherly. P3 was McMullen. P4 Bartlett. A real battle at the end though, as Turner comes through, followed by Steve Jones. So Turner, well, Managing to bring it in P5, even though he did stop pretty much out on track. I think he'll be disappointed but relieved that he doesn't find himself further down on the intermediate classification. They've got their semi-finals coming up at around about 3:30, just after 3:30 is the scheduled time. Super Retro and the Classics are up next. Already lining onto the grid, and it's Stan Swayland. No, it's not. Let's get the right grid for you. David Ewan is certainly there. You can see him in the middle of the shots. It is Mark Jones in the pole position, David Ewan central, Stephen Gaunt is up next. This is the BTRDA Classic. As they go and do a bit more repair work out on the track. Seems to be a lot of collecting tyre stacks today, doesn't it? It's a combination of Super Retro and the BTRDA Classics at this stage. They will separate for the finals a little bit later on, with the Super Retros having a semi-final before all of that happens. Tyre stack returned to its position. So Mark Jones starting in pole position. David Ewan alongside in the blue Fiesta. Stephen Gaunt on the outside in that Vauxhall Corsa on the right-hand side of your shot. Second row, John Cross. Not there in the Stratos, but alongside should be Steve Cousins. Sorry, Steve Cousins is there on his own. No John Cross. And on the back row we have Messi Evans starting on the inside. And next to him is the Volvo 242, driven by Stuart Emery. Doors flapping at the moment, trying to get a bit more cool breeze through. There's certainly a lot of cool breeze out there. Still a bit of a hold up, but the start marshal is starting to slowly walk his way out onto the track. There he is. Last chance for the Super Retros in particular to gain some decent haul of intermediate classification points before they head off to their semi-finals a bit later on. 4 laps, no joker for the Super Retro and the Classics. Keep your eyes on Mark Jones on the left-hand side. Keep your eyes on David Ewan. He's had some decent results out here today, but what a start from Mark Jones. Can't see it from that angle, but he absolutely leapt off the line, and so has Steve Cousins on the Renault 5. Darting through from that second row, up straight through on the inside, up to P2. What a start from Steve Jones. Steve Cousins. Keep wanting to call him Steve Jones. Don't know why. Maybe he can change his name for him. That would help me out, wouldn't it? There is Messi Evans at the back of the grid. See all the cars out there. David Ewan is in third place. There is Stuart Emery down in 4th right now, but up ahead it is Mark Jones and Steve Cousins. Combination of the two names, that's what I'm doing, but there you go. Mark Jones leads the way. Steve Cousins P2. P3 just there is David Ewan, and then it's Stuart Emery pushing him the whole way. We saw some fantastic battles earlier on involving that huge Volvo. David versus Goliath, and you see the size of the Volvo 242 against that little Fiesta. Powerhouse, the Volvo. Steve Gaunt just there, coming through behind Stuart Emery. Steve Gaunt's in that Corsa B. The gap is starting to increase now, isn't it, between P1 and P2, and David Ewan's doing a great job of holding off Stuart Emery and not losing too much time on Steve Cousins. But while he's looking one way, trying to close the door on Emery, I do get a sense that Cousins can take advantage. Although, saying that, Steve Cousins not looking particularly hot at the moment. That gap is right closed up. It was about 1 second at one point. It's now closed up to half a second, if that. Flasher Mark Jones, the Toyota MR2 Turbo, going past the green flasher car. This one here is not the Toyota MR2. This is Messi Evans in the Peugeot 205 GTI. Lock up again. You get a sense that Ewan's starting to feel the pressure of Stuart Emery in the penultimate lap at this moment as Mark Jones goes through. And Mark Jones now starts his last lap. It's a real battle for second place. Steve Cousins is at the head of the train. Cousins, Ewan, Emery all on the back of each other. The race leader though, well, so far ahead. Out he goes from the exit of Carter's hairpin down the speedway straight. Just half a lap to go for him. Our race leader, Steve Cousins, ahead still of David Ewan, ahead of Stuart Emery, who's ahead of Stephen Gaunt, with Messi Evans at the very, very back of that train. But you get to see the distance now. In fact, Steve Cousins just putting a bit of an advantage. Stuart Emery trying a different line, trying to unsettle David Ewan. But not far to go for Ewan. Keep it neat, keep it tidy as through. Mark Jones goes, takes the victory with a time of 2:48. Mark Jones in the classic class. Steve Gaunt and Messi Evans, both classics. The rest of them are all super retros. Cousins, Ewan and Stuart Emery in super retro 2, 3 and 4 respectively. The rest of the cars then for this next race, they are all in super retro. And it is Charlie French on the left-hand side of your screen that occupies the pole position. The inside of turn 1 is a right-hander. Pat Duran in the centre of your screen, the red and white Escort Mark II. On the outside, right-hand side of your screen, 779, that is Alan Crockett in the Opel Kadett GTE. Second row, Andy Grant. The Ford Escort, the red Ford Escorts, alongside Ray Morgan in the white and orange Mark III Escort. Back row of the grid is Alan Tapscott. He's in the Escort, and Vince Bristow in the BMW 318i, and we are ready to go. It's a great start from Pat Duran, sitting there pretty much going nowhere. There was Alan Crockett, a terrible start for him, but it is Charlie French, a huge lock-up for French as he dives on in. Pat Duran forced out wide. A fantastic start though. Look at that 114. Ray Morgan coming through, trying to force his way through Pat Duran, but Pat making this car extremely wide. It was a great start from Charlie French. Big lock-up though, wasn't it? Great start for Pat Duran. Ray Morgan though climbing up the order as pretty much stationary. Alan Crockett didn't get anywhere off the start, but he's fighting back in the Cadet, and he's managed to grab back that third place where he started. So we are as we began. French, Duran, Crockett. There's Ray Morgan moving his way up from P5 to P4. Andy Grant dropping back. Vince Bristow and Alan Tapscott round out the proceedings, or the other way round now. There's Vince Bristow coming through behind Grant, and there is Tapscott in the back of the shot just there. Trouble with these Escorts, they're red. Quick look at them, they both look pretty much the same, but Tapscott's got the black bonnet and the black livery on the doors as well. So big lock up there, taking that car around, closing the gaps up once again. These in a bit of a 4-car battle, but way ahead Charlie French with Pat Duran, and then Alan Crockett. Gaps between them, 2 to 3 seconds between first to third. It's growing by the moment as Charlie French gets the hammer down and Grant gets all over the place, and Tapscott takes evasive action. So it's now the 2 red Escorts at the back of the pile. Tapscott in P7, last place, as Duran now feels the heat. Is on the inside. Crockett's got the perfect line going in to Brooklands. Keeps it neat and tidy as they hook it right onto that different surface into Toyo's, and then hooking it left again as they go around Senna's. Up ahead, there's Charlie French leading the way. Last lap, Charlie French leads it. There is Crockett, there is Duran, keeping it nice and neat. They have got a semi-final coming their way, Super Retro. Charlie French in that big rear wing. There's Crockett running a bit wide, but keeping it together, and Duran following suit, but keeping it a bit more tidy on the exits. French going round, this is the final corner for him. Flicking it round to the left-hand side, French takes the victory. Charlie French does it again. Brilliant performance from him yesterday. French won in yesterday's round. Crockett came home second, and Alan Tapscott brought his home in third. With Ray Morgan fourth overall yesterday. Work cut out for all of these if they're going to replicate that, apart from, say, Charlie French, who seems to be in exactly the same place as he was yesterday. It's the Retros and the Classics up next. BTRDA Retros and the Classics. Swayland is in position. Dan Swayland. We'll come to that in just a moment as we see the cars exit the track right now. And there is Pat Duran. Vince Bristow. Vince Bristow's been a busy boy this weekend. He's competing in a couple of different classes. As the cars move into position. This is qualifying heat 3 for the BTRDA Classic. And on the left-hand side of your shots, the pole sitter Dan Swayland. Dan won yesterday and he wins pretty much every single time. Very, very impressive. Not a huge amount of cars in this class. Hopefully that number will grow. But that doesn't seem to bother Dan Swayland because he's still got to beat those that are out on track. And that is what he does pretty much every time. He's won every single round so far, round 1, round 2, round 3. Except for one where Terry Moore won the opening round at Liddon Hill when Dan Swayland finished second. Joe Luke Eastwood's finished second twice. The 6th in the opening round at Liddon means he's second in the championship, 12 points off the lead. So it's Dan Swayland that leads the championship. Joe Luke Eastwood in second place in the championship at this moment, starting alongside Swayland on the grid. So Swayland starts on pole, Joe Luke Eastwood central in that MG Metro. Half-height in the Peugeot on the outside. Helen Crook starts in P4 on the inside in the Mini. And then you see Tony Lynch behind with the door flapping. Bit of a hold-up on track at the moment. Quite a few hold-ups, haven't we, today? Most of it to do with tyre stacks being replaced, although we have had a Mini end up on its roof. The water is going down, so they're putting a bit of water down onto the track in the loose area, stopping the dust from kicking up. And while that happens, the drivers flap the doors, trying to bring more air into the car. Chucking a whole load more water down just there. And as you see, it doesn't just go on the loose stuff, it goes all over the tarmac. And that is around the Joker area. When you wander around the track, you do get a sense of the different surfaces, the potholes that are out there as well. And you do see the car tyres falling into them on occasion, unsettling the balance of the car. These drivers are pretty used to that though, obviously. They've been around here about 100,000 times this weekend. So many races have come. Dan Swayland's led quite a lot of those laps. So we're on to the classics. After the classics, quick rundown of the timetable for you. Here's the supercars, they come next to their Q3, then it's the Swifts and the Minis in the same race, followed by the BTRDA Super Mods, and then we go to production Q3 before we turn our attention to semi-finals, followed, as you'd imagine, by the final. Each different categories, separating the categories in the main. But we are ready to go by the look of it. The marshal's standing over there just waiting for the clear, and he's got it. So Swayland on the left-hand side on pole position, Joe Luke Eastwood and Ian Halfhide alongside. Helen Crooks and Tony Lynch make up the rest of the grid. Ready to race goes up on the board, eyes to the lights, and there they go. And it's a brilliant start through the centre from Joe Luke Eastwood. He needs to get ahead of Dan Swayland, but that is easier said than done. The extra power that Dan Swayland has maybe in that Escort Mark 1 darting through on the inside, about keeping it neat and tidy here in these classics, 1600s. It's the way the car delivers the power, it's the way the car works, isn't it? As they all march their way through for the first lap. No joker for these 4 laps, no joker. Dan Swayland out ahead, and Joe Luke Eastwood's got Peugeot all over the back of him. That's Tony Lynch really trying to force the issue and make Joe Luke Eastwood take his eyes off of where he's going. And and turn his eyes backwards, and that allows him through. In fact, he's done brilliantly just there, Tony Lynch, forcing the issue and making Joe Luke Eastwood run a little bit wide. As he does so, secures the inside line. Brilliant overtake from Tony Lynch on lap number 2. Luke Eastwood taking a huge amount of curb. I was saying there is that huge rise on the right-hand side, and you do see if you hit it, it unsettles the car. There's two right-hand wheels going up into the air, landing pretty heavily. Swayland's eked out a 1.3 second gap so far, but as he goes over the line, we'll get an idea as he crosses the beam what that gap looks like now, and it has come down, in fact. Tony Lynch has closed the gap to a second, so pulled back 0.3 of a second on Dan Swayland. So maybe he's not feeling quite as comfortable as he'd like, Swayland. Tony Lynch can be a bit of a menace, can't he? Finished 4th yesterday, Lynch, in the Classic, behind Ewan. Dan Swayland, though, way out ahead. I'll say way out ahead. He's way out ahead of the rest of the field, but not way out ahead of Tony Lynch, who's still got him well and truly in his sights. And the way he hunted down Eastwood, you wouldn't say Swayland, though, way out ahead. Hunted down Eastwood, you wouldn't bet against him. The gap has come down to 0.7 of a second, so 0.3 nibbled there on that lap, but this is the last lap, so Swayland just has to keep him ahead now. Getting all crossed up as he goes around his tight left-hander. Is the hairpin, the Carter's hairpin, onto that speedway straight, and it'll be here for Tony Lynch, getting the slipstream, try and take an advantage of using some of that slipstream there as he pops out to the side. Too far back, way too far back. Dan Swayland has performed brilliantly here, just holding him off, keeping him at arm's length, maybe allowing him to push on a bit, but it all comes down to this as Swayland crosses the line, taking the victory in heat number 3 in the Classics. Tony Lynch P2, Joe Luke Eastwood in P number 3. There's confirmation for you as they still file through. Have a revised grid in supercar class. The supercars are at the very top of the assembly area, so they'll be heading their way down in the next few moments. So there is a rejig, a bit of a slightly different order. Obviously there was a slight conversation going on with the officials here. So supercars up next then. Supercar third and final qualifying intermediate points are all at play, and I'm just trying to find the intermediate category points at the moment, but it isn't quite showing just yet because of this change to the grid. But it's going to be Gary Donoghue, easy for me to say, lining up in the pole position. Tristan Ovenden alongside. Derek Tohill starting in this one. Colin Hanson starting the outside of this race number 1. So Derek Tohill, maybe it's a good thing for Tohill to be starting in a second or a separate race from Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan. Just waiting for the cars to come into position. Not many of these Q3s to go. Supercars, Swift and the Minis in that one race. 2 super modified races and the production before we have those 2 semi-finals, the crunch time in the semi-finals. But if you're in this, you know you'll be in the final. Gary Donoghue is the only one in position at this stage. I'm having a quick glance out the window and he's deciding he's going to go back for a moment. No Ovenden. Ovenden now has appeared. I can see Tohill, and I can see Anson in the background as well. So here they come. Donoghue moving himself back into position, just wanted to have a bit of time away from that position just there to collect his thoughts. There goes Tristan Ovenden alongside in that Citroen DS3. Derek Tohill in the Peugeot 208 WRX. There is Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage. So 4 cars on the grid. A Fiesta, a Citroen, a Peugeot and a Mitsubishi. Great to see the variety of cars out on track. We're just waiting for the all clear from the start marshal. And the all clear has been given. Points to stick to the lights, the eyes on the lights. They are ready to race. It's Derek Tohill, needs a decent result in the middle in that yellow Peugeot 208, and he has got a great start as well. Moves across as Ovenden closes the door as well. And the DS3, no, he doesn't. Rubbing bodywork there. Great bit of driving. Rubbing bodywork with Gary Donoghue. So it's a 4-lap race, including a joker. Oh, I thought Ovenden might go into the joker just there, but he collects it, keeps it together. I thought with that wide line, maybe that's the perfect opportunity to bail for Tristan Ovenden, but no, he decides to stay out. And it is Derek Tohill who's jumped into a lead from P3 from the outside edge on that start row. Derek Tohill, great jump off the start. He needed that, needs to get himself clear of everyone, and he's done it with Gary Donoghue behind him. Around 8/10 of a second now in the lead for Derek Tohill over Gary Donoghue. He leads by 2 whole seconds ahead of Tristan Ovenden, who got very sideways but managed to keep ahead of Colin Anson. An 8-car final, so all cars will go through to the final, but it'll be starting order to determine it from the intermediate classification. That's what this is all about. And Tohill needs to get a decent point source, so he needs a really fast time. Doesn't want to be held up. Got to get the hammer down with the faster, essentially the faster semi-final, faster Heat 3 coming up very soon. But what Tohill doesn't want is a fight on his hands, and Gary Donoghue is forcing him to defend, and that is ultimately going to slow Derek Tohill up. Derek Tohill stays out, does he? Yes, he does, as into the joker goes Gary Donoghue. Do the opposite of what Tohill does, is what he had been told by his joker, by his spotter, and that's exactly what he did, but he emerged down the order. There is Ovenden, and there is Donoghue. Up ahead is Derek Tohill will, I'm sure, be relieved that he doesn't have Gary Donoghue on his back right now, but the gap isn't that much. It's going to take 4.5 seconds to get around that joker. It's a much longer joker in this anti-clockwise layout. Last lap for Tohill. He will go into the joker on this lap, on this time of asking, and there is Ovenden behind as well. So let's keep our eye on the joker as in goes Derek Tohill and in goes Ovenden. Where's he going to emerge though? Tohill comes out, gets it rotated nicely back on the power. That's a very nice joker from Tohill. When he needed it, he got it, didn't he? Brilliantly done there from Derek Tohill. Donoghue moves his way up back into 2nd place. Ovenden in 3rd place with Colin Anson just at the very top of your shot on the left-hand side in the Mitsubishi Mirage. But around they go. Derek Tohill takes it. Keep your eye on the time though as he crosses the beam, cutting the timer at 2:40.137. That was quick. But will it be quick enough for a great points haul in the intermediate classification? Patrick O'Donovan, we've been watching on, knowing it's a 2:40.137. I'm pretty sure Dave Mansfield, his spotter, would have told him the time. And Patrick knows what he needs to do. But it is in his own hands, really, isn't it? Patrick O'Donovan starting in the pole position slot on the left-hand side, as you can see. Alongside him and his dad, Ollie O'Donovan, in the Proton Iris, the yellow and green car. Next up is number 12, John McCluskey. And then Julian Godfrey on the outside. So 3 champions there. Patrick O'Donovan, the reigning champion. Ollie O'Donovan, one-time champion. And multi-champion Julian Godfrey as well. 6-time champion Godfrey on the outside of race number 2. Marshall runs out the way. We are ready to race. Here comes the noise. And it was a great start from Ollie O'Donovan, with Patrick O'Donovan caught sleeping there, but manages to stay ahead of his dad into turn 1. And it's Godfrey on the outside, just trying to force his way through, manages to climb his way up there into P3 from the outside of that start line. He goes in and around McCluskey into the Joker to get it done, so he emerges into clean air. McCluskey caught sleeping really off the line, same as Patrick O'Donovan, but Patrick O'Donovan, because of the inside, manages to stay ahead of his dad, who's now got Julian Godfrey over his shoulder, and Patrick O'Donovan knows a 2:40 is the time to beat. Toehill 2:40.137 was his time. Ollie O'Donovan looking good out there, keeping it nice and neat, just a little bit wide, but gathers it up nicely. Patrick O'Donovan tucking the car in nicely, just turning it early. Into the Joker goes Julian Godfrey. Will he emerge ahead though of John McCluskey? It's a wide line. He gathers it back up. There's McCluskey. Godfrey comes out ahead, stays in P3, but has the Joker done. So Patrick O'Donovan needs the Joker, so does Ollie O'Donovan. Patrick O'Donovan leads. There he is. There's Ollie O'Donovan, his dad. Tight left-hander there. Ollie's around Hansen's, trying to avoid that big, hefty curb that you can just about make out on the left-hand side of the picture. Here is Patrick O'Donovan. Got one more lap to go after this. Will he Joker now? He does indeed. Dave Mansfield calling the shots. But what about Ollie? Is Sam saying to Joker as well? Yes, he does. In he goes. And out past us comes Ollie O'Donovan. Godfrey a bit wide there when he needed great traction. Couldn't quite get it, could he? Just running onto the loose stuff on the exits of the Carter's hairpin. It's Patrick O'Donovan who has the lead. He has one more lap to complete. Oh no, checker flag is floating up there. Well, he thought it was one more lap to go. Only 2 laps showing on the timing screen. Patrick O'Donovan only showing 3 laps on the timing screen. And there you see 3 laps complete. So I'm not sure that race was complete. I think that came 1 lap too soon. It did. Look at the lap time there, 1:56. I'm not sure what they're going to do about that. It's going to have to go on to count back because 1 lap too few on that race. That is a bit of a mistake there from the Marshall team. And, well, they're going to have to pick through the bones of that one because, yes, they had all jokered, but the timing screen says they didn't complete all the laps. And as I was calling it, they hadn't completed all the laps. 1 more to go. Well, that's a big error. And they'll have to work out how they're going to sort that one through. But that's not my problem. I will come to the result when I'm given it. As we look now at the next race, it is the Swifts and the BTRDA Minis. But a big error just there from the team out on track, because the timing screen shouldn't be lying to me. Let's move our attention then to the Minis, the BTRDA Minis and the Swifts. And with the Minis, it's Wesley Wickens on the perfect inside line, and Salter isn't there, so it's Ryan Cooper on the outside of the start line. Only 2 cars in the BTRDA Minis now because we lost Warren Salter, who rolled his car, and no Linda Wellen either today. The Swifts, well, it's Matt Cake who has pole position, the blue Swift, Gary Harvey alongside, and Naftali Ayeko on the outside, and Phil Seath starts on the second row, the back row, for the Swifts. Certainly a bit of an error there coming down with what we saw before, and I'm not sure how they're going to work it through. I'm just looking now, and I can see that Dave Mansfield and Sam, both from the team RX Racing, that's Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan, they're shaking their heads there because they know full well there should have been 1 more lap to go. It's going to take some discussion, and the officials are having a chat out there right by the start line at the moment with Drew Furlong, the 5 Nations Championship manager, just trying to discuss it with all the spotters who now come over for a big conflab to deal with what's happened. And it is a big, big mistake. So one race in qualifying heat 3 was the full 4 laps, and the second race was only 3 laps. And that will have an impact, because you can argue that you didn't push because you were doing your joker. What if there's a car that hadn't jokered and stayed out on track? The what ifs that didn't need to happen because they had all jokered. So in theory, you could say, well, we'll add a quick lap on for each of you. Take your fastest lap so far, and we'll stick that onto your lap time. But there only being one out lap as a start line, then the next one, and then your joker lap. There's only one lap you can choose from to add the time on. So you can see from where I'm looking right now, Dave Mansfield is arguing a point. He's good at that. He knows this sport like the back of his hand, does Dave Mansfield, and he'll be arguing the point of how you're going to work this one through. He'll be saying that Patrick O'Donovan deserves the full points. I'm sure that's what his argument will be, and Sam will be saying that Ollie deserves second most points because they'll be putting in their fastest lap of all. But with the start lap being a different lap, different course, because the start position being here, you go off down the start line, you turn right. That's the only time you use this part of track you're looking at right now. That lap is a different length. And then you have a joker lap, which is a different length, so you only have one other lap to choose a fast lap time to maybe add on. So there's a lot of pointing, a lot of gesturing going on here off camera. We won't show you what's going on off here, but you can imagine there's 5 spotters all in their high-vis jackets right now. And the conversation is, I'd love to be a fly, not on the wall, but a fly on Dave Mansfield's shoulder right now. I'd love to be hearing what they're saying. And they're walking away. Any of your thoughts just there as we see one of the spotters crossing the track, crossing the camera. So the spotter's point is where I'm situated. I'm looking at the start line and pretty much in line with the start cars here. The spotter's position is way off, away from me to the right hand side, and I can't see them from my position just now, but they came marching over. So, well, they'll have to work it through. I'm sure we'll get some update in a bit with how they're going to sort this one. Let's see if I can get an answer for you. So I've asked the question, I'll try and give you an update in just a bit, but they seem to have calmed the spotters, who are all arguing that their drivers are about to go on their fastest laps of all, and thus they'd be in the top 5 of the intermediate classification. They certainly won't be able to rerun that race because 3 of the 4 laps were complete, and you can't put a supercar through that and expect it to not have any issues. A lot of strain on a supercar. They can deal with a lot, obviously. They're 2 litre, very, very highly strung turbo beasts, aren't they? 650 brake horsepower. Quicker off a line than a Formula 1 car. But our start marshal goes back onto the grid, so we are turning our attention now to the 5 Nations British Rallycross Swifts and the BTRDA BMW Minis. There are 2 of those out on track now, so Wesley Wickens on the left-hand side in pole position, Ryan Cooper on the right-hand side, number 11, is in P2. It's Matt Cake, Harvey Ayeko and Seath in the Swifts, and across the track goes Ryan Cooper, and he slams the door shut on Wesley Wickens and goes across, taking the lead. So from the outside of that starting lineup, he goes straight into P1. We are in Heat 3, as we say. It's 4 laps, includes a joker. Just so everybody knows, it's 4 laps, not 3. And around they go. And it is Matt Cake who's dropped back off the start. We don't often see that, do we? Ayeko has jumped ahead of Matt Cake, and Matt Cake is going to want to rectify that situation as soon as he can. Goes to the left, goes to the right. He's on the inside. Is he of Senna's? Yes, he is. He just cut away in time to see Wickens trying to put the pressure on, but Matt Cake has got the jump on Senna, on the Senna's corner. Entering to Ollie's. avoiding the big curb just there. Wesley Wickens can't get anywhere near Ryan Cooper. What a great start it was from Ryan Cooper. Into the Joker goes Phil Seath. Front wheel drive, front wheel steering, front wheel everything. And Swift, big bouncing across there, and now you can see that Wesley Wickens has closed the gap up on Ryan Cooper, who locks up, starting to feel the pressure, you wonder. Will this be the moment that the decision is made for Wickens to do the opposite to Ryan Cooper? Ryan Cooper stays out, doesn't go into the Joker, you do the Joker. Cooper goes into the Joker, you stay out. There you go, opposite done. That is exactly what you need to do if you're Wickens. You can't get past on track, so you do it with the Joker, making sure you secure it beautifully, and it was a decent Joker for Wickens. He comes out ahead of Matt Cake, who's in a different class, obviously. In the Swifts, Matt Cake way up ahead now, getting past Ayeko and then starting to move away. 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds more, in fact, as you see. Ayeko must have gone through the Joker there. We don't have a marker on the Joker around here, so we can't see on our timing screens whether they have jokered, but Wickens has jokered, we know that one. So keep your eye on Cooper, 6 seconds ahead. Ryan Cooper, can he get in and out of the Joker? He's gone into the Joker. There, right now, Cooper. Wesley Wickens is going to come round. How tight can he keep it? Oh, not tight enough for Cooper. He's dropped it there on the Joker itself, and that's allowed Wickens to march his way through. Maybe if he'd been able to hold it a little bit more neatly there, Cooper could have got the march and kept ahead of Wickens, but he couldn't get it done. Wickens creeps his way through with Cooper going into that Joker on that last lap. Wickens is going to take the victory as they head around for the final time. There you go, Wickens takes it. Ryan Cooper in second and off onto the grass. Oh, keep it together. Don't damage your car, Ryan. Don't damage your car. He was going fully for it, wasn't he, Ryan Cooper? Comes home second place. I'm not sure if he knew it was the last lap or not. He was really going for it. Matt Cake comes home taking the victory in the Swifts with Phil Seath in P2. Ayeko in P3. Great stuff from the Swifts and from the Minis. We move to the BTRDA Super Modifieds next. Here we go then, so we move on to our next class then. We've had the Minis and the Swifts. We move on to Super Modified. You see the grid just there. Apologies for not bringing it to you. But the Super Modifieds are out on track, including that SLK, that rather splendid looking SLK of Richard Moore. What a brilliant start though for the front line there. Philip McLaughlin, he leads the way as Richard Moore slots through into P2. Started there in P2, really, didn't he? George Gray, we've had a few cars missing from this Heat 3 Race 1. We are losing some of these Super Modifieds, as you'd expect. Can't quite take it, can they? They take a bit of a hammering, these cars, but George Gray goes through. Oh, and it's very, very sideways on the exit of the Joker. George Gray was hoping for a perfect Joker, doesn't quite get the perfect Joker that he was after. 4 laps includes a Joker here for the Super Modifieds. George Gray emerges, well, a bit red-faced, I'm sure, feeling a little bit frustrated. Oh, and another sideways, another spin. Oh, that's our race leader, 2:34. That's Philip McLaughlin. He was leading, and the short wheelbase, absolutely tiny wheelbase, really, of that little MG Metro, the 6R4. And another spin as well. Everyone's dancing around. They have watered the track, and so everybody's struggling out there, including the SLK, the only V8 that we've seen. And so Richard Moore, who was looking really strong, inheriting the race lead, has now stopped out on track. Is he going to get going again? Sticks it into reverse, and off he goes. So Richard Moore is now back out on track, but What does that mean to the running order? I have no idea is the answer. Can't be George Gray leading the way after all that, can it? Could it be Ratu maybe? No, there is Ratu behind. Richard Moore, we know, has spun. Philip McLaughlin spun. David Caldwell is probably the leader in the 717 Citroen Saxo. Let's see if we can find him. I think it's Caldwell leading the way. He is about 8 or 9 seconds up the road, is my understanding. Oh, he's done it again. Oh, another spin. Oh, no, George Gray has to take evasive action, but another spin for McLaughlin. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, no one seems to want to win this one, do they? But there is Dale Ford. Barely mentioned him. There is Stephen Ratu, who's... I don't know where he's gone. Stephen Ratu has taken his own line. Okay. Well, this one I think we could rerun again about 5 times and still don't know what's going on, because there is George Gray. He is definitely on the tarmac. I can tell you that right now as he goes on to Toyo, heads it right-hand side. He's got one more lap to go. David Caldwell, I believe, is leading. So David Caldwell in the Saxo. There is Dale Ford, who I think is in P2. That's what the timing screens are saying anyway. He's 7 seconds away from David Caldwell, but I think Caldwell, the race leader, is way up ahead. David Caldwell in the Citroen Saxo should be leading the way. Dale Ford is in P2, around 7 seconds behind. There he is. David Caldwell leads the way. Around he goes onto Toyo right now. He's pretty much completed this race, David Caldwell. A race all on his own, as everybody else out there seemed to do everything they could possibly do to not win or not even complete the race. David Caldwell taking the victory. Dale Ford brings it home in P2. Somehow George Gray has come home in P3 after a very slow joker for him. Philip McLaughlin in P4. Will he complete? Not sure. He's somewhere back there taking 2 attempts to pirouette his car around the track. And Richard Moore, I think, may have retired. No, he's still going. There they come. Some way back, both those 2 cars. Well, that one was carnage, wasn't it? I think that's the word we use. It's we got the word mess here in the comms box, but I think we'll use the word carnage. Carnage, mess, whichever one you want to. That was lively. I'm gonna settle on the word lively, I think, there to describe what happened in Super Modified Qualifying Heat 3, race number 1. Race number 2, though, will be coming up in just a few moments with Sam Boville on the left-hand side of the screen. Sam Boville in that Ford Fiesta Mark 6. Then we have David Crockett up next in the Vauxhall Corsa C. David Bell will be starting on the outside of row number 1. And then we have row 2 with Andrew Hawkes in P4 in that red Mini. Then Ricky McAlonan. There he is. Ricky McAlonan in the Nova. And Kieran Curran in the Corsa on row number 3. So my understanding is, and it's subject to confirmation, is they will be rerunning that second race in the Supercar. Don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way, if you're enjoying the coverage. Give us a like and subscribe. Make sure you set your notifications to let you know when these races are happening. This is why there's a hold up. The MG has to be removed from track. So pulled off to the side. Looked like it was a completely different line he was taking, but I think he actually moved away on purpose. I hope that's the case anyway. Stephen Ratu. That's the reason for the hold up just there. Yes, so my understanding is with that Supercar race, because they only ran 3 laps, the argument was, well, how are you going to replicate it, because the track conditions are different. Well, they're always going to be different, aren't they? But they are going to put some water down on track, is my understanding, after production, but it is subject to change, this one. So I'm just letting you know what I've been told at this stage, but it is subject to discussion, to more ongoing changes. Sam Boville starts on the left-hand side. You see the marshal just there. That's where Sam Boville is in the green Ford Fiesta Mark 6. David Crockett alongside in the Opel Corsa. David Bell in the BMW Mini Countryman. There are 2 Countrymans out there. The boss-eyed, cross-eyed one is David Bell. Andrew Hawkes in the red Mini with the door flapping. starts P4 on the inside of the second row, then Ricky Macalonen in the Vauxhall Nova, the S1600, and then that yellow Vauxhall Corsa in the background of Kieran Curran. Super Modifieds go straight through to their finals after this. This one will be setting the grid for the finals. It is all important to go through to the finals. Yesterday we saw some slightly larger grids throughout, so the top 4 guarantees you a final place. Let's see if they expand the grids, but you will be in the top 4, that is for sure. Get yourself some decent points, but it will come down to intermediate classification. We are ready to race. Sam Boville won yesterday. It's a great start for him once again. So Sam Boville, David Bell and Andrew Hawks, that's how it finished in yesterday's race. That round of this championship into the Joker first time of asking. Goes Kieran Curran from the back of the grid. Why not get it done? A couple of attempts of braking there for Crockett. David Crockett got a bit squiffy, didn't he, on the entrance, went once and twice onto the brakes, unsettling the car. He's got it back, gathered up, huge amount of body roll, as you can see on these cars. Sam Boville keeping it nice and neat. The Mini not rolling much, the Mini well planted, but these leaning like a mad thing. David Bell currently in P3. Crockett in P2. This man Boville leads. It's about a second up the road from David Crockett. Into the Joker goes David Bell on his second lap. Will that bring him out though? Keeping it nice and neat. Oh, that was nicely done there by David Bell. Great car control. He exits, but where does he exit? Well, he's exited behind Andrew Hawks. There is Ricky Macalonen. So he's up ahead of Hawks now. There's a change of position throughout here. I'll update in a second on the timing screen, but I can see Macalonen is ahead of Hawks. Then it's Bell. Kieran Curran at the very back. So Sam Boville leads, David Crockett is in second. This man, the 77, Macalonen, up to P3, and he has completed the Joker to my knowledge. I saw it happen. Sam Boville still got to go to the Joker, and he's got David Crockett not far behind him, 1.8 seconds or so. We know the Joker is going to take around 5 seconds, in fact more than 5 seconds for these guys. Is now the time. It's a 4-lap race. Sam Boville now on his last lap. So around he goes. Not sure his Joker, so into the Joker he should go right now. And let's see, flicks it left, turns it right. Yes, into the Joker he goes. David Crockett should follow suit through the Joker too, but it's been a bit wide. It's not the neatest, but following in the same line was David Crockett. Where's he going to emerge? He's emerged way up the road from David Bell. David Bell was behind Ricky Macalonen, but I think Macalonen is going to drop that position. Drops the position on the exit of the Joker, I believe, but Bell had it. Oh, he's got the inside now, Macalonen. Great car position. Oh, he puts the car perfectly there to secure third place. Over the line he goes, and it is Boville, Crockett, and then Macalonen. Then it is Bell, then it's Hawks, and then it is Kieran Curran. So we've seen all the action for these guys. Next time we see them, it will be in semi-finals. We move from modifieds to production up next. BTRDA production cars. One race coming your way, Heat 3. As Alex Fletcher starts on pole position on the left-hand side of your shot. In the centre, it is William Noon. Will Noon won yesterday ahead of Shepherd. Shepherd starts in the second row, but Finn Vore starting on the outside of row number 1. Second row, Edmund Shepherd starting in P4. And Andy Harris, 998, starts on the right-hand side of your screen, but left-hand side of the grid. Back row, Jones, Brooks and Martin Peters. BTRDA production class. So after this, the production class, we will then turn our attention to semi-finals. But actually before that, the 4 supercars have lined up at the back of the assembly area and they're going to rerun that second Q3 heat. Just 4 cars that only completed 3 laps will be going again after the race was full time a lap to Just waiting at the track at the moment. Marshall's having a little chat at the moment. Start Marshall, then just do a bit of a clear up on track. Of course, it's very tricky because the track evolution happens, and even if you chuck water down, the conditions are going to be very, very different. There's been some 20 minutes passing in the supercars between that race 1 and the rerun of race 2, but they're putting water down now, in fact, so maybe that's what they're trying to do, sort of replicate as best they can. Put the water down now, let these cars go round it. It's a one-off race, that makes it a bit simpler, and then get the supercars out for the rerun of that heat. Quick turnaround for those supercars though, because after that you've got 2 semi-finals, or 4 semi-finals, but 2 classes before a little break, and then it is the supercar class afterwards. They're going to be kicking off the finals, so there may be a change to that running order too. The water Bowser is moved out the way, so a quick reminder of the grid here on production, where Alex Fletcher starts on pole, Will Noon, yesterday's winner, starts in the centre. Finn Vore on the outside. I think Finn Vore actually got 3rd yesterday, and Alex Fletcher finished down in P4 in the end. I'm just trying to cast my mind back to the trophy results. So even though Alex Fletcher marched, or shows that he marched across the line in P3, I think it was Finn Vore that secured P3 yesterday. We are ready to race though. Green lights going. It's a great start for Noon in the centre, but Fletcher will have the inside line. Can Noon get a nose ahead? I'm not sure he's going to, because under braking, Fletcher's going to come back at this one. No, Noon does tuck his car through. He's a bit wider, but he brings the car across, and Finn Vore has now managed to close it up. I thought Finn Vore was going to lose a position, but doesn't. So these BTRDA production cars, it is their final qualifying heat. In and out of the Joker they must go. And in and out of the Joker goes Nathan Jones. DNS for Neil Brooks and for Martin Peters, which is why this grid's looking a little bit thinner than we first thought. Noon leads the way. Fletcher is behind him in that Honda Civic Type R. Then the Saxo of Finn Vore and the C2 BTS Edmund Shepherd in P4. 1 lap complete on lap number 2. So far only 1 car I think has jokered. That's Nathan Jones. And into the Joker goes Alex Fletcher, trying to get it done this way. He will hope to emerge in clean air. And oh, what's happened there? Big lock up from Fletcher, and he needed the perfect getaway. He didn't get the perfect getaway, and he's now going to be breathing down the neck of that Suzuki Swift driven by Andy Harris. 2 laps in, and Fletcher will be kicking himself. Well, just get through the race and then kick yourself. The race lead is Will Noon. Finn Vore in P2. Some breathing space now after that little mistake by Alex Fletcher. There's Vore deciding to go now. Flicks it left. Does he turn right? No, oh he does. Oh, Finn Vore turns right. Will Noon went the same way. There's something Finn Vore needs to work on, I think, is stay out when the other guy goes into the Joker. He's got 1 lap more to go, so Finn Vore could have stayed out had no one in front of him and tried to get him on the joker lap, but he's now down to third. They've all jokered, and because of that he's dropped back a position. Noon ahead of Fletcher, but the fight is on, isn't it, as they go round. One more lap to go. Will Noon leads the way, Fletcher in second. Fletcher trying to force an issue from Noon. It's going to come down to this one on this final race in the qualifiers for the BTRDA production. Will Noon leads the way, Alex Fletcher in second, Finvor down in third. Maybe should have waited on the joker and tried to put a real fast lap in. Maybe that's asking a little bit too much. Edmund Shepherd down in P4, Nathan Jones in P5, and Andy Harris now dropping back to P6, and this Swift a lock up there from Will Noon, but he's still gathered that car back up. Fletcher's going to try to force the issue, but Noon's going to make that car, that Renault Clio, as wide as he possibly can as he goes over the line to take the victory. Well done there to Will Noon, taking that one ahead of Alex Fletcher and Finn Vore, then Edmund Shepherd coming through in P4 with Nathan Jones bringing it home in P5. So, ignoring the schedule with the semi-finals, I think we're going to have the rerun of supercars. They are off in the distance now. I can see them all lined up. Patrick O'Donovan alongside his dad Ollie O'Donovan, John McCluskey and Julian Godfrey. For Patrick O'Donovan, you suspect to be a mild bit of frustration because he led that one. He was leading it very nicely indeed at the point of the race abruptly ending one lap early with a checkered flag. And just having a look now, some of the spotters for the supercars are asking just a few more questions as to what is going on with the running order, and we're asking exactly the same question. They were scheduled to go out now for this rerun. They're right at the very back of the assembly area, and I can see some more cars in between. So the schedule should be semi-finals. I don't think they're going to start any semi-finals though until we've got to the end and to the bottom of the starting order for the supercars, as supercars are meant to be kicking off the finals after the track repair in the water. That was around about 4:15. Although 4:15 seems very, very late for all this. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Well, as you can see, your cars are now back on the grid. We are doing this rerun of the second race in qualifying heat number 3. As you saw earlier on, the race ended abruptly after 3 laps, confusing everybody here, including myself in commentary. And so because of that, they've had to put water down on the track a race before to try to replicate the same conditions from Heat 3 Race 1 that was won by Derek Tohill. The time of 2:40.137, but unfortunately, no matter how you do it, the track evolution will have taken place, and the argument is if you're Derek Tohill and you don't get the quickest time, you can say, well, the track has got exponentially quicker over this time, and that's why you finished down the order. But you could also argue, if Derek Tohill finishes ahead, Patrick O'Donovan struggles, that the track has evolved negatively, and therefore it was slower. So there's going to be no winner in this one, unfortunately. It's going to be a bit of a head scratcher to make the most of it, but the organisers have done the best they can, decide to rerun this second race in qualifying Heat 3. Remember, intermediate classification is the all-important bit when it comes down to the points from intermediate classification. That will set the grid, the 8-car grid for the final. Yesterday it was Patrick O'Donovan that won the final, Derek Tohill coming second, and Ollie O'Donovan coming in third, which means Patrick has a slight edge in the championship now. It's Patrick who starts on pole position once again for this rerun of race number 2. Ollie O'Donovan next to him in the yellow and green Proton Iris. Then it is John McCluskey in the Ford Fiesta, and Julian Godfrey on the right hand side with the 20 on the windscreen in that Citroen DS3. So Peugeot, Proton, Ford, Citroen lining up ready to race. And this rerun of race number 2, Heat 3, and it's a great start from Patrick O'Donovan this time. He was sleeping last time, so it's come to his advantage. Ollie O'Donovan, though, well, he gets nudged across there by McCluskey, manages to avoid the tyre stack, but Godfrey goes out wide. A very different race to what happened earlier on. Godfrey, will he dive into the Joker? Yes, he does. He's going to get this done early doors. 4 laps, 1 route through the Joker, and Godfrey gets it done early doors. And Ollie O'Donovan now breathing fire down the back of McCluskey. I'm sure he'd be quite frustrated. He got nudged a little bit wide, fairly I believe, and then had to recover as Patrick O'Donovan drifts his car round. Has McCluskey got some form of body damage? You can see a lot of smoke coming off the rear right hand side. It is body rubbing on that rear tyre, and we saw that happen earlier on to Ollie O'Donovan. It's Ollie O'Donovan with a clean car this time, chasing down McCluskey. Patrick O'Donovan has got a 2-second advantage over John McCluskey, who's having to deal with Ollie O'Donovan, who's told by his spotter Sam to get in and out of the Joker as neatly and as quickly as you can, and he does so and emerges ahead of Julian Godfrey. So Patrick O'Donovan around on his second lap. There is McCluskey with that bodywork, touching that rear tyre, hoping, praying that there'll be no puncture for him, I'm sure, as he goes round. Ollie O'Donovan in P3. Patrick O'Donovan leads the way, 5 seconds almost ahead of McCluskey, as Godfrey is trying to force an error from Ollie O'Donovan, who has both jokered. Here's Patrick O'Donovan now on his 3rd lap of 4. What's he going to do when it comes down to the exit? He's going to Joker on his final lap. What about McCluskey? McCluskey's got to go in and out of the Joker. Will he be in and out right now? I believe he will. There he is. There is McCluskey. He emerges in P3. Ollie O'Donovan's got the job done out on track. Ollie O'Donovan with that spotter decision to joker when he did. Comes out in P2. Patrick O'Donovan leads the way, but how far is the advantage? It's huge is the advantage. Just seeing him on the exit of Ollie, so our race leader Patrick O'Donovan going on his final lap now. He will go in and out of the joker. Glancing to the right hand side, there is Patrick O'Donovan into the joker. He goes, must keep it neat. His dad behind him, but around 9 seconds behind him. So as he comes round, the gap will close. Ollie O'Donovan has got a couple of cars breathing down his neck, but he can see his son Patrick O'Donovan with a massive advantage. Around he goes to Toyo and then on to Senna's, and Patrick O'Donovan completes 4 whole laps this time with a very, very impressive 2:34.003. Ollie O'Donovan 2:39.742 and McCluskey 2:40.680. So Derek Tohill, because of the lap time of Ollie O'Donovan, falls down to P3 in the starting order. Ollie O'Donovan, what a drive from him to P2, but that lap time 2:39.742, very, very impressive indeed. Moving to the cross cars, we now know the final starting lineup for the supercars. We move to semi-final time for the cross cars. Semi-final 1, David Kane starts in pole position on the inside of turn 1. Ben Bartlett starts in P2 in the centre with Steve Jones in the RX150 racing in the cross cars with the RX150 classification as well. Then it's Will Ovenden, Stephen Burke, James Constantine making up the grid. They are ready to race and they are off and away. What a start there from David Kane. It was like he was in a completely different time zone to the others. What a great start as off he goes. All the chance to make it through to the final. Top 4 will go through to the cross car and RX150 final happening a little bit later on. Top 4 is the way to go and Ovenden has to take a late dive into the joker. 5 laps, 1 tour through the joker, very wide on the exit for Ovenden, but it is David Kane being caught at the moment by Ben Bartlett. Keeping him going as they go around this left-hander, around Senna's. There's Steve Jones, and there's the 32. Stephen Burke as they go through the cross cars. Max Weatherly won yesterday, Will Ovenden came second, Liam McMullen came third overall. Ben Bartlett finished P4 overall yesterday and wanted to change their results for today, obviously. Well, it's a joker there for Steve Jones. In and out he'll go. You know Ovenden's gone through. There is Ovenden, and it is Jones emerging ahead of Ovenden. There's the number 32, Stephen Burke. He's ahead of the number 8, James Constantine. Here are our race leaders of David Kane ahead of Ben Bartlett. And Ollie's they head. And then around the area of the other joker. The clockwise joker is just around there. That's the Hanson's right hander, keeping it neat and into the joker heads. Ben Bartlett decided to get it done on lap number 3 of 5. Where will he emerge? Well, there is the number 8, James Constantine, but it looks to me like Bartlett's got it done. Yeah, just had the power. Of course, when you exit the joker, you've got quite a bit more on the runoff, haven't you? So you can get the power down a bit earlier. And you might be slightly behind as you exit the joker, but the extra power you gain, extra speed you gain, can thrust you forwards on that speedway straight. There's David Kane leads the way. Ben Bartlett second. Number 8, Constantine in P3. Steve Jones up to P4. Burke into 5th. And Will Ovenden down in P number 6. So Dave Kane's still going to have to joker David Kane. When will he decide to do it? He's got this lap to go and one more. Well, he didn't do it on that one, did he? So David Kane will have to joker on this very next lap. The final lap for him. He's about to start his final lap, David Kane. Ben Bartlett's following suit. There's Constantine as around they go. David Kane must be starting his last lap now. There he is, in fact. He's heading around the right-hander at Hanson's. This is the joker lap for David Kane. It's going to come down to how neat and tidy he can keep it. A little flick left, a little flick right into the joker he goes. Nice line there It's going to be down to the exit, getting that car rotated. He gets it done onto the power, strains it up on the throttle, off he goes. And there is P2. There's Ben Bartlett way behind David Kane, who emerges some 40 or so metres up the road, 30 metres up the road maybe. But it is Kane who has the lead. Ben Bartlett in P2, Constantine P3. Steve Jones is in P4 at this stage. He's not far ahead of P number 5, Steve Burke, but I think he's going to get it done. There's P1, P2, Kane and Bartlett. This is for positions in the final. Steve Jones up to P3 and Stephen Burke into P4. So James Constantine having to joker on that last lap, emerged down in P6. There you go, the top 4 securing their places in the final a little bit later on. Kane, Bartlett, Jones and Burke. Will Ovenden yesterday in Crosscar finished second on the podium. I don't think he's even making the final unless there's a dropout a little bit later on. So the second semi-final lines up. Semi-final 2 in the cross cars and the RX150 here in Pembrey. Max Weatherly starting in the pole position slot on the right hand side, the left hand side of your screen. Bradley Turner in the centre. He needs some good luck, doesn't he? Liam McMullen, he will start on the outside of the opening row. Finished third yesterday, Liam McMullen. The second row of the grid is Gareth Jones starting P4 on the left-hand side with number 10, and Max Langmaid on the outside of the second row in the blue and pink coloured cross car, blue and red coloured cross car. We are ready to race. Keep your eyes on Max Weatherly, Brad Turner and McMullen. And McMullen's made a great start, but he's going to be on the outside. Very hard to make up the place just there. Got to keep it neat as Gareth Jones tries to force his way through. And how about that from the lead, from the pole position? Max Weatherly, the reigning champion, has dropped all the way back to P3. Top 4 will qualify for the final and into the joker. Yes, forced to go, Max Langmaid. Gareth Jones forcing the issue, putting his cart in the way. So Langmaid dives off to the joker, gets his mandatory joker done. 5-lap race, remember. Out ahead, Brad Turner. Brad Turner ahead of Liam McMullen. And there is Max Weatherly trying to find a way through, but McMullen making that cross car extremely wide. Nice line there from Max Weatherly, tucking it in beautifully on the apex of that corner. Brad Turner trying to keep it nice and tidy, but getting a little bit sideways around Hanson's, around the hairpin here at Carter's, and into the joker will go Liam McMullen, an early joker. That allows Max Weatherly up into P2, so Brad Turner leads. Then it's Weatherly. Where's McMullen? He comes out in P2, so McMullen in and out of the joker, securing P3, sorry. So there is McMullen, bit sideways, change of surface, can sometimes catch a few people out there, especially if it's been raining, but it is Turner, Weatherly, McMullen, then Jones, then Langmaid. So Turner leads the way, he's going to have to joker, so is this man Max Weatherly. All you need to do is be in the top 4 to get through into the final. That's all you've got to do. There, in and out of the joker goes Max Weatherly as he emerged ahead. He has indeed emerged way ahead of Liam McMullen there, so getting the job done out on track at the normal line. So Turner leads, Weatherly second. The gap isn't much though as they go over the line. This is 3 laps complete for our race leader, on to lap 4 of 5, and there is Max Weatherly. Still has to joker. Brad Turner's in P2, but he's gone through the joker, hasn't he? So Weatherly is going to be the one that has to take the extra route. He's not doing it now. It's Brad Turner coming ahead of Liam McMullen in and out of the joker. So he jokered from the lead, Brad Turner, which meant that Max Weatherly inherited the lead. He's got a gap of 3.612. Final lap to go for Max Weatherly. Around he goes. He's going to have to joker on this lap, the race leader. Here's Brad Turner in P2, Liam McMullen in P3, and our race leader Max Weatherly is going to have to joker, so into the joker he shall go. And number 7 Max Weatherly reigning champion, is in the Joker now. We can see him in the Joker. Where's he going to emerge? Kept it nice and neat, didn't he? A perfect Joker for Max Weatherly, but he brings him out into P3, and McMullen just closing the door. But Weatherly tries to get it through on the inside. He's going to run wide. He does indeed run wide. Keeps his foot planted. Keeps it nice and neat. Max Weatherly almost got himself through on McMullen, who closed the door on the Joker exit there on the Joker merge. It's Brad Turner that secures the win. McMullen home in second. Max Weatherly in P3. Gareth Jones is coming through in P number 4, and Max Langmaid, forced into an early Joker, comes home in P5 and will drop himself out of a final position for Max Langmaid. He'll be very disappointed with that one. Great race though, very, very exciting as we turn our attention to another semi-final, and it is the Charlie French lineup here in the pole position alongside Crockett and alongside Bristow. Super Retro is the class. So 2 semi-finals. Charlie French starts in the pole position. Alan Crockett alongside Vince Bristow on the outside of row 1 for this Super Retro semi-final 1. Behind him, Andy Grant with the 45 on the windscreen. Then it's Steve Cousins in the Renault 5, and John Cross not able to make it out in that Stratos, unfortunately. So it's a 5-car semi-final. Let's build those revs, and away they go. It's a good start on both the inside and the outside. Crockett caught sleeping a little bit, but I'm not sure Bristow's going to be able to make his way ahead as Cousins leaps his way through. Huge, huge power, huge performance on that Renault 5 as he moves his way out from the second row into P3. Charlie French has the lead, Crockett in P2. Bristow dropped back a little bit there. What a great start from Cousins, but he can't keep the power down, can he, as Bristow parks his car on the apex at the end of the Speedway straight. And on to Toyo, with Cousins dropping back now a little bit into the grasp of Andy Grant. Top 4 will definitely make their way through to the final a little bit later on. Charlie French is in the optimal position, but Crockett just over his shoulder has been fighting a fair bit with Pat Duran this weekend. Well, Pat Duran will be starting semi-final 2 in just a few moments' time. No jokers for these guys, straight through, remember, 5 laps, no joker. As we were there with Charlie French, a bit of a lock-up just there, but still manages to tuck the car in beautifully. Crockett is going to try and force the issue, but got to do it out on the normal line with no jokers. Bristow back up to 3rd now, with Steve Cousins dropping down to P4. It was down to power on that straight, wasn't it, there? Allowed Bristow just to jump his way ahead, but here are P1, P2, and Crockett is very much riding in the back now of Charlie French's Escorts. So an Escort against Opel Kadett GTE. Crockett on the grill, Crockett in the car. Onto that straight, hammer down, getting the power down, just trying to use a bit of slipstream, but every time you see Charlie French just managed to eke out the gap, runs a bit wide to be fair, at the end of that straight onto the Brooklands hairpin, and Crockett unable to close up the gap. It looks like at the moment Charlie French is feeling fairly relaxed as flames lick out the back of that car. Great shots as you see the flames firing from the back of that blue and white Ford Escort Mark II. Keeping it on with the lead battle at the moment. P1, P2 separated by absolutely nothing. We're on lap 4 of 5. Crockett trying to find a way through, can't get it done. Alan Crockett. Vince Bristow there, getting very, very sideways, Can he get the traction down? He can indeed, but I had to bury the throttle. It was on all the loose stuff, and that has allowed Andy Grant to close up the gap now on Vince Bristow. Just keep it neat, Vince, that's all you got to do, and you got yourself a place in the final. But these two lead the way. One more lap to go, the final lap starting for Charlie French as they head around Ollie's, nose to tail. Crockett in P2. Over the back, Bristow P3, Grant P4. All important top 4 final places. Steve Cousins in P5. Great start for Cousins, but has dropped back ever since Bristow took him on the Speedway straight. And that's where they're heading now, with Crockett in P2. About 3/4 tenths off the back end of that flame throwing Charlie French Escort. Well, it looks like Bristow and Grant are having a fight on the Speedway as well, on Speedway straights. These two go round for the final time. The checkered flag waves, and it is Charlie French who takes the victory. Alan Crockett in P2. Is it Bristow or is it Grant? It was a bit of a ding-dong fight going on. Let's have a look, and it's Grant. Grant took Bristow on the Speedway straight as they headed into the hairpin at Brooklands. And there you have the results. As through comes Steve Cousins and a DNS for John Crosser. French, Crockett, Grant and Bristow definitely in the final. What about the next guys? What about Duran, Morgan, Tapscott, Ewan and Emery? We're going to find out, because our second semi-final for Super Retro is about to get underway. Grid for the second semi-final for Super Retro looks like this. Pat Duran starts in that pole position on the right-hand side in the red and white Escort. Alongside him, Ray Morgan. And the outside of the front row is Alan Tapscott. Second row of the grid in the blue Fiesta, David Ewan. And Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. We are ready to race. Start marshal pointing to the lights. The eyes go to the lights, looking for the green. Great start through the centre for Ray Morgan in the Escort Mark III. Pat Duran trying to close the door on Alan Tapscott, and does close the door on Alan Tapscott, who slots himself into P3. Stuart Emery diving up on the inside in that Volvo 242. He is up from P5 to P4. No joker required, remember. 5-lap semi-finals. Pat Duran down to P2. Ray Morgan up to P1. David Ewan, well, he has fallen all the way back, and that is an absolute disaster for David Ewan, who finished third overall in the Classics yesterday. Moving around between the Classics and the Super Retros. The BTRDA Classics alongside here. And, oh, a big coming together there between Pat Duran and the race leader, Ray Morgan. A huge collision. Is there damage? Is there superficial damage? Is it terminal damage there to Ray Morgan's car? I believe he's just got started and off and running again. He's going to have to hunt down David Ewan, but that could be a final spot out the window for Ray Morgan, unless the marshals deem that there was too much contact. I'm not sure Pat Duran could have done anything about it, in full fairness. Pat Duran leads the way now, ahead of Alan Tapscott, Stuart Emery in P3 now, all working their way up the order. David Ewan P4, Ray Morgan still chasing around in P5, but from first to last, it changes on a dime, doesn't it? There is, in the background, Ray Morgan still working his way around, looking at his times, so you'll see if he's dropping anything off, or if the car is absolutely fine out there. Pat Duran keeping it clean, keeping it neat. The Escort Mark II, chased down by Alan Tapscott, another Escort Mark II, followed by the Volvo 242 of Stuart Emery. They're on lap 3 of 5. The Fiesta, it looks tiny compared to the rest of those cars, doesn't it? Also looks like it's leaning backwards on its haunches the whole time. Duran leads the way. Morgan has closed the gap up a little bit, just best lap of a 40.906. That was the clean lap he had. Let's just keep our eyes on the timing screens and see if he's closing the gap up on David Ewan. Pat Duran runs very, very wide, allows Alan Tapscott to come back through. I think that's what he did last time as well, in fact. Duran, and he slams the door shut. Stuart Emery right on the back of Tapscott. Nothing between them, really, half a second or so between. Ewan is around 5 seconds ahead of Ray Morgan, just 5.5 seconds ahead of Ray Morgan at this stage. So round Duran goes, one more full lap to go. As around he goes, Senna's, and starts his final lap. Keep it clean, and Pat is in a prime position come the final a little bit later on here in the Super Retros. Pat Duran leads, Alan Tapscott still second, Stuart Emery third. Feels like it may stay this way. But what about further back with Ewan and Morgan? Has Morgan managed to close the gap up? It was around 5.5 seconds. It's now dropped to 5 seconds or so. So has closed the gap, but not enough to secure his place in the final a little bit later on. It might be a preliminary result here. As over the line goes Pat Duran, Alan Tapscott and Stuart Emery. What about David Ewan and Ray Morgan? Well, here they come. Now, oh, and it is neck and neck. One more lap and Ray Morgan may have taken David Ewan, but David Ewan secures his place in the final. Because there are different classes, we may see them all returning again a little bit later on, but we're through all the action for now, although we go straight on now into the finals, and we go to finals for the juniors, so a change of order for us. Juniors finals, and it is the Five Nations British Rallycross Junior Final up first. Teddy McPherson starting in that pole position. Wondering where Caden Harris is, because he doesn't appear to have made it out at the moment. He certainly should have done. There he is now. So Caden Harris has found his way onto the grid. There we go. So Teddy McPherson here in the final lines up in pole position. Caden Harris next, and Tommy Brown in P3. Moving into position himself. Then it's Harrison Foley, Will Hands in the green Swift, Sheshe Abubu in the yellow Swift at the very back of your shot. We're ready to go for the Five Nations British Rallycross Juniors. It is the final, all in the Swifts, the 1.3 litre Swifts. Teddy McPherson, well, he leads the championship ahead of Caden Harris, and he leads the way in this final as well. Teddy McPherson starting on pole position. Caden Harris in P2 in the centre of the grid. On the outside is Tommy Brown. Needs a bit of luck, Tommy, on the outside with number 18 on the windscreen. Harrison Foley with the 273 flapping the door of his Swift. He starts on the second row, P4. Then it is Will Hands in the green Swift, number 23. Followed by Sheshe Abubu. Sheshe Abubu even on the back row of the grid. Bit of water going down. A bit of work done to the track itself ahead of this final. With the two juniors, we have the Five Nations British Rallycross Juniors, followed by the second junior final, the BTRDA Juniors up next. There'll be a change in running order. Supercars were meant to start off the finals, but due to what happened earlier on with the fairly short race and then the rerun, the order of events has changed somewhat. I'll keep my eyes on the back of the assembly area to see when we're going to have the Supercar Final. A bit more water being put down ahead of these finals. Teddy McPherson in the championship, well, maximum points would be what he's after from this weekend. Secured a win yesterday here in round number 5. This is round number 6 in the championship. Teddy McPherson leads by just 3 points over Caden Harris. Caden Harris has secured 3 wins out of the 5 rounds so far this season. Teddy McPherson 2 wins from the 5 rounds. But hasn't finished outside the top 2 all season. Tommy Brown is in P3 in the championship on 71 points, so 20 off the lead. He finished 3rd yesterday. Himself a warning point as well. Really do with a victory to ignite his championship push. It's Tommy Brown with the 18 on the windscreen, just still looking out. See the marshal on the right hand side there holding the board and the stick. He's the one that will tell the drivers that they're all ready to go. Just waiting for the all clear as the track is just given a bit more water. Downtime here at the moment, as you can tell, waiting for this final to get started. We are ready to go. So Teddy McPherson leads the championship, starts on pole. Harris in second, Tommy Brown third in championship order. Folly, Hans and Babu make the grid, and we are off and running. And what a start from Caden Harris through the middle. Has he got enough though to go ahead into turn one? I think he does. What about McPherson though? McPherson needs to stay ahead of all the rest if he can do, but Tommy Brown needs a result here this weekend to ignite his championship push. As I was saying a few moments ago, they will have to go through the Joker. They do have to do a Joker lap here. It's a 6-lap final in the juniors with one tour through the Joker. And at the moment, Caden Harris has got the advantage over them all. Caden Harris leads the way, Teddy McPherson second, Tommy Brown third, and it is Harrison Foley in P4. Will Hans and Sheshe Babu make up the final 6 cars here. Let's have a look at the back of the shot. Who's gone through? And it is Hans ahead of Ababu, who I believe has gone in and out of the Joker. Although I can't see Ababu in the shot at all. So maybe he has stopped somewhere on track. There's no sign of him on the lap. So it looks like Sheshe Babu may have had to pull off to the side. But is this man leading the way? Caden Harris, second in the championship to Teddy McPherson. But equal on points going in. Oh, there is Sheshe Babu. He has actually got back on track and still going. Caden Harris 3 points behind Teddy McPherson in the championship. They came in on equal points. If it stays like this, they will leave on equal points. No dropped scores in the juniors this year. So whatever you earn, well, that's whatever you're going to get. Tommy Brown needs to work his way up the order. And he's figuring out what to do. Misses the apex just there as he tries a slightly different line through the wet stuff. But Hansen's, the right-hander, just dancing his way through, keeping that car as neat as he can. Is Caden Harris starting to feel the pressure, I'm sure, as into the Joker goes McPherson. It was a bit untidy as he went in there, but he goes through, and Tommy Brown goes into the Joker as well. Strange decision there for Tommy Brown. I thought he'd stay out and try and get some clean air to drive into. Maybe put in a really fast lap and go to Joker next time out. It is a 6-lapper, remember, on lap 3 of 6, halfway point of the race. Caden Harris leads. Teddy McPherson in P2 has jokered. Tommy Brown in P3 has jokered. Harrison Foley here at the moment goes through, but still needs to joker. That's how he's worked his way up into P2 at the moment, Harrison Foley. So Caden Harris in P1 and Harrison Foley in P2 both need to joker. We're looking at P2 right now. The 273 Harrison Foley. Harrison Foley trying to go through. Will he joker at this stage? Well, there's been a bit of a collision there with the tyre stack, so forcing a slightly different issue. And Harrison Foley goes into the Joker. I'm pretty sure he's going to come out in P4 though, as through goes Brown. And yes, he has indeed finished ahead, or come ahead of Harrison Foley, who's at the back of the shot there. But what about our race leader? Well, Caden Harris is there right now, so he must have been in and out of the Joker, given the gap has come down from 6.1 seconds to about half a second. And around they go. Looks to me like Caden Harris has a problem. Or maybe it's just a juddering camera, because Caden Harris was caught, wasn't he, there? And it was Teddy McPherson who gets his way through, and this has a major impact in the championship. So McPherson just got a better exit around Senna's. It was hard to see what was going on with the juddering camera, but that's exactly what it was, a better exit for McPherson on the inside, and he's jumped his way back into the race lead. Lap 5 of 6. Keep it clean, McPherson, and you'll leave Pembrey with the overall championship lead. 3 points currently at the moment. It will extend it to 6 points if it stays like this, but Harris is going to do all he can, dancing all over the back, putting the pressure on Teddy McPherson. This is all about the championship for these two. Tommy Brown is in P3, and P3 is where he is in the championship, and he's dropping further and further back as the rounds go on, as these two battle it out for the crown at the moment. And Caden Harris was dropped back just there around Hansen's, around this tight hairpin, the Carter's hairpin. I think it might end this way, don't you? Teddy McPherson. Oh, Harris running a little bit wide just there, kicking up a bit of muck off the side of his car, and a bit of collision between Sheshe Ababu and Will Hans. But I think it's okay, because the race will end at this point here as McPherson goes round on his final time around Senna's, punches the air, hand waving at the cockpit, so happy. He knows what that means to the championship, Teddy McPherson. 3 victories for him this season, 3 second places from McPherson this season, and he has now got the outright lead in the championship as he leaves the double header here at Pembrey. Tommy Brown taking that 3rd position, Harrison Foley in P4. Well, that's very, very important when it comes down to the championship. I'm sure connotations of 2nd place for Caden Harris, well, they all know what it means. They've got a few more rounds to go this season, of course they do. But the implication, well, it is massive. The implication is massive because Teddy McPherson taking maximum points here this weekend pushes him up the championship standings, well, keeps him where he is in the championship standings, and pushes him ahead in the championship standings. For Caden Harris, it was that result at Mondello Park, final result of the weekend at Mondello Park when he finished 6th in the final, and Teddy McPherson took the victory. So 3 victories in a row from McPherson, matching Caden Harris's 3 to start the season. And Harris, with 3 rounds to go, has got the championship lead. So up next, it's the BTRDA Juniors. Elliot Fuster and Hayden Harris, Aston Brown, Jimmy Jenkins and Oscar Cooper. Yesterday, it was Elliot Fuster who took the victory. Hayden Harris brought it home 2nd. Jimmy Jenkins got that podium position, that 3rd podium position. So it's the BTRDA Juniors final, 6 laps, 1 tour through the Joker. I'll give you the starting grid in just a few moments' time as work is still done back out on track. We are slightly ahead of schedule, believe it or not. Supercar Final was supposed to be kicking things off this afternoon for the finals, but it's been pushed down the order, and I'm just keeping my eyes out for when the supercars start to emerge at the top end of the assembly area of the pre-grid. I think it's that tyre stack that needs to be pushed back into position. I think is where it was on the Joker. There we go, they've done the work. It was the entrance to Carter's hairpin, wasn't it, that was compromised by the tyre stack just pushed slightly out. So it looks like we might have a bit of a delay out on track at the moment. So just bear with us here as we wait for the next final to start. And I think it's Will Hand's car out on track that's the cause of this. So they've got to go and collect Will Hand's. There's Will Hand's car right now there. Yeah, they've got to collect Will Hand's car. It looks like front end damage, doesn't it? Front left. Car did stop fairly abruptly. As we are in lovely Wales, and there has been a tiny bit of rain, not a huge amount of rain. It's worth noting the Belgian Grand Prix was delayed because of rain today. Never heard of such a thing, of the Belgian Grand Prix being delayed and caused upset by the rain, have you? They have rain in Belgium, there's no rain here in Wales currently. So Will Hands moves his way to the truck. His car. Second bite of the cherry here to lift up Hans' car. Strong hands required. Or a telehandler, one of the two. And with that done, it is now the
final for the BTRDA Juniors. Gonna get this car off the track, so it'll take a moment to do so. So a little bit of a delay, maybe we'll just go quiet for a few moments so they get this done. We'll come back for the final in just a few moments' time. Waiting for Will Hand's car to be removed from the track. You see the start marshal running across. So we're not far off from getting underway. Final for the BTRDA Juniors then, and it is Elliot Fuster who will start in pole position. Alongside him, Hayden Harris, Aston Brown alongside him. Aston finished 4th yesterday, would like to climb the positions to 3rd, wouldn't he? Dearly loving that. Jimmy Jenkins starts in P4 in the 2nd row. That's the Nissan Micra, and Oscar Cooper in the purple Suzuki Swift at the back of the shot. All Swifts apart from the Micra. And the Swift in the background swiftly being removed. That's the Will Hand's car from the Five Nations British Rallycross Juniors. From the final just a few moments ago. The start marshal to get the all clear. Bit more of a delay. Made up so much time. There's a lot of standing around required now to gain the time or to lose the time, but a wave there means we are ready to go. Time for the BTRDA Junior Final. Fuster in pole position, Harris and Brown alongside. Jimmy Jenkins and Oscar Cooper make up the back row, and off we go. Lights go green. Harris gets a great start, as does Brown, but it's on the inside. Elliot Fuster who's got the advantage. Elliot Fuster won here yesterday. Harris finishing 2nd and Jimmy Jenkins finished 3rd. It is Aston Brown who would be desperate to get onto the podium, but he's let Jenkins through. So Jimmy Jenkins makes it through so early on. Just corner number 2, but they come together, and with that, a dive into the Joker. Very, very quick thinking there for Jimmy Jenkins. Got hit by Aston Brown and decided that that was the opportunity to dive off right into the Joker, so gets it done very, very early on. Great driving from the junior in Jimmy Jenkins, and Aston Brown trying to force the issue, and the issue was forced, and into the Joker he went. 6 laps required in this race, 1 trip through the Joker, and already Jenkins has done so. Elliot Fuster leads the way. Hayden Harris, P2, we're looking at right now the battle for 2nd with Aston Brown in 3rd. Up ahead there is Fuster in the white car, just glancing through the white and green. And into the Joker goes Aston Brown. No way through for him. Very, very wide. Oh, not neat at all from Aston Brown. Needed to be honest,
metal as he comes out of this one, and Jenkins has come through into P4. So even with that fairly untidy Joker, Aston Brown has come ahead of Jimmy Jenkins, who may take a trip to the stewards after this and argue that he was forced into that dive into the Jokers after heavy contact with Aston Brown. That's not for me to decide. Luckily, it is for the stewards and for the teams to argue out. But Elliot Fuster has the lead. Hayden Harris, P2. Jenkins is in P4 behind Aston Brown. Elliot Fuster leads the way. Lap 3 at the moment. There is Hayden Harris going into the Joker and out onto the Speedway straight. Where's he going to come out? Will he come out in P4? I think he has. He emerges in P4. So disaster if you are the 999 car driven by Hayden Harris. Went in P2, comes out in P4, but gets a leap on Jenkins back up to P3. Great overtake on the inside at Brooklands Hairpin. Race leader, Fuster. Second place. Is Aston Brown. There he is. You can see the fight going on. There's the 999 of Hayden Harris. Timing screens all over the place for us at the moment. You can see it's now updated. Fuster and Brown. Then it's Harris. Then it's Jenkins. That's the way it should be reading right now. So a bit of confusion on the timing screen. We're on lap 4 of 6. Fuster going round, quite a gap emerging there, 10 seconds or so is what it says. It's closed up a little bit, I'm sure about that as they go across the line. I think you'll see that Aston Brown has closed it up from 10 seconds down to what is the question? 3.9, there you go. So Fuster has obviously gone in and out of the Joker and now has around 3.2 second advantage. All of Joker, I'm pretty sure. Lap 5 of 6. Oscar Cooper about to go through and start his 5th lap. It's a fair bit off the pace. There's Oscar Cooper. In fact, I haven't seen Oscar Cooper for quite some time, but he has gone through right now, so he's so far back. So Fuster leads, Brown second, Harris is in 3rd. Harris finished 2nd yesterday. Aston Brown desperate to get onto the podium this time. Well, they'll be on a P2 at the moment, which will be a great improvement from P4 yesterday. Elliot Fuster, who had a fantastic result winning yesterday, looks like he's going to leave with a fantastic, massive points haul. A lot of fantastics going on. It's the only superlative I seem to know at the moment. There is Fuster leading the way. On his last lap, Aaron Hansen's going to take a left at Carter's hairpin. Aston Brown follows suit. Oh, and a big smack into the tyre stack. Keep it neat and tidy. And he didn't do that. And somewhere along the line, Jimmy Jenkins has moved ahead of Hayden Harris. So Fuster has the lead. Aston Brown in P2, smacking the tyres. Jimmy Jenkins is up to P3, fell back to P4, but has climbed the order into P3. And around goes our race winner. Elliot Fuster takes this one. Great result for him. Aston Brown secures 2nd place in the 2nd position on the podium. And Jimmy Jenkins gets another podium here. Jimmy Jenkins, his 2nd, 3rd place of the weekend. Congratulations to him. Hayden Harris, though, fell back. He's in a great position. And it was in that Joker, wasn't it? Came out in P4, P3, couldn't quite get it ahead. As up on the grid now, we have our next cars lining up. And I think it's the BTRDA Retro. Glance at the cars, and it is Dan Swalen. Yes, it is. We're on to the BTRDA Retros up next. BTRDA Retro Final. Dan Swayland in the pole position, Joe Luke Eastwood in the centre, and Ian Halfhide on the right hand side. Retro Final. Still have the Supercar Final to come. Still no sight of the Supercars in the background, so this is the way it's going to stay for a while. Keep running through these BTRDAs and the Retros, Classics, and the Jokers. So BTRDA Retros not in there since the Sport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy Retro Final. Dan Swayland starts on the pole position. Joe Luke Eastwood in the centre. Ian Halfhide on the outside. Since the had finished yesterday now, today, ready to race. It's a 3-car final. Podium for all. Pretty sure of it. Going to finish though, and it's a great start from the central car, Joe Luke Eastwood, but the power, the way it's delivered for Dan Swayland, manages to get his car up and down the road a bit further ahead on the right-hander, and it's all separating right now. This is a 5-lap final with no joker, 5 laps, not the 6 for the retros. In Halfhide trying to keep car control there as best he can. Already the gap has opened up, and this is pretty much the way you'd expect it to stay until the end, with a 2 or 3 second gap between all. Ian Halfhide just locking up on the inside. Here's our race leader going around for the first time, completing lap number 1, starts his second of 5 laps. Rear leg up into the air, rear wheel. Ian Halfhide for 2:05. MG Metro, Joe Luke Eastwoods. Dan Swayland is marching ahead in the championship at the moment. Pretty much going to stay like this, I think. Reigning retro champion Dan Swayland, relative newcomer to the sport. You wouldn't know it by the way he drives. Joe Luke Eastwood, Ashford, very much a newcomer to the championship, starting at Linden Hill at the beginning of the season, and that's 1300cc MG Metro. Swayland, that's 1600cc Escort. Ian Halfhide, Maidenhead, fair bit of a trip for him. Former mini racer, returned to Rallycross after a 40-year absence. So great to have Ian Halfhide here representing the championship. Don't mind, I'm not sure if you'll mind me saying, but born in 1950, the 27th of March 1950, Ian Halfhide in the yellow Peugeot, not the car we're looking at right now, that's Dan Swayland, but in Halfhide, therefore 75 years young, going strong. So 5-lap race this one, remember. Dan Swayland, our race leader. A lot to talk about in this one, but there's still going strong, eking out the gap. 1 more lap to go for Dan Swayland then, onto his last lap now. Joe Luke Eastwood comes through to start his last lap. Swayland's got the measure of this, what's he, 2, almost 3 seconds up the road from Joe Luke Eastwood. Joe Luke Eastwood himself got a massive margin over him and Ian Halfhide. Round 1600cc Dan Swayland. That's a decent points haul this weekend, maximum points haul this weekend for Dan Swayland. Kicking into the right round Toyo, and then the long left at Senna's. Here it is, and over the line to take the victory. Dan Swayland does it again here in Pembrey. And surely he'll be claiming that trophy one more time in the championship. There goes Joe Luke Eastwood. P2 in the MG Metro. Here will come Ian Halfhide through Toyo. Takes 3rd position. 3 of 3, Ian Halfhide. So that's the retros done. Not sure which is coming up next, because the Supercar Final is going to be placed somewhere in this. I can see across the way it is one of the classic cars lined up, so it might be the classics up next.
Apologise, I can't be completely clear on our grids, and our order has changed a fair bit throughout the course of the day. What happened in the supercars earlier on, but I think it might be the classics. Up next, looking out the window, I can see Mark Jones up there. So bear with us for a few moments, so I can actually see Ollie O'Donovan has made his way round as well. So even though I can see Mark Jones, who is in the classic BTRDA classic category, looking at the very top, I can see a supercar or two emerging, so maybe we'll go Supercar Final next. Bear with us on this one, we'll be back in just a few minutes for more finals. Is it going to be classics? Is it going to be supercars? Well, make sure you stay tuned to find out. Background tells you all you need to know. It is time for the Supercar Final. Slight change to the running order, but Supercar Final heading our way. Yesterday in the Supercar Final, it was Patrick O'Donovan who took the victory ahead of Derek Tohill, ahead of Ollie O'Donovan, with Tristan Ovenden finishing in P4. When it comes down to the championship, well, Patrick O'Donovan needs to start creating a buffer between him and Derek Tohill. They were going toe-hill to toe-hill coming into this round of Pembrey. Patrick O'Donovan getting the victory yesterday means he currently stands at the very top of the pile. The reigning champion, multiple champion, the reigning European champion, World Rallycross podium stander as well. Patrick O'Donovan leads Derek Tohill by 3 points in the championship. Ollie O'Donovan, who only took part in the opening double header at Liddon Hill, didn't take part in Mondello. He's way down the order in P8 in the championship, but starting very high up on the grid, as you can see just there. So the grid looks like this for the final. Final of the supercars. Round 6 at Pembrey. Patrick O'Donovan, championship leader, starts in pole position. Ollie O'Donovan, P2 on the grid. Derek Tohill
Well, he'll make up that position in just a few moments' time. Third in the championship for Derek Tohill. 3 points behind the reigning champion Patrick. He'll be joining the party in just a few moments and taking up that position on the outside of the front row, or he should be anyway. In fact, looking out the window, I can just see Derek Tohill making his way around now. Second row of the grid, P4, car 20, Julian Godfrey. And number 12, John McCluskey, starting on the left-hand side of the grid, right there in front of you now. The rear of the grid, of this 8-car grid, Gary Donoghue starts in P6. Furthest from us, Tristan Ovenden, P7 in the red and yellow car. That's the Citroen DS3, and Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage, waiting for Derek Tohill at this stage to come through. He's only a few hundred meters away now. I can see him coming past right now. He'll be taking up his position. Inside the cars then, Patrick O'Donovan needs a decent result. He's got his dad Ollie alongside him. Ollie said to me yesterday that he was definitely racing for himself. He's not there as a wingman for Patrick, but of course with the team's championship, it will be all important they secure themselves a decent result. Tohill just to get himself into position. It's all Irish front row. Patrick O'Donovan, Ollie O'Donovan, Derek Tohill. Two former champions, one is a reigning champion. The two O'Donovans have had championships in their name in the 5 Nations British Rallycross. Here we go, it's final time. The noise is built, the lights are on, and we're away. And Tohill, what about that for a start? And he moves across in front of Patrick O'Donovan, and this is absolutely fascinating. What's going to happen? Well, Tohill manages to get through on the first corner. Patrick O'Donovan just nibbling at the back there, trying to force him to make a mistake, but Tohill's not going to make a mistake that easily, as in and out of the Joker. A couple of the cars go at the very back of the grid. Oh, and Tohill! That's a massive moment for Derek Tohill. That rear wheel, you don't have to be a mechanic to know there's a big, big problem there. And Tohill is out of the race. Oh my word, 6 laps in this final. 1 visit to the Joker. And maybe a visit to the stewards as well, you'd expect, as Patrick O'Donovan leads the way. Ollie O'Donovan getting all over the place just there. I think McCluskey in the background took a bit of a spin as well. So this one is going to take a lot of sorting, but Patrick O'Donovan has the lead. Ollie O'Donovan second. Then it is the number 12, McCluskey. Into the Joker goes Tristan Ovenden, and out he comes onto that speedway straight. There's Anson in the background. This is going to take a lot of picking through. Gary Donoghue is in P4 at the moment, but how about this for this Team RX Racing? A 1-2 once again. And Derek Tohill, a DNF. Major implications in the championship if this result stands the way it currently is, because Patrick O'Donovan has the lead. Patrick O'Donovan leads the championship. Ollie O'Donovan way down the order in the championship, but got a second place here, a third place here yesterday, I should say. John McCluskey, how about that? In and out of the Joker he goes. He'll leap ahead of Ovenden, so he gets the Joker done, McCluskey. But is he going to be ahead of Donoghue once all the Jokers are done and dusted? Our race leader, Patrick O'Donovan, he can take it relatively easy with his dad over his shoulder, pushing him, pushing him, pushing him. Donoghue also pushing, trying to find space to get in and out of the Joker. Can he tidy that up? He can do, as he goes into the handsome right-hander right now. Will he go into the Joker at this time of asking, or has he even Jokered? I can't tell you if he has or not. It'll just be by the time. In fact, he goes into the Joker now, following Ollie O'Donovan through. Oh, and he gets it all wrong, doesn't he? He gets it all wrong, cuts that corner, takes that cone out of the way, Donoghue, and I think that allows McCluskey up and ahead, and indeed it does. So it is now Patrick O'Donovan, Ollie O'Donovan, and McCluskey back up, and then it is Tristan Ovenden ahead of Gary Donoghue. Julian Godfrey has worked his way down the order a little bit. Started, didn't he, Godfrey, in row 2. He's worked his way backwards, unfortunately, not the way you'd like to go. Derek Tohill is the big story, though, the rear left hanging off of his car on that opening lap. It was a bit messy going into the first turn. It got messier, I think, on the exit of Carter's hairpin. Here we go, looking at P2, Ollie O'Donovan. This is where the battle is. Patrick O'Donovan, 9.5 seconds up the road. He is on his final lap, Patrick O'Donovan, and will Joker this time round. Just keep it neat, Patrick. Great car control for the youngster, the reigning champion, the multiple champion in this British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy. The reigning European champion. And no joker for him. So has Patrick already jokered? I guess he has. Guess he jokered last time out. His time would say he hasn't, but maybe he has. I just don't know. Seems to have joked because he wouldn't have made that mistake, that's for sure. I say that's for sure, as Patrick O'Donovan drifts around there in a big tyre smoke as he goes. And over the line go the rest of them. The rest of them being Ollie O'Donovan, John McCluskey up there into P3, Tristan Overton P4. Patrick O'Donovan, the reigning European champion from RX1. 3 wins last year in the European Rallycross Championship, finishing 3rd in Portugal, taking that crown. Multiple Rallycross champion here in the British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy. And his hand, you sense, is starting to move towards the trophy once again with that moment from Derek Tohill. I am certain Derek Tohill's team will be taking a trip to the Stewards. It's what you do in that situation, irrespective of whether you think you've got a claim to it or not. Smiling at the moment, but look at the rear left-hand side of Tohill's car, facing in completely the wrong direction. Frustration, I'm sure, for him. Managing to smile at the moment. Well, that had everything, didn't it, that final? Had drama, had damage, and serious implications of the championship. And now we move back on, it seems, to our correct order of the day. It might be a bit of a delay here before we get out on track. You suspect it will be with this car from Derek Tohill having to be removed out of the way. And just making sure I've got the right grid lined up here to tell you the lineup for the next race, and I believe it is going to be a final with Vince Bristow, Helen Crooks and Tony Lynch. Although they've moved into a slightly different order. This is the amended grid. I think they may have set them up in the original grid, not the amended grid, which is strange. So looking at the grid right now, I believe they've set them up in the wrong grid order. So this is going to be a bit unusual if they don't change this one round. There was an amended grid for the BTRDA Classic start here, with the Classics and the Classic 1600s. The amended grid, well, this is the grid that it should be, with Bristow and Jones and Ewan, Gaunt and Evans, then Cross, Lynch and Crooks in the background, but they have amended the grid to be Tony Lynch, Helen Crooks and Vincent Bristow on the start line. So I'm now scratching my head at this one because they've set the grid up incorrectly in relation to the amended grid. Just bear with me.
Yeah, but that was.
That was, as far as I was concerned, that was a race. I'm not. That's why I didn't call that one, but that one down there.
Yeah.
As to who was at fault.
The camera's right there, so
Yeah.
actually what you see, what they're watching.
So I've got to the bottom of why the grid looks the way it does here, which is slightly different, and that is because of the way the grid works for these classics in the 1600s. So although there is an amended grid, it is going to be starting in this order, with Helen Crooks and Tony Lynch starting at the back, with the way it's being the classic 1600s. They've combined the grid, so it has changed the order for us. If you're wondering what was going on, I certainly was. The classic 6 laps, no joker. So Vince Bristow starts in that pole position. Mark Jones alongside. David Ewan on the outside of that first turn. The second row then, 73 Messi Evans and Stephen Gaunt. The back row, well, unfortunately no John Cross in the Lancia Stratos, but we do have Tony Lynch and Helen Crooks, who's in the Mini. Slight hold up here on track still. Well, here we go then. The noise starts to build. We know we're getting ready to start. Vince Bristow in that optimal position. And it is a jump start, full start there. Front 17, David Ewan a bit eager to get away. Just couldn't see the car from the shot there. It hides away Mark Jones's car in the centre. I thought it was there. So pushing it back into position. And he's going to get pushed all the way to the very, very back. So the implications when you jump start here for these sorts of classics where there's no trip through the joker, where you don't need to do an additional grip around the joker lap yourself. 6 laps, no joker.
Go back on the grid. As a penalty for the jump start.
There he goes, getting pushed all the way back. It's going to feel like a very, very long trip down to that opening right-hander for David Ewan. David Ewan getting that podium yesterday. I'm not sure he's going to take a visit to the podium today. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for him, but he's driven very well. Bar the shouting. Getting to the final, no mean feat for any of these. Of course, Vince Bristow starts once again in that pole position. Mark Jones, P2, David Ewan at the very, very back now, freeing up some space for those behind. And what a start there from Mark Jones. Gets the legs on Vince Bristow. Vince Bristow's going to fight back into his first right-hander. Can he? No, he can't. But how about that? David Ewan
has just flown from the very back of the grid to go alongside the 73 of Messi Evans. And in and out they go, the first corners complete, so I was going to say without any real drama, but Evans just going off onto the grass and then colliding with Helen Crooks in the Mini. Helen couldn't get anywhere, couldn't go away from it all, could she? So it is Mark Jones who leads the way. Vince Bristow, there's already a gap started to grow between those two. It's been a brilliant start, great start from Mark Jones in the MR2 Turbo. He's in the classic class. Bristow races in the Super Retro as well. But he's racing these two races, the classic and the Super Retro, here this weekend. And it was for Bristow. A big event for him to get some results this weekend. You know, so many opportunities to do so. Bristow did, I'm sure, get a victory in the classics yesterday. In fact, yes, he did. Yesterday afternoon, he was victorious at Bristow. Lead is Mark Jones. He's still a second ahead of Vince Bristow. Steve Gaunt is about 2 seconds off the back. There's David Ewan up in P4. A great launch for him, wasn't it? A brilliant launch for Ewan off the start to climb his way up the order. But Gaunt is between him and a podium, and the gap is around 3 seconds. I think it's coming down a little bit at the moment with Ewan trying to close up the gap. But Steve Gaunt there in that classic Vauxhall Corsa B. Looking good for a podium at this stage. Long way to go here. We're on lap 4. 4 of 6. Bristow's really caught the back, hasn't he, of Mark Jones? So Mark Jones cannot rest at all. There was around a second. Vince Bristow is closing up and looming large in the mirrors of that Toyota MR2. Ewan has fallen back a little bit from Stephen Gaunt, who's stretching his lead, his advantage in P3. David Ewan unable to climb up from the very, very back. You wonder how well he could have done had he not jump-started and had to be pushed to the very back of the grid. Tony Lynch and Helen Crooks in that classic 1600s. They're going to fight it out with these, are they? The engine size has been so different, but they are going as best they can. There is David Ewan. He's got Tony Lynch right on his shoulder, and Messi Evans just off the back of that too. 4 laps complete then for Mark Jones. Starts his last lap, 5 laps complete, starts his last lap now for Mark Jones. Lap 6 of 6, he's held Bristow off all the way round so far. There's nothing to make us think it's going to change at this stage because he's looked so assured, Mark Jones. Mark Jones would be delighted with this. Had a disqualification yesterday, Mark Jones, but he was looking very good out there yesterday too, so coming away with something will be something for Mark Jones as he goes around Toyo and in Senna's and across the line, and Mark Jones does it. He takes the victory. Vince Bristow in second, Stephen Gaunt brings it home in third, and David Ewan was unable to close the gap up. Started from the very, very back of the grid, and Ewan is still fighting it out there with Tony Lynch, but secures a 4th place. And after being pushed to the very back of the grid, that's a decent result there for David Ewan. Tony Lynch in 5th, Messi Evans in 6th. Helen Crooks will come through in P7. So we move on to the Swifts and the BTRDA Mini up next. There is a Mini coming around, that's Helen Crooks.
It is
So the Swifts up and the BTRDA Mini, and you can see there's only 2 cars in the Mini, the Wesley Wickens car in that pole position and Ryan Cooper in P2. And on the next row back, that is the start of the Swifts with Matt Cake leading the way on the pole position. We have Harvey alongside, Gary Harvey alongside. Then behind them, it is Phil Seath and Naftali Ayeko. Slight hold on track once again. A few more finals still coming your way here today. Thanks very much for your company if you're watching us live on the stream, which is probably the only way you can hear this, so congratulations to you for having your ears open. But if you haven't done so just yet, make sure you hit subscribe, like and subscribe of course, and get your notifications on as well so you never miss a single round of the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy or the BTRDA Championships as well, bringing you all the coverage throughout the course of this season. We love to hear your feedback as well, positive as well as negative, but if it's negative, make sure it's positive in its tone, please. We'd love to know what you like, and we'll try our very best to bring the very best coverage we can do from these rounds throughout the course of this season. Super mods coming up after this, then production, then we have the cross car finishing off today with the Super Retro Final. The Swifts and the Minis, it's a 6-lapper, and they do take that tour through the Joker. As a busload of people decide to leave Pembrey in the background, don't go just yet, there's still plenty of action coming your way. There we go, ready to race. It's final time. It's the Minis and the Swifts. And we're away, and it's a good start from Ryan Cooper on the outside of Wesley Wickens, but he's going to have to go the long way round as Matt Cake gets jumped on again by Harvey, and that's not what he wanted at the start. But how many times have we seen Cake come back from that? Up ahead then, we have our 2 Minis, then we have our 4 Suzuki Swifts, the 1.6 litre Swifts, and round the outside goes Wickens, and Cooper snatching for a gear, can't seem to get it, and that's causing a huge problem for Cake, who has to go the wrong way round, the other way round, and a huge delay for him forces him slightly back, but he's back on the front foot once again as Cooper finds the right gear and keeps on going. And I think, having a look, actually, it was the wrong person. I think it's a Gary Harvey. It's actually Naftali Ayeko that got a jump on Cake off the start. Did that last time as well, Ayeko, but couldn't keep it going afterwards. Brilliant on the start, but Matt Cake brilliant everywhere else, it seems. Ryan Cooper forcing his way through, but it is Wesley Wickens that leads the way. Matt Cake is 2nd overall. Both of these leading their classes, leading their respective championships. Ryan Cooper goes off into the Joker. Round he goes. It's a very slow entry into that Joker, isn't it, for Ryan Cooper? He'll be a bit frustrated, I think, out there. Dejected figure inside that car as Ayeko now slows a bit too early and allows Phil see-through at the end of the speedway. Straight through Toyo they go, and a big leap up the order there for Phil C, and securing himself a nice steady podium position at this stage. Long way to go with the Jokers needed. They're 2 laps down onto lap 3, and a spin for Seath. So there you go, as I was saying, he'd secured himself almost a position in P2. Very much a curse to the commentator. Not sure what caused that one, but he was alongside Ayeko, ahead of Ayeko when that happened. Is there any damage to that car? That rear left, is it looking okay? I don't know, he's all over the place, isn't he? Ayeko is in P2 in the Swifts. So far behind Matt Cake, and he's got Ryan Cooper in the Mini behind, who locks up. Ayeko, just get your head down now, keep it clean. Joker's required for some of these cars. Wesley Wickens, well, he's a long way ahead of Ryan Cooper. So far ahead, he could probably go in and do a couple of Jokers back to back if he wanted to and still come out in the lead. Is Wickens going to do the Joker now? No, he's going to just stay out on track in the normal line of the track until he can make sure he secures some clean air to come through. And this might be the catalyst, the cork in the bottle for that reason. Matt Cake goes into the Joker. Out he comes. Where's Ayeko going to emerge? And Matt Cake comes behind Cooper on his exit. Ryan Cooper in the Mini, different championship, remember? The Swifts and the Minis. Matt Cake, no real drama for him. A bit further back, it is Somehow Seath has now pulled back ahead of Aeko, so Aeko had quite a big advantage after Seath had the spin in the car around this area here. In fact, he went around Senna's, and it was before he got to Ollie. So between here, where we are now, and where we are with Wickens just there, that's where Phil Seath had a spin. But Wickens goes in and out of the Joker, and it was down to Matt Cake. He wanted to go through and not have Matt Cake in front. It was the right move, so Wickens goes through. Ryan Cooper is in P2, but the gap is vast, and that means that it's all up to Wickens now to take this victory. It was yesterday was Wickens that took victory, and Cooper in second with Salter and Llewellyn in P3 and P4. Those two haven't unfortunately made it out here today. Salter having a big flip in his car and damaging the Mini, unable to make it back out on track. But it is Wickens who leads the way, and Ryan Cooper in P2 on their final laps. Matt Cake starts his final lap, as does Phil Seath just around about now as he crosses the line for the penultimate time. Up goes Wickens and Cooper. P1, P2 overall, P1, P2 in the Minis, and here's the lead Swift, and it is Cake who is leading the championship. Cake looking very, very good out there. Over Toyo, left hander on the tarmac, Senna's, and across the line with Wesley Wickens taking yet another victory. Ryan Cooper bringing it home in second of two in the Mini Coopers, and Matt Cake leading the way in the Swift Championship there. And the Five Nations Swifts ahead of Phil Seath, who did everything he could to not finish second, but made it nonetheless. Vitali Aeko brings it through in P3, with Harvey in P4, completing that final, the Swifts and the Minis. Moving on to the super modified final now, as the grid starts to clear. And it's Sam Boville who has that pole position. Sam Boville should be starting up alongside David Bell, who I can't see, but I can see David Crockett. There's David Crockett on the outside just there. So big, big final for the super modified. All of them, in fact, are there. Super modifieds, 6 laps for the super modifieds. So Sam Boville starts in pole position, as I was saying. David Crockett on the outside, car 331. Second row is Andrew Hawkes in the Mini, and Caldwell and Ricky McAlonan. Then it's Caldwell, Curran and Gray, Ford, McLaughlin, Ratu, Richard Moore at the very back as well in the SLK, but they're all away, and it's a fantastic launch, got to say, from the outside just there. But it is our pole sitter Sam Boville who starts the very, very best. It's Ricky McAlonan who got way up the order from the outside of the second row up into P3 very early on, as the rest of them battled it out. The SLK comes through, big V8 SLK. There is George Gray in the compact, the BMW Mini Compact, a very wide line, all very messy from him. The 4 cars all getting caught up, or 3 cars afterwards all getting caught up in that poor Joker exit from Gray. As all over the place, skipping all over the place, trying to control that car. Sam Boville doing a fantastic job in that Ford Fiesta Mark 6 as they go around Ollie's. On to lap 2 at this stage of this one. As we say, 6 laps, including the Joker for the Super Modifieds. And stopped is Stephen Ratu out on track. And to the Joker goes Andrew Hawkes in the Mini Countryman. It stands very upright, doesn't it, the Mini Countryman? You look at some of the other cars, it looks, rather than being squat and low, it looks very high. Very unusual centre of gravity. There's our race leader and another slowing car. Maybe that was a slowing car from before. There's Crockett. There's Ricky McAlonan. Top 3 separated by very, very little out there. As Crockett gets a little bit sideways. This is David Crockett. In and out, there you go. Running very, very wide, Sam Boville. Not sure what he was doing just said, was he thinking about going for the Joker? He didn't go for the Joker, and he ran very wide, did an in-betweeny normal lap and Joker, didn't he, Beauville? So he's got all the work to do once again. He's got the pace, we know that. He's very untidy. He's got to get composed back behind that wheel once again. You sometimes see it, don't you? You lose your thread, you lose your thoughts, you lose your concentration, and you force an issue upon yourself, and that's what Sam Beauville just did. Sam won yesterday ahead of David Bell and Andrew Hawkes. David Bell currently riding very, very back. So Crockett ahead of Ricky McAlonan, and Joker's completed by 2 of the 3. So has Sam Beauville stayed out? Yes, he has. Sam Beauville has stayed out. There he is. He's going to try and eke out the gap if he can, because he still does need to Joker. A little untidy line from him. There's 117. That's Kieran Curran. Behind is Andrew Hawkes. P4, P5 currently. Still all to play for. Still a lot of drama to come. In this 6-lap race, Sam Beauville was on lap 5 of 6, and he still needs to Joker. The gap just over 5 seconds, Sam Beauville to David Crockett. So I wonder if Sam Beauville will stay out for one more lap. I think he might. On to Kieran Curran, then we move on attention way back to McLaughlin, Phil McLaughlin, as looking at the Joker exit there. Oh, the Joker exit. I can see Sam Beauville. I think Sam Beauville has been in the Joker and come out behind David Crockett. So look at that. He's closed the gap right up as they pull up on the back of Richard Moore. So with a final lap to go, they've all Jokered. Richard Moore getting out the way. I'm not sure if he intended to get out the way quite so aggressively as that, but using the Joker, Sam Beauville couldn't quite get the lead on David Crockett. It was only 5 seconds or so. Oh, Crockett's run wide. Crockett's run very, very wide. That's allowed Beauville back through into the race lead. Oh my word. Beauville has just been gifted the lead once again by David Crockett, and it's Ricky McAlonan in P2 now, moving his way up the order. And I bet you inside that car, Sam Beauville cannot believe his luck. He put the pressure on David Crockett, and Sam Beauville takes the win. Ricky McAlonan in second, and a very, very unhappy, I'd imagine, David Crockett snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, ending up in P3. Kieran Curran coming through in fourth, and Andrew Hawkes down in P5. The battles continue though with the rest of the pack as Philip McLaughlin comes through and George Gray makes his way across the line in P6. McLaughlin P7, then it's Caldwell, David Caldwell in 8th, and Dale Ford in P9. There you go, drama all the way to the very, very end in the Super Modified. What a final that was. It came alive. Sam Beauville, almost of his own doing to start with, but secured the victory after David Crockett exited the Carter's hairpin in a bit of a strange way, allowing him through, Sam Beauville, to take his second victory of the weekend. Well, production is our next final. This is the BTRDA production. Alex Fletcher in that pole position on the inside. William Noon there with the 187. In the centre, Edmund Shepherd on the outside. Then Nathan Jones and Andy Harris. Andy Harris in that 998 car on the outside. And Nathan Jones, not there. In fact, no Nathan Jones, but Finn Vore is there on the back of the grid in that Saxo. ETS. Version très sportive. Just a brief pause here as the start marshal walks around a few of the cars, just checking everything out. I think we've got a couple of cars over the back that need to be cleared as a few other cars make their escape from Pembrey. Nissan Micro for the juniors. Jimmy Jenkins, just a few moments ago, next in the back of the shot. Alex Fletcher got the win. Or could have got the win yesterday.
ended up finishing out of the order. He was looking so good, Alex Fletcher, yesterday until the final. When it all went wrong, the wheels fell off his race. Will Moon taking the victory. Shepard second, third place at the end yesterday. Fletcher looked really good for it until the moment, a bit of a wobble, which curtailed his attempts at the championship, or the championship battle anyway. Production is a 6-lap race, which includes Tour through the Joker. That's the delay just there. It's Matthew's car being moved out the way. Get their money's worth of their telehandler, won't they, this weekend? Just keeping an eye on the lack of action on track at the moment as we get ready for our next final. This is the BTRDA production is up next. Then we have the cross car and the super retro to finish things off here in Pembrey, and what has been a very, very exciting, interesting, captivating weekend of racing. Plus a nice time in the pub last night with a couple of pints and a glass of wine. Doesn't go amiss, does it? And a katsu burger as well, in case you're wondering, which you're probably not. So the car has now moved out of the way. We could just maybe make it out crossing the shot in a few moments. At the back end just there, there you go, there's the nose of that MG popping its way there. Ratu's car taken off track, which means we are about ready to go. BTRDA production final. Alex Fletcher has that pole position on the left-hand side of your shot. Right-hand side of the grid. Will Noon in the centre with the door open. Then it's Edmund Shepard on the outside. On the right-hand side of your picture in the Citroen C2 VTS. The next row of the grid, we should have 2 cars, but only one is there, and that is Andy Harris. Andy Harris in the Suzuki Swift. And then you see the Citroen at the very back, the orange Citroen Saxo VTS of Finn Vore on row number 3. Well, there's still some hold up here. Not quite sure what the hold up is. I think they've got to get the telehandler back in, or maybe it was one of the fire trucks or something have to get it back into place. I believe it would be the fact that they've had a couple of cars disappear off, and I think it might be the fire car has to get back into position before they can do anything. I'm just waiting for that all clear. There we go, the way from the start marshal, ready to go for the BTRDA production final. Alex Fletcher, Will Noon, Edmund Shepard start the front row. Then it is Andy Harris and Finn Vore out on track on rows 2 and rows 3 respectively. The lights go green and we're off and away, and it's a great start from Fletcher. And on that change of gear just there, Will Noon dropping slightly back with Edmund Shepard trying to move his way forward, but can't get it done. And just on the inside, a great start from Finn Vore. He's moved his way up through one position and moved his way up into essentially the chance of a podium. He finished on a podium position yesterday and dived straight out into the Joker to get that done at the first time of asking. And that might not be a bad idea at all. These production cars, 6 laps including a Joker visit, as I said. So there's a long way to go in this one. Lap 1 of 6. Alex Fletcher starts to pull a bit of a gap ahead of Will Noon. And yesterday, Alex Fletcher did exactly the same thing. A great start to Alex Fletcher's final, but it all went wrong at the very, very end as he fell down the order. So he won't want to repeat that in his Honda Civic Type R. So
Alex Fletcher leading from Will Noon, Edmund Shepherd in P2. He won't go into the Joker just yet. In fact, I'd imagine they'll all stay out on track at the moment because no one's holding anybody up. The only person who's been in and out the Joker that I can tell is Finn Vore, and that wasn't a bad idea for him. Closing up the gap if he can. Big puff of tyre smoke just there from Will Noon as he locks up. Edmund Shepherd is who we're watching right now in P3. He's just trying to close it up on Will Noon, but the gaps are pretty equal, aren't they? 2.5 seconds between first and second, 1.5 seconds between second and third. Will that gap grow though? Not enough yet for Alex Fletcher to get in and out of the Joker safely and securely. So around he goes. Is he going to stay out? He does stay out on the normal route around this lap. And into the Joker goes Will Noon. So where's he going to emerge? Will Noon goes into the Joker, as does Andy Harris. And there is Will Noon exiting the Joker. There's Andy Harris getting a little bit slow on the exit there, holding himself up a little bit as he drove off that turn. Fletcher leads the way. There's Will Noon, and there is Finn Vore. Now Finn Vore has jokered, remember. So has Will Noon. We know that Alex Fletcher still hasn't jokered. I don't believe, looking at the timing screen, has Edmund Shepherd. I'm not sure he has either. So there's only around about a 5.5 second gap between Edmund Shepherd and Will Noon right now. So I think he's going to stay out for one more and try and pull out a gap a little bit more as these two start to fight. And as these two start to fight, that should give the opportunity to Shepherd to start gapping them a little bit more. Will Noon holding off the fight from Finn Vore behind, and that's Saxo. It's the battle for third. Up ahead, Alex Fletcher leads the way. Edmund Shepherd in P2. What's the gap looking like? Is there enough of a gap for Shepherd to get in and out of the Joker? Let's see what happens. They cross the line. We'll see the time. And has it increased? It hasn't. 5.7, 6.9 is the gap. That could be enough there now for Shepherd. Shepherd just disappearing from your shot right now. That's Fletcher in and out the Joker. Shepherd goes in and out the Joker as well. Where will he emerge? Is he going to emerge in P2? He went in P2. There's Will Noon right now going around the corner. And there is Edmund Shepherd exiting the Joker as they come through. Has he got the pace? Has he got the legs to get him ahead? Noon is on the inside. It's a left-hander. He's got the inside. He's got it done, has he? Oh, Noon creeps through. It was down to the Joker strategy for Edmund Shepherd. He's got Vore in his mirrors. It is a 6-lapper, remember. So Alex Fletcher has started his last lap now. As they go around one more time, Will Noon's got to keep this tidy. Fletcher is up ahead. Edmund Shepherd's got to keep it tidy as Finn Vore is going to try and force the issue. Noon has run wide. Noon runs wide and through goes Shepherd. Does he? No, he runs wide. Oh, Noon had it done. Noon went in on the inside, second place. He got it a little bit wonky. That allowed Shepherd through. Shepherd held the power too long. He went wide. Finn Vore then capitalised on it, and somehow Will Noon has managed to pull himself back ahead and up into second place. That had everything. Will Noon caused themselves a huge amount of trouble as way up ahead the road, Alex Fletcher takes the victory. Well, William Noon will be a very, very happy man and probably go and buy a couple of lottery tickets straight after that one, because had the position, had P2, got it all wrong into Hansen's, ran it wide on the inside, then Edmund Shepherd had the chance, ran it wide on the outside. Finn Vore had the opportunity to get through but couldn't get that done, and somehow Will Noon manages to secure a second place behind Alex Fletcher, who was 10 seconds up the road. What a fantastic final that was. That is done for them this time out in the production class. Hope to see more of that sort of drama next time. What a final. It's the cross cars up next then. Final for the cross cars and the RX150. Ben Bartlett starts on the left-hand side of the screen in that pole position alongside Brad Turner and David Kane on the outside in the white cross car behind them. Max Weatherly starts in P4, and then the green RX150 Stephen Jones appearing between the cars just there, starting P5 on the second row of the grid, on the outside of the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid, on the inside it's Liam McMullen, Gareth Jones and Stephen Burke, and we are ready to go. Penultimate final here at Pembrey. and the lights go green, and off they go. It's a brilliant start from David Kane, but on the inside, oh, getting pushed out slightly wide, managing to recover. And Bradley Turner, can he hold on to P2? He can. Holds on to P2. Benjamin Bartlett's been barged out the way, pushed himself wide, and it is a Joker race as well. Remember, they are going to go in and out the Joker, as Liam McMullen proves my point exactly, taking the Joker. It's a 6-lap affair, this one. 6 laps for the tour through the Joker, but it is this one. David Kane leading the way ahead of Bradley Turner, ahead of Benjamin Bartlett. All done on the start, wasn't it, this one? And still joining the party, Max Weatherly is there. Max Weatherly, oh, and a stopped car. This is the number 10. Gareth Jones has stopped out there. Looks like that is on the Hanson right-hander. Yeah, it is, just on the inside of the Hanson right-hander. And looks like the driver may have got out and run away. Hopefully that's the case, because it's not a particularly good place to stop, is it, if you're in a cross car? Anyway, race leader here, and a big lock-up, and there's contact. There's contact between Bradley Turner and Benjamin Bartlett, who drives into the side of him under braking, just locked up and slid into the side. This allows David Kane to get further ahead. The yellow flag's waving to tell them no overtakes as they go through ollies. The yellow flag waving because of the stricken car just here on the inside of Hanson. So they cleared the car. No, there it is, just parked up. Quite a solid tyre stack, that one. Into the Joker goes Benjamin Bartlett. There was that contact, he got away with it, I think, there. Benjamin Bartlett, no damage done to his cross car. XC04 onto the speedway straight he goes. Second ahead of Bradley Turner, starting to build a gap against Benjamin Bartlett, but it is all about the Joker strategy now, you feel. 3 laps complete, they're on lap 4 of 6, the halfway point. Still fighting between them. There is Bartlett. Behind Bartlett, Liam McMullen. Ahead of Stephen Burke. Some have jokered, some have not. Stephen Burke there still needs to go through, I believe. McMullen sandwiched between a few of these cars as on the outside. Oh, it's Max Weatherly. Is he going to get this one done? He's gone. Oh, it's a huge lock up very, very late, and that actually confuses 2 drivers. That's surprising, because it was Max Weatherly who got a bit caught out there by that late break from Stephen Burke, and because of that, Max Weatherly then braked late as well, and the overtake opportunity was gone. There is Bradley Turner currently in P2. He's around 6.5 seconds off of David Kane. David Kane looks well in control at this moment in time. There's a short gap between Turner and Bartlett, so that tells me all jokers have been done between those. So David Kane still needs a joker. Where can Bradley Turner come out when Kane jokers? It is on lap 4, completed lap 4. They completed 5 laps. David Kane now starts his final lap of the race. Max Weatherly so far down the order. A big surprise for Max Weatherly. Started on the inside on the second row, Weatherly. There's our race leader, David Kane's going to have to go into the Joker. The gap is 6.7 seconds. Got to keep it neat and tidy, Brad. Keep it neat and tidy, because David Kane's gone into the Joker. Where will he emerge? There he emerges now. David Kane goes in and comes out in the race lead, some 40 metres ahead of Bradley Turner. Great driving from David Kane off the line. He had to do it all from the outside of the front row, David Kane. He got it done at the start, and he takes the victory. David Kane ahead of Bradley Turner, ahead of Benjamin Bartlett, 1, 2, 3. Liam McMullen, P4. Max Weatherly, P5. Surprise for the reigning champion. Steve Jones down in P6. Stephen Burke in P7. And a DNF there for Gareth Jones. Said it's been dramatic throughout the course of this weekend. The drama has continued throughout. Will it continue to the very end? Well, you won't have to wait long. We have the Super Retro coming up next. But there's confirmation. David Kane taking the victory. Bradley Turner in P2. Benjamin Bartlett in P3. Stephen Jones taking the RX150 category victory as well as a P6 overall. We move on to Super Retro now. Our final of the weekend in what has been really enjoyable 2 days worth of racing here at Pembrey. Bit of a recovery, so there will be a slight bit of downtime. I can tell you all the cars have lined up. Charlie French is going to be occupying that pole position. So we'll just wait a few minutes and we'll be back in just a few and bring you the final here from this Pembrey weekend.
Confused.com. I thought they. Oh, hello. Hang on a minute.
Getting ready for our final, as I say, here from Pembrey. It's been a nice trip to South Wales for all of us, or for most of us anyway. Some people will have better luck than others. Charlie French, well, starts in pole position. And yesterday, well, he took maximum points. Alan Crockett finished second yesterday, and Alan Tapscott third. Ray Morgan finished fourth overall, and Vince Bristow in fifth. And today, well, it's all about this one, the final of the day, as we say. Charlie French starts in that optimal position on the inside of turn one. The right-hand side, it's the left-hand side of your screen, but right-hand side of the grid. Then it's Pat Duran in the centre in that red and white Escort. Alan Crockett is on the outside. There's Crockett on the grill. Behind is Alan Tapscott and Andy Grant in the two red Escorts. Andy Grant's is the all red one, with Alan Tapscott in the red and black Escort. Then the back row on the inside in the Volvo is Stuart Emery, Vince Bristow in the centre, and David Ewan on the outside in the Fiesta. David also in the classic category 2, racing in Super Retro double finals for him. And here comes the noise, and we're away very well for Charlie French, and also Crockett beating Duran on the gear change just there. A bit snatchy maybe for Pat Duran, maybe just a clear gear change for Alan Crockett, who's trying to force his way through a car that's already there in Charlie French. But Charlie French has the lead. Pat Duran manages to see off the challenge from Crockett, and Tapscott behind him too. Very back of the pack it is Alan Tapscott, in fact, has dropped all the way back, and Grant somehow goes off the track. Not sure the cause of that one, but there's fights all over the place, aren't there? Battles left, right and centre. There's Emery fighting the back of Bristow. There is damage, a lot of damage to Crockett's car, and that might be just where it rubbed the side of Pat Duran a few moments ago. But it is Charlie French who leads the way, and Alan Crockett has worked his way up into P2 from the outside of that front row, getting the jump on Pat Duran, who's dropped down to P3. There is Pat Duran, then it's Bristow, then it's the 71 Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. That bumper, that bonnet even is lifting up on the left-hand side. The catch seems to have opened up, a bit unusual for that to happen, but from some sort of contact anyway, some rubbing. Couldn't have had anything to do with Andy Grant because he was too far out of the way, surely. But there is Crockett, and he's right on the back of French, and these two have been nibbling away at each other all the time. And Crockett says, well, I've done one side of my car, I might as well try and do the other one. In that Opel Kadett GTE, up against the Ford Escort Mark II. Pat Duran behind another Ford Escort Mark II, the red and white. It's well out of shots. Remember, no joker in this class here for the final race of the day, and it's a 5-lapper too. Remember, it's not a 6-lap, it's 5 laps in this final. And it's still Crockett's just got the jump there on French, so Crockett now leads, but French looks really assured, doesn't he? Looks like he doesn't want to give this one up, but Crockett has the lead. It's been forcing the issue all the way round as they're on lap 4 of 5. Crockett has the lead. Charlie French is in P2. Where is Duran? There is Duran. There is Pat Duran. He's about 3 seconds in fact off the back of Charlie French. Bristow is not far behind Pat Duran with just 1.5 laps to go. But Bristow has got to deal with that massive Volvo that's looming large in his mirrors and locks up, maybe distracted slightly. There's David Ewan, who's got Alan Tapscott behind him, and he's got Andy Grant behind him after Andy Grant went off the track. There is Duran, there's Bristow, there is Emery still going for it. 1 lap, final lap we're on right now. Our race leader Alan Crockett up ahead. He's just got to secure his way around this one without doing anything stupid. Flicks it left around the Carter's hairpin and off and down the speedway straight he goes, chased down by Charlie French, who can't seem to get anywhere near him as Crockett locks up and steers that car around that left-hander into Toyo's. There, then he goes round Senna's to take the victory. Alan Crockett gets it done here as the marshal waves the flag with aplomb. Charlie French in second. Pat Duran comes through to take that last podium position. Vince Bristow in P4. Stuart Emery very close behind in P5. Here comes Ewan and Tapscott, followed by Andy Grant. Well, there you have it. We've had a lot of action from start to finish in this Pembrey double-header, but it finishes with Alan Crockett taking the final podium top spots of the weekend. A double-header, a lot of racing. Hopefully you have enjoyed every single bit of the action this weekend. Don't forget to please like and subscribe to the YouTube feed, where you can see all the racing throughout the course of the season in the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, as well as the other racing too. We're bringing you all the action this weekend from the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy and the BTRDA as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the coverage. Hopefully you have enjoyed it, and we'll see you back here for the next event. When is the next event? Well, the best thing to do is go to the British Rallycross website, where you'll find the full calendar. There is a round in August, but currently still a TBA. Next one for the 5 Nations Trophy and the BTRDA is Liddon Hill. It's a single round on the 6th of September. Then it's off to Mondello Park for the 5 Nations on the 4th and 5th of October. Back to Knock Hill for the BTRDA on the 19th of October. And the season ends at Liddon Hill for the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy for the double header on the 8th and 9th of November. Go to the website for full details, British Rallycross, or rallycrossbrx.com I should say, rallycrossbrx.com, or just go to British Rallycross on any well-known search engine. Thanks very much for joining us. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. As I say, don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you the very next time. Until then, do take care.
Call me Sally, I don't care, as long as the money's on time.
Okay guys, we're off stream now.